later today. Would have been starting sooner, but yes, guess what? Huge surprise. I was out there shoveling snow. Now, if you remember the Balrog and picture in the corner over there of the Balrog, we basically did the exact same type of base that you see on him. And we're going to keep going back to the Balrog here periodically just to show you what we have going on here. I'm just going to, there he is, right over there. So check that out. That's the kind of base that we have on all of our goblins here. And we want to do that sort of object sword sliding because, especially the Moria Legendary Legions list, it's all very, well, centered on the Balrog. That's also a huge surprise, just like us shoveling snow here. So we're going to try and match them to the Balrog as much as possible. And then we have a Dwarf army that we might do the same thing, actually. Might just do the same thing. So we have that same sort of object sword sliding. We have the same basing right here. And I did do a basing tutorial on this for the Patreon page. Hey, Velfira. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, I wanted to start this at least an hour ago, if not 2 hours ago, but that wasn't possible because I was shoveling snow a couple hours ago. So now we're going to enjoy a little bit of object sword sliding before it gets actually really cold. So it should be about -3 or something like that overnight tonight. Not sure what the wind chill will be beyond that. And we actually have some more of these too. We could keep going with more of these. It just sort of depends on what we're able to get done here. Obviously, these are ancient figures. These go back to the very beginning. I mean, these are like original Fellowship of the Ring box set Moria goblins. That you're talking 2002. So these are 19-year-old figures for sure, easily. And as you can imagine, that the pre-glaze is really gonna center on the object sword sliding, starting with some darker stuff. Let's see, might come in handy a couple of oh, okay. That's it. What do you got? A ghost. Oh, Ghost Rider. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Well, obviously we do an awful lot of this. I mean, gee whiz. Actually, we haven't done as much of the object source lighting as we had. There was, I think, all of October and November. Well, November was the month of Shadow and Flame, so why the heck not? I'm just gonna get some of these guys out of the way here. We are gonna be using our brown matter just to, well, save on our quinacridone golden brown, which apparently is made from pure gold. There's gold in them there paints. Basing here, as you might imagine, it's actually pretty similar to some of the stuff that we did. Where's one of our Easterlings here? No, that's not the one we're looking for. We're looking for our, where did you go? There you are. So those the same bricks that we had over here. Etchy Bat, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you again. So what we're going to do is just hammer away at as many of these as we can. Well, we do have some. Well, what's left here? That's all that's left, unfortunately. That is all that remains. Now we might also be working on some of our Gondor stuff. Lord Dave, hey Lord Dave, I saw your terrain pieces there. That was looking really, really sweet. Now, of course, we do have our converted Boromir here. Now, that might be saved maybe for Monday or something like that, or maybe we just do a video on that or whatever. But there are more of these guys, and there's still more in the box. There's still more in the box. So, Lord Dave, do you have? I didn't get a chance to read, unfortunately, all your posters. Do you have more of that coming up, or was that just? Does that get you through the terrain that you need? Because, well, hey, we love terrain here, and it was really cool seeing your terrain. That was pretty darn fabulous. How's about we just get started with a little bit of our glazing here, and this is some pre-glazed stuff. We might have to slice up some more of our sponges for this too. Thinking of going with a brownish skin tone on these guys, something like that. What we are going to do is we're just going to hit them like this, and then come back in after the fact. So we'll do this. We're going to wipe away some of the paint, and then we're going to come in with some of our, probably the brown matter, maybe a touch of Fanchon red in that. We do also have our Oh, what the heck are they? The fluorescent paints out there. We got the fluorescent orange. We do have that. Oh, what the heck? I might actually start throwing that in here already. So this is our quinacridone golden brown. Just, well, no, it's not. Brown matter. Sorry. Freudian slip right there. Oh, hey, Lord Dave. Great minds think alike. Great minds think alike because I've got to make those ships. I got to make my Umbar ships and my Dol Amroth ships so we can have battles at sea. Lord of the Rings at sea. Yar. Them be goblins. No, because I have another box of the, oh, what the heck are they? The Frostgrave, the Archipelago crewmen that are supposed to be coming this way. And they really do look like the Corsairs of Umbar. Only better, actually, I think. And they're cheaper. And, well, of course, the best ability is availability. I'm not even sure I could get them from GW right now. So we're just going to do stuff like this. Armored Wolf, sorry that I surprised you there a little bit. I know I went a couple of minutes early. Of course, we're an hour late. Well, more like an hour and a half late. Seriously, I wanted to start this a whole bunch sooner, guys. Oh, so Lord Dave, are these from Bones 5, those Reaper ships? I've been desperately trying to get them to send me the ships so that I could do something like that or do something with the oils or whatever, but I have not heard anything about that. We're always the last ones in the loop anyways. Now, Lord Dave, did you try any of the heavy gloss gel for some of your waves? And because I know you did a lot of the pores and stuff like that, so that is bravery in the extreme right there. So I salute the pores. I salute the resin pores. Megan, how you doing? So Armored Wolf, I haven't heard anything back from Stilla. Believe it or not, the news article that I read called that an aftershock. They called it an aftershock from 311. So we'll have to. I don't think she lives that far north. I think she lives more towards the south, wouldn't you say? I could be wrong. I'm glad. Oh Lord Dave, I'm glad that was handy for you. Now we're not going to do all of these right away because, well, we want to show people potentially later on this start process again. What I like to have is some at various stages, some that are almost done, some that are just beginning, some that are kind of in the halfway point, right? We like to do that. Geez, I might have to put more of this brown matter out here. Plus also the brown matter, as we know, for whatever reason, the Winsor Newton variety dries faster. Let's see, yes. Yeah, Armored Wolf, they called it an aftershock. It was a 7.3, and scientists are calling that an aftershock to the 9.0. They said it's an aftershock from a 10-year-old earthquake because of where it happened, I guess. I get its location. That's why they're saying it was an aftershock. Now, of course, you know way more about earthquakes probably than anybody that's going to be in this chat since, well, earthquakes for you are like snow and rain for us. It's like, yeah, that happened. All right, whatever. More of the, again, this is the Van Dyke Brown over here. And what I like to do is go with more of a brownish skin tone on these guys. Although, if we're doing all the flamey, fiery stuff, I don't know, maybe more of that pale green is the way to go. Not sure. Maybe we combine. Maybe we do more than one. Heaven forbid we do more than one thing. So guys, what we're contemplating here is, okay, yeah, the whole Moria army is like this, but I've got some Oathmark dwarves headed this way, and I was thinking if I do a dwarf army from Khazad-dûm, I think we got to not just do them on the same basis here, but maybe we got to do the lava stuff as well, or the object source lighting, the Balrog stuff, because I mean they're going to be fighting each other. It would look a little bit weird if one side's bases had it and the other side's didn't. Geez, Armored Wolf, I don't know. Scientists, they're starting to think that every earthquake is like an aftershock. Like one earthquake somewhere creates more tension in other places. Yeah, it creates more tension because it loosens tension in that area, which causes more stress in other areas, which kind of daisy chains or something like that. Again, it was just I did not have much time. I was just trying to snarf down some food, and it was right after you sent me that message there. So we're kind of combining. Well, you know what? We're going to throw a little bit of indigo. That's a bit of our indigo right there. Because if we're going to have to get some cool colors in this metal, if we're going to want that object source lighting without really having to just hammer away at it and make it super light, one way to get that object source lighting to be more like lighting is color and temperature, right? Where the heck did you go? You're around here somewhere. You are around here somewhere. If I can find this one, it would be very helpful. Be very helpful. Not quite sure where the heck she went to. But it was the one Reaper figure that we did a while back. And that has a definitely a lot of that color differential. Boy, I'm not quite sure where the heck that one went off to. Not quite sure where she went to. So yeah, we just... Because the last message that I got from Stilla was maybe about 4:30 something this morning. And that we were talking, we definitely weren't talking about earthquakes. We were talking about technology. We were talking about the XSplit software turning off my microphone, or basically deselecting my microphone and choosing the webcam mic. Completely not supposed to do that on its own, but it did. So that was what our messages were about. They were definitely not about earthquakes. So hopefully we now the last message that I sent her, she said something like because I told her there was going to be a bunch of snow today and I was going to start later. So she said that was okay because that meant she'd actually be able to watch or something like that. Queeze, how you doing? We're going to give the Queeze a squeeze. Give the Queeze a squeeze. All right, this is the last one we're going to hit with the pre-glaze here because we want to have some more. And like I said, I've got at least 8 more of these that I could grab. It just kind of depends on how lickety-split these things go. Because the idea is we just want to have these armies ready to go. We can always go back and do more detail stuff on them, right? Can always go back and do more. But these are literally hideous 19-year-old plastic figures that GW did forever ago. A long, long time ago. Yeah, I wasn't sure how far north she was because this was 40 miles from Fukushima or something like that. 36 miles from a Japanese fishing village or something like that. So, Queeze, I hope that you had yourself a good night's sleep, and not quite sure how much snow you guys are getting there. You know, we're gonna throw a little bit more of our brown matter out here. And I'm just saying the heck with it. Most of these are just gonna be coming straight from the tube because basically all of my jars are pretty much empty. I have been doing that much stuff with them. So we're just going straight from the tube. I did just throw some center in there, by the way, so it's less straight from the tube now. Hey, Ryder and Strata Miniatures, how you doing? Let's see. Big girl painting. Yeah, Oliver, what you doing there, Oliver? Hey, nice to see you back. Hope that things have been all right for the last few weeks there. Yeah, Ryder, well, at first it was supposed to be negligible, like an inch, just practically nothing. Next thing you know, it's, oh, well, it might snow 4 inches. And it's like, well, wait a minute. That's a little bit different. And then actually at one point it was doing that thing where the sun was out, but it was still snowing, because it does that here. But I do think now we're getting that thing where you get they're cold after the snow. I think that's what's coming here. But then it starts getting really warm in a couple days. It'll be like in the 20s or something super warm like that. Yeah, Strata Miniatures. Well, now you've seen the Balrog, right? So that's the Balrog over there. I'll take you back to it here 1 second real quick. I'm gonna move this so I can maybe get to it a little bit faster here, so you can see that. And just take a look-see at this base right here. So the entire army is based on that same as the texture roller from Green Stuff World, the dwarf texture roller. And that's the kind of object source lighting that we're looking to do, because the legendary Legion Moria army, it's centered around the Balrog. And these guys, they have to be within a 12-inch radius of the Balrog. So I thought, well, if the Balrog is going to have that much lighting, why shouldn't these guys have lighting too? Now, Ryder's going to go out for a little walk with some skis on. Yeah, Oliver Ghost, I hope that it was still fun for you. Now, of course, certain miniatures just make it easier than others. And the other thing that I've been starting to recommend to folks is, you know what? Just use two colors. Literally use black and white, or dark brown and white, and nothing else. Just use those two colors, or use dark purple and white. Just use a really dark color and a really light color, and just try that and see what the heck happens. Just see what happens. Get used to the material, because like I've been saying lately, when we were doing our watercolor stuff, we got one color to work with for 3 months. Halfway through the year, we had a palette of a grand total of 3 colors. It wasn't until almost 3/4 of the way through the year that we got to use a full palette, because they didn't want us struggling with the medium and also, just learning to paint. So look at that. So big difference already. Big difference. Let's see. So how are you doing there, girl painting? Nice to see you back. Now, I don't know what your weather is like there. The weather has been a big focus here, because I keep losing a lot of time to shoveling, because while it doesn't snow a lot, like today, okay, probably 3 to 3.5 inches. That's nothing. That's child's play as far as that amount goes. Thing is, we've got about 20 inches of snow on the ground now. And when you live in the dense environment that we live in, the only way to go is up. So you're not just pushing that snow aside. You have to take it one shovelful at a time, pick it up, and carry it somewhere, and then deposit it over there. So instead of, like today's snow, I could have pushed aside with a broom in 15 minutes. Instead, it took over an hour, because, well, let's say at one point I was standing on top of a 3-foot snow pile, shoveling other snow. Look at this. We got Mr. Fattest Cat. Mr. Fattest Cat. We're going to salute you here. So the sprinkles is in the box for shipping at some point this week, but there is a new Prinkles on the way. So there will be another Prinkles on the way. Prinkles 2. Oh, and folks, gee whiz, this is what we were painting last night right here. So if you remember, on Thursday we sculpted this, and then Friday is in last night. We painted this right here with the oils, had a lot of fun with this thing. So this was our Aowen sculpt that we did. This was a blast. We're going to try and do some more of these cameo style portrait sculpts like this on our Thursday sessions. Angry Ham, I'm going to get another one, because I think this one I want to try and get some wings for it. Either find some, or maybe, well, I don't know if I can print some. Maybe I can have somebody print out some wings for me. So Ryder, it's just again, it's not the amount of snow. It's just there's nowhere to put it here in the city, because when your house is only 4 feet away from the other house, there's nowhere to put stuff. And we don't have driveways here. We have alleys. And if you don't shovel out your garbage cans, you don't get your garbage picked up. And because I've been doing all that moving of stuff, I have a ton of garbage. We're talking filling that garbage can the second that it's emptied. So that's what I was doing today, was literally shoveling out a pair of garbage cans, one shovelful at a time, and also knocking more snow off of roofs. So, Mr. Fattest Cat, I hope that you're doing well. So again, it's the amount of snow is really no big deal. We get, on average, somewhere around 30 inches of snow a year. It's just because of the temperature, every flake that has fallen in the last 5 weeks is still here. And also, since we live on the south side of the street, the snowplow dumps all of the snow on our side. So no sooner do I get the vehicle shoveled out than it gets plowed under again, which means I get to do that again, only now it's a pile of salt and ice and not snow. So look at that. Look at that. That's already very fun. Oh, geez. Yeah, Ryder, I've been up on the roof pretty much almost every day for the last 2 weeks. Because if you leave those snow drifts up on your roof, you will get ice jams. And because the neighbors next door decided to put an addition on their roof, instead of just getting like a 1 foot snow drift, we get 3 or 4 foot snow drifts up there. And the last time we had those kind of drifts and it melted, it went right into the house because that's what an ice jam is. Basically, the gutters are frozen. There's nowhere for the water to go except into your house, which is extra fun. Yeah, I have seen the video. I don't know if it was on Facebook or something like that, but somebody was removing snow with a flamethrower. Actually, what I was thinking of getting was these special. They actually have special shovels for your roof. It's got this super long extension on it. First time I ever saw those was up in Minneapolis. Well, up in White Bear Lake. We were visiting Kathy's mom and dad, and they had ice jams. Everybody, that's all that was on the news, was ice jams. Ice jams, ice jams, ice jams. And there were icicles that I was seeing that were 30 feet long, 4 feet wide, massive giant icicles hanging off of buildings. It was insane. Hey, voice full of karma. Just painted some goblins last night and fixed the gaps on the bow rug. Did that stuff work, voice full of karma? Did you actually have some of the heavy gloss gel for that? Let's see. Your snowed in driveway into an ice rink. Let's see. What were we going to? Yeah, so Ryder, we have all of the settings at Supermax because, well, they do eventually end up on YouTube, bits and pieces of them. And YouTube is ultra, ultra, ultra quick with the deleting of videos and demonetizing of things. And unfortunately, there were some folks in the chat that even with repeated begging of please don't say that, they just kept putting that into the chat, so we kind of had to take some drastic measures. So I think now we can actually turn up our brightness. I got the brightness turned down like to 40% here. So now you can really see what we've got. In fact, I am going to take me a little bit of a picture here, so don't mind me. I'm going to take a quick little picture here before we start doing some of our object source lighting on these guys. And again, we're going to leave some of them sans pre-glaze real quick here. A couple of these guys because we want to show people this process, right? We want to be able to show them this process. Now, we're going to get into some of our fanchon red here. We've got a couple of our we might actually make another homemade filbert here at some point. So here's our fanchon red. We also have plenty of cadmium scarlet out on the palette. And let's get this process started here of a wee bit of object source lighting on this. And just start it out slow. Don't want to get too crazy with it. We can always do some darker glazes of red over the top. Now, you would have thought that maybe something like alizarin crimson would be a fantastic dark red glaze for something that's going to be object source lit, but I don't know. I've just kind of moved away from the whole alizarin crimson. I don't know. It just never really seemed to do it for me. Let's see. Always Full Karma was able to pick up some today. They had a super heavy matte. Oh, you definitely want the gloss. You definitely want to have that gloss. Voiceful of Karma, it is not a bad idea to like you did there to more small layers, right? Instead of one big glob. It's not like something bad's gonna happen. It'll take longer to set. You're almost a little bit better off like just what you did there. Is those more smaller layers. Valfera, yeah, no steel roofs here. You would not want to have a steel roof here. Oh my goodness. You would never sleep. You would never ever sleep. They are the typical shingled roofs on top of plywood. That's that's your basic roof there. Now, what I wouldn't mind is actually have, well, what I would really like to have, and I saw this years ago, and by years I mean 10, 15 years ago, they were roof shingles. There were also solar panels. You could cut them with the scissors, and they would still conduct electricity. It was amazing. And I'm just thinking, okay, they developed these things over a decade ago. Why are they not on anybody's roofs? I want those. I want to become my own electric company here. I want to be selling power back, man. That's what I want to be doing. I mean, either that or I just want a bow rug. I would not mind having a bow rug. I could get some serious work done with a bow rug. Yeah, that's it. Again, we're going to just start to block in some of this here lighting. Because I don't think I've seen, of all the things to not see object source lighting on our, I think I've seen it maybe on some Mordor armies. But I haven't seen on Moria Goblin. That's the darndest thing, right? Isn't that crazy? Of all the armies you should see it on, it would be these guys. Steel roof in the winter. Oh, Valfera. That's, believe it or not, well, of course, the garage roof. I've got sheets on that. Plastic sheeting, and it comes off real easy off of that. Thank you so much, Ryder. I appreciate that. Oh, look at that goblin underwater there. It's a sea goblin. That right there's a sea goblin. Yeah, Numbskull, I think so. I do think so, Numbskull. Numbskull, how are you doing today also? This is actually gonna be, I thought this was gonna be fun. This is actually gonna be more fun than I thought it was. And believe me, this was a weird week. It was definitely a very strange week, and I wanted to end up the week with something that was just purely fun for me. So hopefully this is gonna be fun for you guys, maybe helpful too. Rainbow Sculptor, believe it or not, earlier this year I was sent not only an Elegoo Mars but also an Ender 3. The Ender 3 has never been used. It's still not even assembled yet. I spent the summer trying to get the Elegoo Mars to work, and I think, here it is. So this is the largest thing I've been able to successfully print on it here, this Artisan Guild figure. But for a variety of reasons, I think the printer itself was never quite right, even when I got it, when it was sent to me brand new. Because the USB drive is wonky. There's just a lot of weird things going on with it. So I just think there's something not quite right with that printer. But now we've hit this cold snap, and I literally spent 3 weeks trying to create a new area for it. And it's so cold, it's too cold to print. And I have a grow tent in my Amazon cart, but until some commission money comes in, there's no way we're getting that grow tent. But Rainbow Sculptor, what I ultimately, the future, in the future, all the way to the year 2021, what I'd like to be able to do is take this thing that I sculpted Thursday, scan this, be able to turn this into a digital file, maybe do some cleaning up, or maybe change the size, right? And be able to print this out myself, because now, okay, I painted this, this is it. Unless I prime this over and paint it again, I can't paint this anymore. So that's ultimately what I'd like to be able to do with the 3D printing, is to be able to scan things that I sculpt, and either make modifications to them, or just be able to print them out at different sizes. That's kind of my ultimate hope for this. Yeah, Rainbow Sculptor, it's there. It's definitely, like I say, price wise, it's not quite ready for us yet. Not quite ready for us. It might not be that far away, and I'm sure the first units will not be terribly easy to use. And that's kind of par for the course too, right? Let's see, Velfera, if he's not the Elder crazy. Yep, Velfera. That's why I just kind of let that thing lie, and didn't even try to mess around with it, because I knew I was just gonna end up with a big old ball of spaghetti and a whole lot of frustration. So I said, you know what? We're not even gonna mess with that. Let's just let's not mess around with that thing. The Elegoo was enough torture. I said, I don't need this. Also, there was no room for it, because the Elegoo, I thought, because of its size, it's something. I created a little area for it. I just didn't realize how big of an area that small thing was going to need. So the space that I thought could work for two didn't even work for one. Hey, Scooter, how you doing? Yeah, Rainbow, I figured it was going to be pricey to have it scanned and all that kind of stuff. I would love to be able to print out, because there's several different sculptors now that are doing Lord of the Rings themed files. Things I know Deval Games has some, and the printing goes ever on. They also have Lord of the Rings themed files. And I would love to be able to print those things out. Obviously, terrain pieces, that kind of stuff. It'd be fantastic to be able to print those out myself. But I've got to get that grow tent, and I'm pretty sure I'm just going to have to get that Sonic Mini 4K, or the Sonic 4K, whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to have to get me that one, because I don't think this Ender 3, like I said, it's not that the Ender 3 is a bad printer. I just think this printer was a bad one, as in a lemon, so to speak. I don't think it was ever quite right. I think it was messed up from the start. And that's the frozen. I've been calling it is it frozen, or is it I've been calling it frozen, so maybe I'm calling it. I hope I'm not calling it the wrong thing. But a whole bunch of people that, I mean, the printing and sculpting, that's their livelihood. They say they have one or two or three of those. I don't know if the cost is any different at this point than it was maybe at the end of last year. Oh, okay, thanks, Rainbow Sculptor. Valfera, I love the RNS Studio stuff. Now, the Lord of the Rings stuff that they have right now is it's all very much fellowship type stuff. It's nice. I like it better than the GW sculpts. The problem is, what I need are things like dwarves, orcs, Rivendell elves, goat riders, basically, was it Iron Hills dwarves? That's the kind of stuff that I'm looking for. And Yeah, their stuff is very much right now. It's kind of centered on the Fellowship and recognizable characters. I certainly like their Galadriel way better. Actually, I really do like all of their Fellowship figures better. But I think I've got probably all of the Fellowship covered in a couple of different poses here. Boy, it's only 400 G's. Rainbow Sculptor. I was thinking it was a 600 hour printer. Well, that's good news. Let's see. Everything you need just takes up too much space. Yep. Now, of course, the other well, obviously, Valfera. The advantage to the spool type printers is there's really no fumes, right? No fumes from those guys. That's kind of their biggest advantage. Now, of course, you'll be fighting striations, right? For the most part, if you're printing big terrain pieces. But it is more viable printing terrain pieces on the Ender 3 than it is on Elegoo, wouldn't you say? At least for now. I don't know if the Frozen and is it Saturn? Is that the one that has the giant build plate on it? That might be the one with the giant build plate. I think so. Yeah, let's I think you're starting to see some of our lighting here. We're also going to get some of our darks back into here, but we have barely begun to actually light these guys now. Take a look at where they were. Now I'm gonna take a little quick backtrack here maybe, and we're gonna hit this one with some of our darker glazes real quick, so that people can kind of see. Here, let's throw in some of this darker glaze again here. Well, not so much a glaze, just pretty much just darker paint thrown over the top of it. Yeah, at Numbskull I actually have. I'm part of the Titan Forge Patreon thing, so I have. There was no way I was gonna miss out on the Tomb King stuff for sure. Print some. The layers are hidden on FDM. Let's see. Velfera just did a decent print for their Ghost Rider and covered it in thinned down wood filler. That's I like that idea there, Velfera, for some terrain there, especially walls, right? That sort of thing. Let's see. Print stone. The layers are hidden on FDM. Yeah, because I have now. I don't know if you've seen. Well, I think a lot of you have seen the terrain that we're going to be using at least initially for Lord of the Rings games here. So that was all printed on probably on an Ender 3. I'm assuming it was printed on Ender 3, and I have tons of this stuff. So I already have a ton of that stuff. So much of it, in fact, that I'm actually gonna some of it I'm gonna use for Osgiliath as opposed to the Arnor, because I looked at that and I went, I don't know if I need that much more. Well, I would love to do 6x4 boards, but unfortunately, people are kind of used to seeing Lord of the Rings battles on 4x4 boards. So I think what I'm going to do is save some of my ruined terrain for things like Osgiliath, and not do so much of the overgrown stuff. Just and maybe just build terrain for things like all of my Easterlings, my Near Harad, Umbar, Dol Amroth, that sort of thing. What I don't actually have is a lot of intact buildings, ironically enough. I have a lot of ruined stuff, don't have much intact stuff. So I guess I might have to build some of that myself. So all I wanted to do was just have one that's kind of a backtrack sort of thing here, that so people could see where these came from and the initial stages. So I'm just gonna, oh, what the heck, I'll just grab the last of my sponges here. Yeah, Rainbow Sculptor, the terrain that I'm really after right now is there's a whole bunch of really nice sort of Rivendell themed terrain and even some Lothlorien themed terrain that's out there for printing. And, well, I know, well, the RM Printable Terrain guy, he has some Lothlorien stuff. He also has some things that could work for Weathertop. I know that the Printing Goes Ever On, they have sort of a Weathertop type of a set to go along with, well, with the miniatures too. Hey, Temple of the West, how you doing? Nice to see you again. So Temple of the West, I don't know if you, let's see, where did our Eowyn go over here? We're gonna have to put this in an easier to reach place than this. So there's our Eowyn from last night. We threw some extra borders and stuff on there because the plaque was way smaller than I thought, and I wasn't able to paint that sort of Rohan stuff around the edges. So we'll leave her right in there, and maybe it makes it a little easier to grab. But we're just trying to have some fun here with some goblins that we need to get out of the way. Here, we're gonna grab some of our quick dry white here. We're gonna go super dry with this as always. Oh, thanks, Temple of the West. So, Ryder, I think you can't go wrong with the Table War mats, because actually that was the mat that you just saw underneath that terrain. That was from Table War. And if you look at my bolt action battle reports, those are on Table War mats. So that is my strong recommendation, is to go with Table War. Adepticon used them for their mats, and they wouldn't have used them if they didn't think they were going to be super rugged and be able to really take a beating. So I definitely recommend those. I'll keep going here with my, again, this is the quick dry white. Yeah, sure, Velfera. Yep, Ryder, Table War, anything that you see, that looks like a battle mat or something like that, and on the blog and everything else, that is all Table War. That's all their mats. I've got the Winter Town. I have the, well, kind of regular town mat, like summer, whatever you want to call it. I have the one thing I don't have actually is their lava mat. I gotta actually get their lava mat for Mordor. I'm also gonna have to try and create a Moria table, and that means I've got to actually make a bunch of this for the floor. So I might try something different. I know. Oh, and you know what? Oh, let's guess what, guys? I was able to get last night from what the heck is it? Hobby Lobby. I was able to get as much of the white Sculpey as I wanted, and they had a 40% off coupon. And people were telling me they got rid of the 40% coupon. I'm like, they've never offered me a 40% coupon before ever, and I placed dozens of orders with them. That was the first time they ever offered me a 40% off coupon. And they had the gray extra firm, so I got some of that. So fortunately, I'm going to be well stocked, and I might even get some more of that stuff. So this one we're going to leave just so that people can see the difference in these right here. Unfortunately, Ryder, and that's the funny thing, we get no kickbacks from any of this stuff. None of the stuff. None of the Winsor Newton stuff. None of the oil paints. None of the sculpting. None of the brushes. We get Zippo from all of that. That's why we were making the joke. Gosh, was it back in September that we're just going to go to Galesburg, Illinois. We're just going to kick in the door and say we're taking 10% of everything because you owe us. You guys owe us big time. How many things have we sold out, Armored Wolf? We sold out of the brushes. We sold out of the brush cleaner. We sold out of probably the thinner. We've sold out of paints. Yeah, well, fortunately, Ryder, at least Green Stuff World, they contribute to the Patreon page and such. Now, just to, for whatever reason, they didn't send their new terrain mold thing, so I just bought that just to say, hey, look, I need this thing. You are now going to send it to me because I just gave you money for it. Because I've been asking for that thing for well over a month, and I said, to heck with this, man. We're just going to force the issue. We need that thing. because I think not only for terrain, but it could be great for basing too. Let's see. After all prints completed and 2 full coats of filler bottle. Ah, okay. Is that your terrain that you used the wood stuff on? Ah, see, Mr. Fattest Cat, is this not crazy? Are we not owed? Do they not owe us like a commission or something like that for all this stuff of theirs that we freaking keep selling? Is this crazy or what? Oh, what's also crazy is how easy this is. Now, is this not insanely easy right here? Look at this. But look at how much of that darker color that it keeps picking up. So we have to keep going back and going back. I think, yeah, let's see. What else? Well, and then, of course, there's all of the Luke's APS, right? All of the Luke's APS, which is our favorite hummus right here. Look at this.
Hello, little hummus. Spark my gun.
Thank you so much, Agitated Kraken, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. So check this out here. The Sawdust Scatter Moorland Mixture, which is also gluten-free. Look at this. Gluten-free terrain materials. This is healthy. It's good for you. It is very, very good for you. Look at this here. So pine forest ground cover. Yeah, with garlic, with roasted garlic. Get it? It's healthy for you. That's good for you. You'll like it. It's good for you. Yeah, Valfera. That's well, and of course, I was the last one to hear about that because you guys in the chat are like, so Jim, what are you doing for Reaper Virtual Expo? I'm like, Reaper what? And then I do believe it was Trash kind of contacted them and said, guys, you sort of forgot somebody again. Now, hopefully, maybe something arrives here that we can use for Virtual ReaperCon besides just, or Virtual Reaper Expo, besides just the Reaper figures that I've already got here. Because, I mean, I said, look, guys, we'll paint whatever. It doesn't matter. If we're going to be streaming 8, 9 hours a day for 3, 4 days or however long this thing is, we need stuffs. We need stuffs. So look at the difference that's already starting to make there. Oh, this is a little smidge of our, and this ain't the lightest we can go. Look, I'll put this next to the white there, huh? Look at how dark that is. That is nowhere near the lightest we can go. I am going to get some of the paint off of this thing, though. I'm going to get a little bit of the paint off of there. There we are. So I'm really looking forward to doing some interesting Mines of Moria, but maybe not just the flat hallways like you see all the time. Maybe something a little more vertical, like the stairways and all that kind of crazy stuff. I don't think you see that too much as far as Moria terrain goes. You tend to see all of that flat stuff. So we're just going to keep going here. But look at how nice that just all blends together. Look at that, huh? Isn't that easy? Telling it, but the consequence, that. So what we're going to do, we're just going to take our paper towel here. And look at the thorough cleaning we're going to give this brush. Look at that. Look at how thorough that cleaning was. I got to tell you, these things, this again, there's a 60-cent craft brush. This thing has been used hundreds of times. I'm not kidding. Hundreds of times. And it's still taking a beating. And it just kind of says like, yeah, whatever. That's all you got. That's all you got. I've seen brushes that are $10, $12 not stand up to what this 60-cent brush is just laughing away. That this is and of course Royal Langnickel, I think they owe us some too, don't they? I think Royal Langnickel should be I think they should be ponying up themselves too. How's about the, oh yeah, this one too, and this one. So we're gonna get these guys off to the side here. So yeah, at some point, well, let's see, what's in here? Is this the rest of them here? No, that's Is this our Gondor? Yeah, that's our Gondor army right there. So underneath that is the Moria army. So we might have to grab some more miniatures at a certain point here, which I was kind of hoping. I was almost hoping that maybe by the end of this, we have all of our goblins painted. We literally have an entire goblin or Moria goblin army done by the end of the stream here. We've painted entire units, right? We've done this many times. We've knocked out a movement tray of horses, but it would be really fun to knock out an entire army as we welcome in Stompy. How you doing there, Stompy? I'm not surprised, Velfera. I'm not surprised. I've actually been worried about typing that as separate words myself, just in Facebook posts and stuff, or on Instagram or whatever. I actually, on YouTube, I don't actually use that name in any of the titles, even though that's where I get a lot of the stuff. Because you heard the story about YouTube, right? Where I had a bust of Morticia Adams from Blackheart Models, right? There's no copyright issues. Blackheart is they have all the copyright stuff for it. There's no copyright issue there. The reason why YouTube took the video down is because the name Morticia connotated death and violence. The name of a sitcom character connotated violence. Glad that you're doing well there, Stompy. Oh, here's this. It wasn't. It was only a matter. I think it was last month. YouTube took down. Get this. An unlisted video. So unless you have the link for it, or unless you are me, you cannot watch that video. It's invisible. It's like it's not there. They took that video down because of the thumbnail. Because it was one of the old Ultra Forge Slanice Demonette type things, right? They took that down. They said it violated community standards. It was a video that basically nobody can watch unless I give them the link to it. No one can watch it, but YouTube still took it down. Which is why there's some Creature Caster miniatures that I didn't even bother trying to assemble today because I realized I can't paint those on camera. There's no way. Not even on Twitch, I couldn't paint them. So, yeah, I was thinking of doing some Creature Caster stuff today. I'm like, nope, that's not gonna happen. Hey, True Sausage, how you doing? So yeah, if you notice, there's not as much of certain things being painted. Well, it ain't me. I'd certainly paint them, but YouTube don't want that. So, oh well, that's a bummer. Really is actually. So just look at how fast and easy that just makes all this stuff, right? Is this not crazy easy? Is this not insane? Are we not entertained? Let's see. Voiceful of Karma, it actually was a Patreon video. That's why it was a private one, so that only if you had the link could you go see it. And YouTube still took it down. Even though, again, it was not public, it wasn't monetized or anything like that, they still took it down. So that's why because at first I thought, there's a company that I had to tell them, I said, look, I don't think I can paint any of your miniatures. And the whole idea, it was supposed to be an entire army painting series on the Patreon page. And I said, look, based on what's happening to me, I can't paint your miniatures for these Patreon videos. I can paint the miniatures for you and send you the pictures, but if I post the pictures anywhere, I'm dead. I am dead meat. Yep, Valfera, that is why if you were to look at the banned words, which we just basically you individually type in banned words, any words we could think of that had to do with what happened last year and well, still going on, those are all banned words. And I think just the other day somebody ran afoul of those. the C word, the V word, all of those words are all verboten. So we just, yeah, we had to kind of unfortunately take drastic action and kill all that stuff. Let's see. So I don't know if you got to see the end of this. I think you were around for most of this, True Sausage, right? So we're still letting her dry here. She's already, because of the Terra Rosa and some of the other colors we used, she's already way less glossy now than she was just last night. Yeah, Velfair, and I'm sorry about that. I guess I try to warn folks too, but it's kind of hard to warn people without almost saying the stuff, right? So it's just like, oh well, sorry about that. So sorry. Here, we're gonna take ourselves some Fansion Red and some of our brown matter, and we're gonna make basically a better alizarin crimson right here. We're gonna make our own better alizarin crimson. Hey, look at this. Look who's here. It's Pun Expected right after a stream. No, last Pun Expected. How'd that stream go? How did that stream go, Pun Expected? I know you were talking about streaming today. Sorry we're a little bit later here. The snow caused a delay, of course, as we were out there shoveling. So how did your stream go? Let's see. So yeah, thank you so much, Pun Expected, for that raid. And folks, be sure to give Pun Expected a follow. We have to support all of our fellow streamers, right? We have to do that. So definitely give Pun Expected a follow. Well, actually, Quiz, believe it or not, it goes back to 2019. It goes back to, and most people don't even remember Kappa and all the stuff that happened with that. So that's to me, YouTube was a dangerous place long before anything happened in 2020. I spent I spent most of New Year's Eve trying to calm people because there was people that were deleting their channels left and right. They were just deleting entire YouTube channels. Pun expected. I know it's definitely too soon after your stream for any kind of pictures or whatever, but if you want to post up links to your Discord or to your channel or something like that, so people can watch what you were doing in VOD style, feel free to do so. And folks, definitely give Pun Expected a follow. Yeah, and Pun Expected's got the big spreadsheet going on. So I'm sure Pun Expected told you guys that we're working with our oils here. Now what I'm trying to do is take our Moria goblins here. Now I don't know if you see this Balrog down in the corner. So what we're trying to do here, we have the exact same bases on them as we do on our Balrog here. So let's just scroll down real quick, show you Benny the Balrog here. Boom, there we are. So you can see kind of the idea of what we're doing there with the object source lighting. We're trying to do the same on all of our Moria goblins here because this is all part of the same Moria Legendary Legions armor, right? Army, not armor. We're also going to do this same basing scheme on a dwarf army too, possibly even our fellowship, because I think we do have some of the Khazad-dûm fellowship figures. Oh yeah, unexpected. You were doing a KDM figure. Doing a KDM. Now Nestor was nice enough to send me a KDM, and I know another one of our listeners also sent me a KDM that I could try and paint, and I do believe they're actually Twitch safe KDM figures, believe it or not. Now we're coming back in here with a couple little glazy friends right here. And we're just trying to, you must have dark to have light. Otherwise you have object source shading. We don't want object source shading. We want object source lighting. Which means we gotta make some stuff dark here. Like the other side of that boss actually has to have some dark in it. Otherwise, we're not going to have any light. If your object source lighting is lighter than the surrounding surfaces, you ain't got object source lighting. And that's kind of the chief bugaboo that I see for people that are trying to do the object source lighting stuff is they end up with object source shading. Like here, I'm just going to have to get some dark on that face. We are going to come back with some even lighter colors, oranges, that sort of thing, but we best get our darks in here. We best have some serious darks on these guys. Otherwise, again, that light stuff, not going to be so light. So effectively what we've done is gone from primer to our pre-glaze. And then we started to, dust in some of our lighter object source lighting colors. Now we're kind of swinging back the other way and bringing in some shadow type stuff. And then we can come back the other way again, bring in more lights. Let's see. So, pun expected. I don't have any of the monster figs. Most well, what I actually was really trying to get was the Twilight stuff. And fortunately, a couple of the Twilights people found were a little bit less of the. And again, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm fine. It's just, well, unfortunately, YouTube and Twitch, they're twitchy. Unless it's a cat riding a vacuum cleaner, it's too evil to show anybody. And there's a story about cats. There's a story about that because I first started noticing something was going on in 2019 when all of my history channels were all gone. They were either gone or they were getting demonetized left and right because they had the temerity to talk about, well, history. And boy, were they getting slammed for it. And unfortunately, the kind of censorship we live with these days makes 1984 look like a picnic. Which it's unfortunate, but that's I guess that's how it's going to be from now on. So now I'm going to throw in some even darker stuff before we go back in with some of our lights. And again, we are nowhere near our lightest colors here. Nowhere near that yet. And we can always go back and guess what? We can take our wee little sponges here and we can pull away some of that. Right? We can pull away some of that over here. Some of that over here. I was thinking of doing some metallic things on these, but maybe not. I was tempted. I was kind of tempted there. Now, the other thing, too, by doing glazy stuff like this, I think it's also going to, well, it won't necessarily dry. It will dry faster ultimately. I mean, we're not looking for it to dry tonight, but it will be workable faster. So I'm going to start maybe here. I'm going to push these guys off to the side here. It might be, I might even have to grab a couple of more of these dead Reaper paint jars. Yes, this is how Reaper paint used to come. And we're not talking 30 years ago. We're talking less than 10 years ago. I believe you could still get Reaper paint in these jars. Maybe they weren't making new ones, but you could still buy Reaper paint. Actually, all Reaper paint came in this form in the early 2000s. Every last container of it was like that. That's how we bought our Reaper paints. We've got at least 40 of these jars, maybe more. I think we have more. We had more of these jars than we do of the new ones. So pun expected. Hey, Deuce, how you doing? So pun expected. Was it kind of a fun stream? Were you able to get as much done as you kind of were hoping to? All right. So we got a couple more here that we can get going with. But we're going to swing back around here and start maybe adding some more of our lighter colors to this. Because we haven't even gotten into any of our cadmium yellow or any of our brilliant yellow pale. We haven't gotten into any of that kind of stuff. Not at all. Yeah, and this is going to be a whole lot more opaque here too. A whole lot more opaque, a whole lot lighter. And then we'll, you know what the heck, we'll play around with a little bit more of our fluorescent orange into there. Why not? Fortunately for us, it doesn't matter how much you thin down something like a cadmium yellow, it's still going to cover it just as much. Remember, you can thin oil paint, you can't dilute it. You can only thin it. So, Deuce, how you doing? Happy Saturday, all that good stuff. I hope that you are well. We had to do that shoveling that we talked about last night. So that's why we started about an hour later than I was hoping to, unfortunately. Now this right here, it's metal, so you know it's not such a bad thing to have some glinty stuff happening here on the surface. Why not? I mean it's metal after all. Give a little bit of glinty things going on. How's about we maybe throw some eyes on this critter here? Let's do that, and then we'll try and do some other colors for the face. I think there's some chompers here I need to get going too. I'm gonna go back now to some of this lighter orange, and let's see what we can do here on the sides of our floor here. Pick up some of these designs, just a little bit here. Now the one thing is your reds, that sort of stuff, they can get to be, oh boy, sometimes they're a little bit shiny. Sometimes those reds can be just a wee bit shiny. Now, Velfera, this is going to be an interesting film noir, don't you think? I think this is going to be pretty fun in noir style. So what I'm going to do is after I get these little lights here, well, let's see this in film noir and see what this looks like. I'm curious. I am very curious too. Here, let's get that last little bit of light down there. And let's do ourselves some noir. Color intensity goes to 0. So it's already got some hefty amount of shading, but man, look at the difference, man, when you take that away and you start bright. Look at this. Isn't that crazy, Velfera? Look at that. Is that not insane? It reveals a lot, doesn't it, Velfera? Actually, I'm gonna take some of the Lumineth, and just a second here. Let's grab one of the Lumineth and do the same thing, because that's gonna be interesting. Let's try that in a second here. Try that in just a sec. I want to get some over here on the back of them here before I forget. I think that's actually skin right over there. Not sure if that's armor or not. We'll figure out something for that. Ah, boy, unexpected we're able to get that going. What's hilarious is that, of course, the new and improved Logitech, was it Logic Captor or something like that? It was making it very difficult to find the film noir option there. So I dread plugging in any new cameras here into this machine, and then that Logic Captor thing is going to come in and take away my old school uh, Logitech camera controls. I'm very worried about that. So here, let's take one of, where the heck did you go? You're around, there you are. So I'm curious, what's this going to look like when you take away all the interference colors and stuff? Yeah, well, there's still some shading there. Still some shading, and you can still even see the freehand on the back there, but man, does it sure loses all of that flavor, doesn't it? Look at all the interference type of things going on there. Look at that. Look at that blue right there. But you don't get that. You don't get that when you kill the color. Oh, you're doing it through Streamlabs. Gee whiz. I haven't even tried doing something like that through Streamlab. Well, of course, the software that I use for all my recording stuff, that's XSplit, and boy, is XSplit, that has not gone well. Oof. XSplit has been a massive issue for sure. Let's see. So OVF Film Noir gives you all the benefits of a grisaille while you work in color. It does show you things where, okay, yeah, there would be no contrast here as far as black and white contrast, value contrast. But man, doesn't it show you the color contrast, the saturation contrast especially? It really shows those off. All right, so now let's look at the difference between. Yeah, so you can already see the difference between that one and this one. So why don't we? Whoops! Wait a minute. Let's get the side of this here, and obviously I'm not going to do this because, well, we're thinking that the lighting is coming up this way. So let's just leave the rest of that go, and let's hit this thing here now. Let's hit this. Get some brighter stuff going, especially here where we want it to glint off of the metal there of that shield. So I'm looking forward to, we've got some boxes again of the Oathmark dwarves that are headed this way. They have the heavy armored ones, which I suppose we'll use those for Iron Heels or something like that. And then they've got just some regular dwarves, which we can use kind of for more of a Khazad-dûm type of a thing. And then I actually have some dwarf rangers as well. Somehow I don't know how I ended up with an old box of GW dwarf rangers, but we've got those. So we actually have a decent start for some dwarves. We're gonna have to do some conversions of dwarf vault teams and that sort of stuff. Or vault warden teams, I think is what they're called. We're gonna have to do some siege weapons, of course, because God, that's what the dwarves are all about, is that sort of stuff. But that could be some fun, quick things that we do with some of our wood and sculpey and all that. Just real quick things, knock those out, nice and cheap like. I'm gonna go back to some of my orange here. Don't want that to get too yellow too fast. And remember, at a certain point here, we kind of come back to these with our fluorescent orange. We sort of come back to that, let that paint settle. It's amazing how much the fluorescent orange will cover once you've let the paint just kind of sit there for a little bit. But the key is going to be that patience. Hey, Y2 Ace, nice to see you again. So Y2 Ace, the thing that I was using, that is there's the iridescent paint from Williamsburg. They also have the interference colors. Now you could use potentially something like a Gamlin silver. There's other companies that do make metallic oils. MIG Ammo also makes metallic oil paints. But the crazy iridescent stuff, that is from Williamsburg. Now it's not going to be the cheapest stuff, that's for sure. But then it's kind of a specialty paint. And you don't necessarily have to get all of them, but while you sort of think of them kind of like a Turbo Dork or Green Stuff World color shift paint, they're not really a color shift paint because it's just violet or just red or just green. It's not green, red shift, it's just the one color shifting. So you have to supply the other color that it is shifting to. Where's our Ossiarch here? Which is why, like here, we had to supply that. There's green, the violet one, and the blue. Even on the rest of the armor here, there's some green, blue shift to that, but we had to supply that. Hey, Backlog, how you doing? And Trader Legions. Trader Legions, how you doing? So Backlog, yeah, we've been showing off the AO. Now that she's definitely less shiny now after having several hours. And of course, we were using Terra Rosa. We were using a lot of paints that should even just dry faster too. Now, this might take a little longer to dry because we did have a lot of the cadmium yellow into that. This stuff probably going to dry faster. That might be the longest drying time, ironically enough, down here. Thanks, backlog. So now, that was today the day, or was it Monday? You were going to have the folks come in to do your heater thing there? Because I know you guys, you were doing all kinds of massive preparations for that with the masks and everything else. Now, I was late too, backlog, because there was more snow to shovel. Huge surprise, I know. Yes, I was out shoveling snow and knocking drifts off of roofs again. And I do believe it's just pretty much supposed to snow every day for, well, as far as I could see. So if you put a base of blue Velfair, it's not going to be a glaze of the interference. You can't really glaze that stuff on. You have to just sort of paint it on. It's it can be a bit of a thing to learn how to get that stuff to work, and you're going to want your it works best over dry paint. So when we were doing our, well, not just the Ossiarchs, but also these guys here. So see the interference paint that we used for that freehand on the back? That cloak was dry for days before I ever tried to paint that stuff on there. So interference paint likes to work over stuff that is dry. That's something you just want to keep in mind. Hey, Mickey, or Mikey, someone managed to find some access in Europe to that. It must be a European distributor that, I don't know, maybe they were in the US and they just got some. But there's been a couple of people that told me that they were able to find a source. Unfortunately, I keep forgetting what they told me. But Mike, it's not really super essential. What's actually going to be just as effective, if not more effective, is going to be something like this. So cadmium scarlet. Because on this one, there's very little of the fluorescent on this thing. That's mostly cadmium scarlet doing the work. So as long as you got that, you should be good. Oh, we got the community challenge thing going. Oh, thanks Armored Wolf and Velfera and Backlog Battles. So we only need, oh, we're at 33K. We're at 35K. Oh, thanks Megan, I appreciate that. So what are we at? So we're at 37K. Oh, thanks Pun Expected. Hey, Avocado. Hopefully your injury is healing up. I know it hasn't exactly been even 24 hours yet. Ah, Big Jim Slade. Big Jim Slade's going to get a little bit of this hot chocolate that's left right here. Yeah, what little is left of the hot chocolate. So, folks, be sure to give Big Jim Slade a follow, because if you do, you'll get to see his Monster of the Week, Harlan's Heroes, Sunday nights. Don't miss it. Big Jim Slade. Yes, you got to catch it. Ah, thank you. Hey, thanks, Etchibot. So we're at 49K. I think we only need 9K, right?
So say we all.
No, thank you so much, Bonham. That's appreciated. Let's get that thing. He's like, you're a stupid little goblin. He's like, he don't care about that goblin. I got wings. He don't. So Big Jim Slade, I heard that there was that some spontaneous characters rolled up last night, and there was almost a TPK with the guest host or the guest GM last night. That's what Kathy was telling me. So, folks, if you also want to watch Big Jim Slate almost get killed by guest GMs, also check out the Pyro Club, because they do this really fun thing on Thursdays. Also, it's kind of a little get together with GMs and role players, and it's called the Ember Exchange. You don't want to miss that. Usually Thursday nights that happens. So Zaltaris was almost wiped out. Yeah, well, I know Zaltaris. I saw all the happy pictures of the Saturn, and then I saw the sad pictures of the failures today. So I felt bad for him there. Let's see, Mike is using CAD red deep and CAD yellow. Mikey, I'm tempted to see. To me, this is cadmium orange, but I don't know. I might just get the cadmium orange just to compare, Mikey. So don't be surprised if at some point you see cadmium orange out there, just to see if that's maybe a more accessible thing for people instead of the fluorescence, maybe. Learning experiences, right, Big Jim Slade? So Kathy said there was definitely a lot of hilarity there. And at first it was like, wait a minute, they're going out of a module with characters that they've been playing for years, and then she said, no, it was a module, or it was new rolled up characters, and you guys just were like, here's a character, play it, go. Okay, pun expected. So yeah, that's that. I was thinking of maybe doing that. It's just the what's interesting is that the cadmium scarlet, it looks darker on the palette than you think it is. Because how many times have we put it on the miniature, and on the palette it's literally darker than the color we're putting, and then you put it on the miniature, and it's like, wait a minute, look at how light that stuff is. So I guess we're at 49K. We need 9,000 more to get to 58K is the weirdest number. Where the heck did they come up with that number anyway? And it seems like every weekend they're doing that. Let's see. Yeah, it makes sense that you can't quite mix a cadmium orange, but I think I might snag something like that. Now, I have no idea if any of Dick Blick's paint sales are still going on. I was more focused on getting Sculpey clay because, well, we're basically out of it completely. So the focus was more on Sculpey clay than paint. So I apologize for that because not a lot of basing is going to happen like this. This is all Sculpey right here. We're not going to get much sculpting or basing done without it. Let's see. Cadmium orange is a lot more yellow than Cad Scarlet. So pun expected. I'll be very curious, and I think my guess is that the Winsor Newton version will probably be the cheapest, and I already have Cadmium Scarlet from Winsor Newton, so I might just go ahead and snag that then. Why not? Yeah, Mikey, you should be able to find a cadmium orange, and if it doesn't have to be Winsor Newton, right? It could be Gamlin, it could be heck, it could probably be Utrecht or something like that. It could be just about anything. So, Big Jim Slate, are you going to be the host or the GM as usual for Harlan's Heroes, or is it going to be another? Is V going to be usurping that role again, or anything like that? But yeah, I saw that picture that Zalteras posted, and I said, I've seen that. That's what most of my prints look like. I'm not the only one that has that happen. Feeling better through others' misery. You see others that are miserable and you feel better about yourself all the time. Omega level mutant, how are you doing? So yeah, Mikey, I think that's something I've been tempted to try the cadmium orange just for that very reason. So I think that's something we might have to give a shot. So yeah, we're gonna keep working on our nasty old Moria goblins here. We're just again what we're trying to match is our Balrog here, and you can go back. This is actually on the YouTube channel as well. But there's our Balrog, and that's the base that we're trying to match. That same sort of from the side object source lighting there. That's what we're looking for here. And we painted it up on, that was the last day of November, right? Because November was the month of Shadow and Flame. Pun expected, yes. That's why. When's the last time you saw Payne's Gray? All kidding aside, when's the last time you saw that? It's. Oh, these aren't the ones I'm looking for. Where is the other one? Here. There you are. All right, so let's see if I can just dig these two out here real quick. So that was the Payne's Gray one. Remember we did both of these on the same stream to compare Indigo versus Payne's Gray, and Payne's Gray was glossy and it just had no grip to it. And then Indigo came along, and Indigo was just like punch you in the face, and Payne's Gray was more like, please don't hurt me. Indigo was like, I'll beat your face. Please don't hurt me. So yeah, Payne's Gray was just kind of, it was weak and puny. It's like puny gray instead of Payne's Gray. It's puny gray. Yeah, so you found it to be super glossy as well, pun expected. I'm just glad that it wasn't me, because other people, they didn't quite understand, I guess, what I meant by that whole idea of no grip and glossy, that sort of stuff. Let's see. You're gonna be the GM for the rest of the story. I make no promises about the characters surviving, though. So I hope you're doing good there, Omega level mutant. Now we got a later start here because we were out shoveling. And then, of course, all that stuff that I had shoveled was immediately covered up in about 10 minutes or so with the next round of snow that fell. And then we had the rather, now it's not like it's super unusual, but we had the sun snow. So the sun was shining and it was snowing just as hard. So imagine brilliant sunshine in a snowstorm. That's what we had round about, I want to say 3-ish, 3:30-ish or so this afternoon, maybe more like, yeah, 3:30 or so. So Mikey, it can be deceptive what's actually in your indigo, but it is effectively sort of like a uh, black phthalo blue. So there's your black 7, and I think your pigment blue 15 is phthalo blue, and then there's a pigment blue 29, which actually I think is a little bit of ultramarine in there. Whereas Payne's Gray is probably just a little bit of wussy black and some ultramarine. That's my guess. But unfortunately, as we know, we can't really count on those darn pigment numbers because they lie like a bugger. They are liars, unfortunately. Well, I mean, not so much liars. It's just they're unreliable because there's so many other factors, right? Pigment grind, whether or not it's been cooked or not, all that sort of stuff. All that has an impact, right? Let's see. Oh, Rainbow Sculptor, they've already closed schools? Yeah, well, your schools would have been closed for a month then here, because we've got at least, well, now we've probably got about 20 inches of snow on the ground. This is cumulative. It didn't all just fall at once, but it's been snowing almost every day since January. I think for the last 3 weeks it's snowed pretty much every single day. Again, it's not like 20 inches of snow all at once, but it has snowed 1 inch, 2 inches, 4 inches every day for weeks. And nary a single snowflake has melted during that time. And nothing that fell today is going to melt anytime soon. All right, Mikey, I'll let you know if I can snag the cadmium orange there, and we will test out the difference, won't we? We'll test out that difference, and well, I'm sure it's going to do all the stuff you were talking about. I'm sure that's exactly what we're going to find. Oh, thanks, Avocado Kid. So yeah, we're what, 9K short, something like that. I just wish there was more rhyme or reason. And why does it keep doing it? Is it testing us? Because hasn't it been the last 3 Thursday, Saturday, Sunday sessions where it's done that? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I could swear it's been doing that every single weekend. And I'm just kind of curious why it keeps doing that instead of just going like, all right, yeah, well, you were successful. Congratulations. I guess it just doesn't believe us. Maybe it just doesn't believe. That's a little bit of, speaking of our cadmium scarlet, that's what we just threw in there. A little bit of our cadmium scarlet. I'm going to get some of this on the underside here. Okay, Armored Wolf, I'm glad. So let's see, a little, everything, how did you get a little bit startled? So maybe she lives further north than we think? Well, than I thought. I thought for sure she lived farther south than that. But that's good news. I'm sure she probably messaged me too, but well, pff, we're not getting many messages right now. That's for sure. Oh, but what was the last Book of Wapple thing? We were thinking of a new chapter for Book of Wapple, darn it. I forgot what the heck that was. I completely forgot what that chapter was. It's going to be chapter. I'm looking here. It would have been chapter 50. Yes, it would have been chapter 50. Darn it. Oh well. Let's see. Ye must not make haste with oils or epoxy sculpt. That was what we learned. Was that 2 Thursdays ago? We learned that a couple of Thursdays ago. And just like I've been saying here, right? You can thin oils, but they can't be diluted. And this is probably the best example of it, doing this object source lighting, that sort of stuff. Now, of course, we're painting, so we wish we could just eliminate the thumb, because when people have thumbs, they crush their brushes. They literally do, and that's why we say caress the brush, do not crush the brush. And oh, there's some of our sculpting rules right here. Oh, and of course, respect the sprinkles. That was one of our cookie decorating streams, wasn't it? And I this was this was after I filmed a video where I learned something that I didn't want to learn. I know that doesn't make much sense, but I literally learned something like I didn't really want to learn that, but I did. I had to learn it anyways. So sometimes you learn things you don't really want to know. Like there was something that just wasn't possible. And I learned the hard way that it wasn't possible and that I should try another way. So there are times where information comes involuntarily. Let's put it that way. Let's see. If you had moved 6 months prior, if I didn't move, I would have had more excitement. So you were still there on 311, huh? And actually, that we were just because the news article that I saw right before I started here, it was calling it an aftershock from 311. So that was one heck of an aftershock, that's for sure. Let's see. The blackouts, the flooding, all that kind of crazy stuff. So yeah, that was what happened. What was that, this afternoon, something like that? And hopefully she is. Well, she said she's okay, so that's good to know. Let's see. Like you say, Armored Wolf, that's a heck of an aftershock. That is one heck of an aftershock. Um, but is this tomorrow Valentine's Day or something like that? Well, there's no special plans here outside of Kathy doing her usual podcast, her More Than Dice podcast, and probably, well, not probably, certainly watching Harlan's Heroes Sunday night. She'll definitely be doing that. She never misses an episode of Harlan's Heroes. I think she's hanging out in the Discord with people tonight already. I'm sure she'll be doing that for several hours more. Well, at least a few hours more, anyways. You know what? I'm going to go just for funsies here. We're going to go all out on a couple of spots here. All out on just a few spots here. Especially on the metal there, right? And then on these non object source lit surfaces, we're going to go in with our indigo, some of our cooler colors, right? Because we need a temperature difference. Well, it's not enough to just pile in a whole bunch of bright colors here. We also have to go beyond that. To get Cooler colors in there. Colors that are cooler, less saturated. All that stuff is going to bring in that much more contrast. And then up here we got to do the same thing, right? A lot of muted colors, cooler colors. It's not enough that they're just darker. That's not enough. You will get much more contrast. There's way more to it, right? We said there's 5 or 6 different types of contrast. Value contrast is one of them, but it certainly is not the only one. Heck, not even the most important one. So I'm going to start moving back this way. Then we might start putting some more pre-glaze onto things. Rainbow Sculptor, we actually met at, ironically enough, a convention. It was WindyCon in November of 2020. And we'd actually worked at the same Renaissance Festival. We had actually been to many of the same conventions. I just happened to have a dealer's table at that convention, and it was also just a very slow convention, which was at that time kind of unusual. And that was when I got introduced to things like Lord of the Rings, because people don't believe me when I say this, but I had no idea I'd never heard of Lord of the Rings until the movies came out. I had no idea what it was, never heard of it before at all in my life. Still haven't read the books. Of course, I've studied enough of it to people swear that I've read the Silmarillion, but it's because of these lore videos. Like last night, I was listening to a lore video about the fall of Gondolin and where actually was it, and who was it that gave it away, that sort of thing. So I've been kind of researching that. I can tell you what languages were spoken where, the topography, the rivers, the climates. I've got all kinds of maps of Arda, the breaking of the world, the fall of Beleriand, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, let's but actually, you know what? It might be interesting to try and do some Middle Earth battles on Numenor. Basically show, or some of the Kinstrife. There we go. Nobody ever does battle reports of the Kinstrife. Maybe we should do that. Let's see. So 9K points to get there. Hopefully, once we get into the later hours, we're still, what, hour and a half in, something like that. Hopefully we can pile up the last 9K. That's what, about 4 people's worth? Yeah, 5 people should be hopefully able to wipe that out, and with just 5 more folks. Because, well, we won't be streaming Sunday night, that's for sure, because again, that's Kathy's going to be doing her podcast. We will be streaming Monday night. At first I thought it was going to be Creature Caster stuff, but I'm not quite sure that's anything that I can actually paint on stream, so we may not be seeing that. Let's see. I'm gonna go get been joined Japan-related chat with Stila. Yeah, it's always interesting with Stila because Stila she's thinking in Italian, but she also sort of thinks in Japanese because, well, that's kind of her job, the translation stuff. But then she has to speak in English, which that is a challenge. That is a supreme challenge. I tried that Prussian blue on what I was painting. Oh, the chef's kiss. So, how did you like the Prussian blue?
So say we all.
Thank you so much, One Shadow. Thanks for that resub here. We're gonna get the last of the hot chocolate going here, I think. Sadly, that is the end of the hot chocolate there. So thank you very much, One Shadow. How you doing? And Bonham, thanks again so much for the resub too. That is appreciated. So, see,
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
oh, Voodoo Haze, thank you so much. Gandalf appreciates that. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my going. This'll spark. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. He's like, that might spark my gonja, but you're a stupid little goblin. Fool of a took. Man, I hate that old dude. Every time he comes around, man, the Balrog gets all ticked off and bad stuff happens. It's like, this is why we can't have nice things. Ah, I'm glad that those have been helpful, Bonhomme. Glad that those have been. It's funny because I try to, for various reasons, I try to make it so that I'm learning at the same time making the videos because if I'm just doing the same stuff that I always do 1,000 times, and well, we know it's going to work because we've done it 1,000 times. I don't know. It just seems more potentially interesting for you guys to see me do something where I don't know what's going to happen, or I have no idea, no more idea than you do what's going to happen. So I hope you don't mind that kind of stuff. One Shadow, did you get to see the end of the AON that we were working on last night? So we did paint her up. The thing we sculpted on Thursday, we painted her on Friday. Had some fun with that. Oh, I'm glad, Bonhomme. I am glad. Just because it's understandable. You're trying new things, and that can be daunting. Hey, that the digital printing stuff, the 3D printing, trying to get that figured out, that is not easy, and it can be daunting, right? So hopefully, maybe it makes it all seem a little bit less crazy for folks. At least that's the hope, anyways. No, one shit. I wasn't sure if you got to see all of the stuff of the AON painting session that we did yesterday, painting the bust that we sculpted on Thursday. That was pretty wild, I have to say. That was really wild getting a chance to paint that bust that I just sculpted. So get this, I think I stopped sculpting that about 4:30 or so, basically Friday morning, and by Friday night I was painting that thing. That was pretty wild, I gotta say. That was pretty wild. So hopefully we can do again some more of those sort of cameo style where they're mounted on that wall plaque. Okay, Wind Shadow. So yeah, this is what we sculpted, the thing we sculpted Thursday. Just did it out of Sculpey, and I mounted it on the plaque. It was about 3/16 of an inch too high. So I put this design in there to kind of deceive the eyes that we mounted it too high on the plaque, but that was very fun to paint. Let's see. Boost the Stream has 2 days left, so it's 49 hours or 48 hours, right? I guess it didn't start. I guess it started later than I thought. I thought it started at the beginning of yesterday's stream, but maybe not. What's weird, Avocado Kids, is it keeps giving me this notification of a message from a month ago about the Boost the Stream thing, and I've clicked on it. Maybe that's why it keeps doing that. I don't know. But is it just me, or does it? Because I haven't seen it happen to anybody else, and it keeps every time we do this. Oh, look at this. All right, so folks, be sure to give Steela Rebel a follow, and let's all say hello to Steela and be thankful that Steela is okay. That no crazy stuff actually happened to Steela, because we need to have our Steela here all intact and in one piece. So Steela, hopefully there wasn't. It was maybe just some things knocked around on shelves or something like that. Let's see. So it happens around 12. Okay. Yeah, so folks, I know Steela is getting pretty close to one of her milestones in followers, I believe, too. So if anybody is not already following Steela Rebel, if we can, well, give her something fun to think about today besides earthquakes, give her some more followers, maybe get her to that next threshold mark or something like that. I guess we're sort of approaching one here too. I just realized that. I suppose I don't know. Maybe by Reaper Virtual Expo, maybe we're at 4K here on the followers. I don't know. It could be. But let's make sure we get some kind of a light over here too. So we're trying to do our bases again, just like the Balrog. Yeah. So now steal it. This is here they are referring to it as an aftershock from 311. I'm sure there's some folks there. They're like aftershock, schmaftershock. They're like, what do you mean aftershock?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, like you so much, Nicky Hobbying. Fast Gandalf says, fly, you fools. Like, that old dude, oh man. He should never bring his horse inside. Hate when that happens. Oh, Steela, there was no Balrog. Was there stomping around when that happened? Good grief. So they dug too deep and they dug up a Balrog. They thought it was Godzilla, but it was actually a Balrog. Now there's a mashup for you. Yep, and Armored Wolf is was it 2 years ago, Armored Wolf, that you guys had the earthquake, or was it a year and a half ago? I think it was 2 years ago. Maybe it was two and a half. No, I think it was maybe less than 2 years ago you guys had that one. There. Oh, so it was okay. So 2018. The gosh, it's gonna be a monster mashup. It's no, or either that. It's okay. Here we go. It's gonna be the Balrog versus Godzilla. Yes, that's it. That's it. Balrog versus Godzilla. And they're just gonna be tearing down buildings in Middle Earth. Yeah, they'll just be like throwing carts around instead of buses. But the thing that you have to have happen is that, like when Aragorn talks, no sound comes out, or at least it doesn't match his lips moving. It's all the lips can't match the sounds. Oh my goodness, Dila, that's that's pretty crazy. That's nuts. That's because I know there's like in theaters they do that stuff where they make the seats vibrate and stuff like that to try and make it more of a experience. Now, of course, I have to say we did, we did go watch Lord of the Rings at a movie theater called The Quarry. There was a reason why it was called The Quarry because entirely surrounding the movie theater's parking lot was a quarry. And if you went to see movies during the day, they were blasting during the day. And there were many times during the movie where the entire theater was shaking because they were blasting in this quarry. So yeah, and there were people going, "Wow, that was a really great movie effect." And we said, "Nope, that was no movie effect." Ah, see, that's what happened to us, Gileath. It wasn't kin strife. It wasn't the plague. It wasn't orcs. It was Godzilla versus the Balrog. And then I now all of a sudden I'm just visualizing uh, what's his name, Godzilla with a Palantir, and it looks like a little marble in his hand, and he's just playing around with it like it's a marble. And Sauron is getting really cheesed off because Because Godzilla is playing with a Palantary like it's a marble. Yeah, theatrical mining. Yes. I think it was probably the siege of Minas Tirith. So, yeah. And darn it, I forgot to include the pictures of Grand. Darn it. Well, hopefully by Monday's stream. Like I said, we were doing one or two things. So, hopefully we'll get back around and get Grand up on screen for you guys to see. Oh, your chocolate liquor was not. Oh, geez, that stuff is expensive, Steela, but it didn't break. That's good. Steela, actually, do you guys have all of the those earthquake straps and stuff like that in all of your shelving units? Because I think Armored Wolf, didn't you do a bunch of those earthquake straps after the wonderful experience there of 2018? I'm gonna grab some more of this cadmium scarlet over here. Hey, Valendar the Red, how you doing? So they do have those. Steeler, they even have them here. Believe it or not. All kidding aside, there's some shelving units here that, well, actually, my stuff is mostly in plastic boxes as far as miniatures go. But I was seriously thinking of getting some of those earthquake straps for here because, well, the New Madrid fault is a thing. And while it's not super close to us, the ground here, basically, it's almost like electrical wiring. It conducts the force very well over very great distances. So you can have like a 3.5 magnitude earthquake hundreds of miles away from here, and we will feel it. Kevrob, thank you so much. So we're only 8K, we're 7K away now. Thank you so much, Kevrob. Let's see, one or two things, a euphemism for doing that 21 things. So Nixel, how you doing? Definitely check out an earthquake-proof the house, that's for sure. Nixel, I'm gonna enjoy some more of this. I might have to go get me some more. We're 5K away now. You're 5K away from whatever else is going on. Let's see. So Nixel, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I just wonder if I have to actually, because I swear I've clicked on that email, or well, not email, but the message that they've sent about the whole stream thing or the boost my stream. I'm just wondering if that's why they keep redoing this challenge over and over again because there's something I haven't clicked on. So Memphis is built in an ideal location, right over a fault line. Always a good spot. I'll actually steal it. Yeah, I think when we saw the story there, I thought, wow, I think Steel is probably further south than that, or I thought actually much further south than that was located. But then I could be very wrong. Oh, thanks, Steela. Yeah, isn't it weird how you just have to be on a PC to be able to do that thing? But yeah, Steela, just actually the other thing too is your Stein. I kept thinking about that. I kept thinking about your Stein there, and I was like, uh-oh, somebody would be pretty darn upset all of a sudden if they didn't see that Stein anymore. We know it's small, but somebody would have been upset if a certain Stein wasn't around anymore. Now, we're talking about not just darker on the other side of this, but also a contrasting color. So that's indigo on the other side of this. Very much intentionally indigo. Yeah, it's darker, but it's blue. We want blue to contrast with all of our oranges, don't we? Yes, we do. Rainbow Sculptor. I was really hoping that we get one of those. So what's scarier than a Balrog? What's scarier than a whole bunch of pokey, nasty goblins? Yeah, you think these guys are scary? Ah, posh, 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 posh. No, that would definitely be the Mimes of Moria. Yes, they are French. Yes, they are mimes. They have top hats. They have chef's hats. They have berets. They have baguettes. And Charles de Gaulle is their coach. Yes, the fleur-de-lis is their symbol. Now here, these two chaps, they thought they were the stars of the team. They think they're just the stars all the time. Francois and Pierre, they didn't do things like blocking or tackling. As you can see, they preferred like a Pinot Noir or a fine Chablis. That was really their preference. And this was, boy, all of these figures were metal. So all of those things that were converted, all the hats, all that kind of stuff, that was me slicing up metal figures to do that. Which is why that's scarier than anything else that lurks in Moria, including a Balrog, including him. The Balrog is scared of them, actually. Oh, thanks, Parm. I just, some of the reroll counters were actually cheese wheels. Yeah, the reroll counters were cheese wheels and like Stilton cheese and all that sort of nasty stuff that they make in France. Yes, indeed. Yes, Rainbow Sculptor. Even the Balrog is terrified of the Mimes of Moria. Believe it or not, they actually went to the playoffs 2 out of 2 seasons. No, Valandar the Red, that is the original metal Balrog. That thing was massive and heavy. So that was the original metal Balrog. The sword was metal, the body was metal, the flames on his back were metal, everything was metal. The only thing that was plastic about that were the wings. Everything else was metal. Yes, like Steela says, you shall not pass. Of course, well, that's okay because I just did. Here, let's toss in some more of our darks over here. And we're going to, again, this is indigo. It's not just dark. We're not just taking black or something like that. We are taking our indigo and we're going to throw that in here again to get not just the value contrast. We're looking to get color contrast. So same thing over there. Even on these wee pieces of armor right here. Wee pieces of armor like that. Let's see if it sculpt a wing or a wig like that today. Deuce, I'd probably still just actually, who knows? I might even be tempted to do a little bit of green stuff on the side and then just glue it on after the fact. But it would probably still be green stuff. I just would know way better how to do it. So much easier now than back then. The biggest problem was just chopping up all those metal figures. Let's see. Yeah, Deuce, to me, I tend to prefer to use the green stuff or the conversion type things. I do use, ironically enough, I use the epoxy sculpt on figures all the time for gap filling. Mostly because you can basically almost turn it into milliput, right? You crank up the water in there and it sort of semi dissolves, right? Almost kind of dissolves and then it really works really nicely as a gap filler. Now that's what I'm going to be doing on the Oliphant. Now, of course, with the Balrog, I could cheat and I could use the gloss, the heavy gloss gel, as both filler and flame because well, I was just sculpting extra flames everywhere. Steal it. We're using a little bit of both. And actually, I think we were talking about this just before you came in. I'm going to get some cadmium orange to compare it to the cadmium scarlet because it's so hard for certain folks to get the fluorescent orange. that I'm gonna maybe get that just so we can try it out and see what happens. Now, do you already have cadmium orange, or do you just have that cadmium scarlet? I wasn't sure. I thought you might have cadmium orange already. I just thought I would ask you because you have a whole bunch of colors that I don't necessarily have. But boy, that Fanchon red sure is handy, isn't it? It really is. So we're just going to try and get some eyes on our little goblin right here. It's kind of funny because people will say, well, object source lighting, you can't do that on a whole army. I said, are you kidding me? This army is going to go way faster because of the object source lighting. Not in spite of it, because of it. Ah, Darkside Creations. Thank you very much. Let's let that drop right in there. Thank you. How are you doing today on a fine Saturday? Unfortunately, it's going to be Saturday for a while here. Again, I got a later start than I wanted to, but we're going to keep going here. We're going to keep grabbing more and more of our goblins here because I really would like to just have these guys out of the way here so that we've got our Balrog and goblins because we got dwarves on the way, and I was certainly thinking of making those be my Khazad-dûm dwarves. Ah, Darkside Creation's been painting all day. Oils are the new Pokemon. You got to find them all. I guess I just been, well, let's put it this way. Last night I was very lucky, and for folks that maybe didn't hear this earlier, so I was able to find all the Sculpey that I wanted on the on Hobby Lobby's site, the white Sculpey, the extra firm gray Sculpey, and believe it or not, they offered me a 40% off coupon, an e-coupon. I was very surprised because they've never done that before. I've ordered from them I don't know how many times, and I've never once had them say, "Look, here's a 40% off coupon." I was like, "Wow, when did that happen?" Let's see. I wanted to share with the group. I haven't. Yeah, Seabon Hum. That's why I would rather take something like this or the iridescent stuff and just mix it with my own yellows and make my own gold out of it because I know people want to get the gold stuff. Now, the Gamblin, I guess, Bun Home, people said that the Gamblin, I guess some of their metallics are sort of successful-ish, kind of. But the gunmetal and aluminum are outstanding. Yeah, isn't it weird, Bonholm? How many times have we talked about that? Like the Gamblin Van Dyke Brown is way, well, I don't know if you necessarily call it better, but it's more effective than, say, either the Williamsburg or for sure the Winsor Newton Van Dyke Brown. It's like, what the heck is the difference? It's Van Dyke Brown, which is why those pigment numbers, right? You can use them as sort of a reference, but they will mislead you if you just rely on those too much. They will mislead you. Here, let's see if we can't really drop ourselves in a nice little sliver of an eye here. I'm looking that way maybe a little bit there. Oh, let's see. I have silver and it was pretty nice. So Indian yellow Bonhomme, that's another one. Well, I know, Steele, you've been talking about that one a lot, right? Several people have asked me about it. So I may, well, Armored Wolf is probably going to send me a reminder to get and or Indian yellow and or cadmium orange. Now the thing is the Indian yellow, is it from Winsor Newton or from Gamblin or from Williamsburg? Actually, who is it from? Or is everybody getting them from different manufacturers? Mr. Fattest Cat, I was very disappointed. I don't even know if I still got it out here or not. This was brutal right here. This was nasty stuff. You can see the mica flakes here. Yeah, you can count all the mica flakes there. It was nasty stuff. What was not nasty, which was nice, was the Gamlin Silver. It was very much the opposite. Now, I don't want to open this up here, but see how around the side you can't see the mica flakes there? Huge, huge difference. Now, I used it on the Necrons. I have also used it on this episode right here of our Dark Sword. So that was mixed with regular oil coats. So see that red reflection right there? That's not the red reflecting off of the metallic. That is red, Fanchon red, mixed with that silver to create a metallic red, which was painted on there. All right, thanks, Armored Wolf. Because to me, the big concern was actually getting that Sculpey stuff right there. Because without the Sculpey, there's a whole lot of stuff that doesn't happen. Like literally, our sculpting Thursdays go on a hiatus if I don't have the that Sculpey. Now here, I'm going to also get some of this stuff off my finger here because that's going to start getting all over the place. Now I'm just going to go in here with some, not just dark, but also a cooler dark. So this is the indigo right here. This is pretty much just indigo that we're going to use here for our all these little things right here on our shield. Let's get ourselves a bit of a horizon line there too. Why not? The unexpected is from Winsor Newton, and so I love the Williamsburg stuff too, Bonholm. I really do. There's I kind of chuckled at first about handmade oils, right? Handmade oils, but then I use them and I say, well, there must be a reason why Egyptian violet is, everything else is just purple by comparison. And there must be a reason why Fanchon Red does what it does. So I have to say, the Williamsburg stuff, I'm very impressed with it. So Avocado Kids, yeah, the big three for me are always going to be Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, and Williamsburg. I know for some folks the Williamsburg can be hard to get. For some folks the Windsor Newton can be hard to get. For some folks the Gamlin can be hard to get. It's just it kind of depends on where you live, and it doesn't really make sense when you start to really think about it. When you see where things are made, like why is that should not be hard for you to get. It's made closer to you than it is to me. Yeah, Bonholm, someone, I think a few folks mentioned that, and it was a big surprise to me when they mentioned it. They said, "Hey Jim, guess what? Guess who owns Williamsburg?" So that was very much a surprise to hear that, and I'd already forgotten about it. So thanks for reminding me. I'd completely forgotten about that until you said that. I went, wait a minute, that's right, that's right. Someone told me that. I had already forgotten about it. So pun expected, I'm tempted to either get the Williamsburg one or maybe the Gamlin one, just because of the way I kind of like the Gamlin. Well, I like the Gamlin Silver better, and I ended up liking the Gamlin. Was that the Van Dyke Brown more? Because everyone keeps telling me, they said, "Man, Jim, I got Van Dyke Brown. It doesn't look like that. It does not look anything like that." So now, of course, it could depend on what's on sale. And again, I have not looked at Dick Blick as far as their paint goes in at least 4 or 5 days. And I'm sure that the Williamsburg paint sale is already over with. Maybe I get lucky and it's not. Yeah. There's a couple of stuff. I'm gonna have to just check a bunch of things oil paint wise after the stream tonight, just to kind of get a look see at some stuff. There's a couple of things I'm waiting on some PayPal funds there, and Hopefully those things come through, and then I'll be able to snag those couple of paints there. Yeah, yeah. Let's keep going with some of our darks over here on this shield, and then we also will come back in with some middle tones. It's not all just going to be darks, but want to get these in here. I think yeah, we haven't hit this one yet. No eyes painted on him yet. But Nessie knows. Don't you think that we should be getting a cut of everything from Williamsburg, or at least from Dick Blick? I think we should. I think we should be getting a slice of that pie. And I am not necessarily picky about pie. I will eat chocolate pie, peanut butter pie, strawberry pie, rhubarb pie, lemon pie. I don't care. It can pretty much be just about any kind of pie. And I think we should get a slice of it. I think we deserve more than one slice, actually. So Nessie, if I can, I don't know how many I might be able to assemble my Monday, but maybe we have a Mandalorian Monday. That would just I don't know. There's just something funny about that. So that's my goal anyway, is to try and have at least a couple of Mandalorians ready to go for Monday. It depends on, if I can get those things assembled and based and all that kind of stuff. But it would kind of be funny to do the next couple of weeks Mandalorian Monday. It would be the first Star Wars Legion figures that I've ever painted, period. Much less just, anything Mandalorian. Right? The first Star Wars figures I've ever seen. I've never even actually held one in my hand before, so this is going to be very interesting. So that's what could be coming up for Monday, folks. Again, I make no promises of anything because things are subject to change based on many factors. Now, there's also some stuff. Now, of course, that could take a while to get here from RM Printable Terrain, but he has printed up a whole bunch of 72 millimeter figures. So that might be, depending on when they get here, who knows, maybe that's what we're painting over next weekend, among other things. Now you played some Legion today. And Nessie, yeah, all of the Star Wars stuff that you've been posting, all the Legion stuff, that has been looking fabulous, of course. And well, we'll be doing a lot of TMM on the Mandalorians there. We'll see what we can do with some of the interference paints, maybe. Uh-oh, Perception has got us almost there, folks. Perception with the 4K. Thank you so much, Perception. I think we are 3K away. We are 3K away, and that is it. 3K away, and we do the... Well, I guess we've done the boost this stream. I don't know. Maybe somebody can tell me if there's something that I need to do to say, like, look, guys, we've done this challenge like 4 weeks in a row. Are we good now? Or do we have to keep doing this thing? Because it keeps popping up all the time, over and over again. Let's see, which way do we want to go with this? That's got to be an under. Okay, if that's an under, that's an... We were just doing not work last night, weren't we? Well, we get to do it again here. We get to do some again. Oh, oh wow, that's interesting. There actually is over and under texture here. I was just painting it in for funsies, and all of a sudden I see not only is there over under texture, I actually guessed right. I actually guessed right. Look at that. Now, Mr. Fattest Cat and Nessie got us to 57K. We are 1K away. And I don't know, after that, I think we'll do a hype train. Then I got to get some more. I think I need some more. So thank you so much for the stream boosts, folks. That's appreciated. Unless they've changed the amount, and I still have to say 58K is the weirdest number. even if it was 60K, that still is kind of odd, but it makes a little more sense than 58. So we are 1K away from the boost this stream. And I don't even know if it says, like, officially, like, yeah, you did something. I don't even know if it even says anything. But we're going to go back to our indigo once again here, right? Back to our indigo. And then we'll show you, we've got a couple of more of these at some different phases. And I've been doing that on purpose so that people can sort of go back and see what this looked like. Not super long ago, I'll tell you that. Because we're just about ready to go here and show you. Yeah, let's get the dark on the underside of that blade. We got some more things to do on the back over here. Oh, 954. There it is. Well, it says boost started, so we'll give that thing a hype train. Why not? Let's do that. Let's see if we can do that without getting my fingers caught in the wheels this time. There we go. Thank you so much, 954. Boom. Yay. Train is in the station. Boom. Yes. Thank you so much, folks. There is our hype train for that. So I'm not sure what that means, but it just happened. And thank you so much, everybody that contributed to the boosting of the stream. That is much appreciated. Now we'll see if it actually does something. And I'll try and figure out if there's something I need to click on or whatever to say, like, look, dudes, we did it. Just acknowledge it, or whatever it is you're supposed to do. Yeah, let's get the dark color on the back of this now. Again, boom. Maybe here on the stones. Why not? Yep, Avocado Kids, we just got it. We just got it. Nessie came in, and let's see, 9-5 and Mr. Fattest Cat and Perception, they got us that last bit of the way. So that hurdle is crossed, whatever that means, because I still don't know exactly what that means. That's yeah, it's a little bit too much like a pin line wash right there. We got to thicken this up ever so slightly to try and give them some actual eyes here. And we are going to try and get a little darker end on that blade there. So remember how these start out. So starting out with just a primer, Steino Res, right? Badger Steino Res. This is our pre-glaze, right? Then we started to kind of dust in some of our object source lighting. And now we brought in not just darks, but also darks that are cooler with the indigo blue. Oh, thanks, Gold Battle Moose. I guess, well, actually, Armored Wolf could probably tell you, because he knows all those type of things. But I guess, yeah, I guess you use your channel points or something like that to be able to do the stream boosting thing. And apparently then they show the stream to more people. It would be nice. It would be fantastic if they do, so that we can grow as a channel here. And it looks like we are 15 followers away from 3,800, something like that. So I guess this is the push to 4,000. I've never actually done any kind of official push to whatever. All I've ever really seen is people doing a push to partner, and well, we know that ain't going to happen. They make that a little bit too difficult, but that's okay because we're having too much fun getting yet another army ready for our battles in Middle Earth. Yes. So hopefully as soon as I can on the YouTube channel, we start to get our battles going. Now what I also might do here is try some pre-glaze on a couple of more guys here real quick just to get that set up so that we can keep plowing ahead here, because we probably have another, like I said, 7-8 of these guys to do. This is just a small portion. So this is how we start, literally how it started. Those figures that you just saw me painting, the more detail on, this is how they got started. big old cheap craft brush, just hammering away at this thing. Now, of course, you probably don't want these sitting right here because this is going to have a bit of a blast radius. As you can see, the little spatters on my hand right there. This is a mix of a couple of different browns. That is some Van Dyke brown. That's actually a little bit of our ivory black, even a little bit of indigo blue. Now we're going to switch. We're going to switch over here to our brown matter. We're not using the quinacridone golden brown. Even though they're in Moria, Moria goblins do not get quinacridone golden brown because it's, from what it sounds like, it must be made from real gold because that's how much it practically costs. Here, let's get a little bit of asphaltum in here, or as we call it, Draxphaltum, because Drax told us about it and it's his fault that we got it. All right, so we just did another one of our pre-glaze figures here, and we'll even just pop in a little bit of this up here too. So this nasty, horrible thing right here, believe it or not, about 2 hours and 20 minutes ago, all of them looked like this, and now they kind of look like this. So yeah, and I'm actually going to turn up my lights now just a smidge, just a smidge. So let's see, Perception was reading about it. Apparently the boost is automatically applied, so it's supposedly highlighted to viewers looking for new art channels to watch. Hey Drax, speaking of Drax Fulton, look, we summoned him. I haven't seen Avocado Kids. It's a little bit hard to tell because also some of the boosted streams were things like RM Printable Terrain was posting it everywhere, or uh, the folks from Relic Blade were also posting things. So it was kind of hard to tell what was this boost and what was not. So here, so here's a little bit of a step by step, right? So there's your initial pre-glaze, not even wiped off. There's your pre-glaze wiped off. And now here is with some of our highlights applied. So Drax, I hope that you're doing well. So let's carve up another one of our sponges here, and it's pretty darn simple. I just wish I had learned this a long time ago. Oh, I got to get another package of these. Got to get another package of these because I like these stiffer ones instead of the very crumbly ones. And it's actually kind of nice having some of these smaller ones here to be able to get into some of those smaller crevices. But see what happens when we take some of this away now? See how it just kind of already giving us a little bit of pre-shading in there? But it's pre-shading that we can use. It's pre-shading we can use because you can do this with your airbrush or whatever, right? What, Zenithal or something like that. Well, that's great. But with the oils, you just end up covering it anyways. Here, as you'll see, we can actually mix with this color that's in here now. So we're just gonna, here's one last sponge here.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Jofumi. Hello, little goblins. Spark my ganja. It's like, dude, get out of here, man. I'll shoot you. It's like, you shall not pass. Because I just did. It's like, oof, that's nasty.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you very much, Colors on Miniatures. That's what we were trying to do here. He's like, fly, you fools. That's fast Gandalf right there. So you can see this one has a little bit more of a bluish black to it. That's got more of a brown. That's because we got more of the Van Dyke brown, some of the asphaltum there. And not long ago, all they were the Steinerres primer right here. Yeah, upon expected, doesn't it makes them last so much longer, and I get less paint all over my hands. Because what was happening is I was getting paint all over me and then all over the miniatures too. So it actually does help with that. Now we're going to go some of our Fanchon red. We love our Fanchon red. I think it deserves more than a semi-opaque rating. I think it should get pretty much a full-on opacity rating. Actually, whoever has cadmium orange, if you can look at the thing, because they rate cadmium scarlet as full on, it gets the full square. I'm curious to see if cadmium orange also gets the full square. I assume it does, but we all know what the first three letters in assume are. And I try never to do that. Learn that as a Boy Scout. You never want to assume unless you want to be those first three letters in that word. Now, the reason we didn't do the other one right away is we wanted that pre-glaze just to have a chance to sit. See, look, already it's
So
starting to
say
get
we
that
all.
bit of a glow to it. And thank you so much, Nosferatu. Nosferatu, thank you very much. Wow, we need a restock here real soon, like, man. So, folks, be sure to give Nosferatu a follow because he paints, well, lots of Warcry and specifically. Hey, Nosferatu, you still working on the Nurgle stuff hot and heavy right now? Because I know that the Nurgle, that's really your gig. You and Kathy are all about the Nurgle. So, see what we just did there? See the big difference that's already made? But yet, still a difference from here because here, remember, we went back in with some of our indigo and then also some of our oranges and yellows and such. Now we got to go back into these with some of our almost like a mid-tone type of thing. So we're going to let that sit again, and then we're going to break out some more of these guys. So we're just going to keep breaking out goblins. Goblins are going to be breaking out everywhere, all over the place. Let's see. Whoops, there we go. Let's see. So Camion, it's okay. That's what I thought. Pun expected. And folks, be sure to give, like I said, be sure to give Nosferatu a follow. And let's see, are you doing the, yep, 6 months. Thank you so much, Nosferatu. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the nurgly goodness. I know that you and Kathy just love the nurgly goodness. It's all about them nurgly things. Now this has a little bit of, again, indigo with it. Touch of some, little bit of our cadmium, or titanium white in there. So it's as much about that contrast of bluish gray versus all the orange as it is lighter. I mean, lighter, yeah, that's great. No, but we also need to have that color contrast. And we're going to try and get some of that up here. I'm going to see if I can't push this camera a little bit closer here. Smidge closer. Make that goblin as big as we can here. Squeeze says, Nurgle is life. Tamid won that game. Now, that was one of your burly goblins that you lost there. But congrats on that. Hopefully you got some good winnings as well. Hopefully you won lots of money. Did your fan factor go up as well? Nosferatu's going to do some Zinchi things and name it after us. Nosferatu, is Zinch not just the way? Zinch is like, they're the original Mandalorians. Zinch is the way. Maybe we're going to have to paint up a bunch of Zintzalorians. That's a mouthful. So you won 50K. Now, are you going to buy back any players, or are you just going to hang on to that and get yourself some more re-rolls or something like that? Hopefully. And hopefully that keeps your fan factor down too, or your team value down. There was no petty cash. Yes, this is the House of Zinch, baby. It's all about the Zinch. Zinchi Tomb Kings. Heck, we were going to have Zinchi Bretonnians. We're going to have Zinchi everything here. Now, Nosferatu, I don't know if you got a chance to see any of the sculpting streams lately, but we sculpted this on Thursday. Wow, that's close. That's very close. So we sculpted up our Eowyn here on Thursday, and we baked the Sculpey, and then we painted this on last night's stream. That was very fun. Doing it with the oils, of course. That was a blast. So you might just buy that goblin back. And they're 45K, you were saying? Because they've got the thick skull stat. Thick skull and stunty. That's so crazy. Thick skull and stunty at the same time. All right, we got this indigo here, right? We're talking about getting, so it can't just be all just dark there. And we're just going to plop some of this in. And we still got Mr. Blending Brush over here, right? Now let's actually go this way with it. And now we're just going to grab some of that and just pull this along here. So see, this is, we don't need layers. We don't, hashtag no layers. Nosferatu, it's actually, well, they really all do work very well. Actually, oils for Nurgle type things, right? Getting all of those crazy color blends and stuff. Where's our boy? It's been a while since I've seen it. Where the heck is he? Oh, here he is. Yeah, all the crazy. We did this thing in oils. What was this back in July? I think this was July 4th or something. We did this. All the crazy veiny things and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it can definitely do some Nurgle thing. That's for sure. But man, for Zinchi stuff, like you were saying, I mean, does it get any easier than that? All the bright things that you can
Hello,
do.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Vinny, for that follow. Gandalf appreciates it too. It's like, dude, get out of here. It's like, whoa, something's gonna spark my ganja. It's like, man, that dude and his little buddies, every time they come in here, it cheeses off the Balrog and bats. They like, he wrecks all of our stuff, man. Stop cheesing off the Balrog. Oh, gee whiz, where's oh, is that one, right? With all the crazy skulls on July 4th there, before we ended up doing the demon with the bazillion eyeballs and teeth. Yeah, and the teeth had eyeballs and the eyeballs had teeth. This crazy thing and that back panel over there in the right-hand corner. Remember him? And we did two of those. We did two of those on stream. I'll catch you later, Tamit. Thanks. Congratulations on the win, the fan factor, and getting the extra cash there. That's always good. So hopefully we'll see you Monday. It could be like I was just saying earlier. It could be a Mandalorian Monday. We might be painting ourselves the very first Star Wars Legion figure that we've ever done, which could be very interesting. Quiz now. I'm trying to see. Let's see. What companies do we know of that officially basically created buckle golems? Because I'm sure more than one company has created something we would call a buckle golem. Literally a miniature made of nothing but belt buckles. I'm telling you, because I've seen them. I've seen miniatures that are literally nothing but a bunch of belt buckles. It's like they just took a buckle brush and they made 1,000 buckles. Lloyd, you know what's interesting for, well, I mean, unless Reaper sends us some new stuff, I'm almost tempted to paint some of my substitute elves, and they were the Werner Clock elves, because those might be like my high elf, or like for Rivendell or something like that, maybe. So yeah, those might be my Rivendell elves, which would be kind of funny. I think they came out in the maybe 2002, 2003 range, maybe 2004. Inside the Harlem, inside the gut beats the heart of a denim. Yes. Yeah, Loim, I think he put even more buckles on his freebooter figures, which he still makes those, right? Because doesn't he have like a pirate game, I think, with his own figures? All right, am I setting the good? I'm setting aside the ones with our. So this is our indigo mid-tone right here. Yeah, Megan, I guess that's why I kind of liked them for my Middle Earth stuff, because my elves were supposed to be very angry Middle Earth elves. They were very upset. They didn't want to leave Middle Earth. They're like, wait a minute, we're not leaving Middle Earth to the monkey people. We were here first. Yeah, let's get a little bit of our indigo into some of this too. Again, it's like a grayish, it's a blue-gray. This is why we literally don't own any gray paint. I mean, there's no reason to. You can make a gray so easily. And by easily, I mean just laughably easy, and save yourself a whole bunch of money, a whole lot of hassle, and it's going to just make more sense too. Ultimately, that having mixing your own gray is going to make a lot more sense with your miniature. In fact, I'm going to try and throw some of that here on the stone. Why not? Again, we're trying to get that dichotomy of the bluish light, that kind of ambient, very dingy gray blue light with the object source in here, which is why we're going to take some of this and put it over the top here. Again, to maybe make that a little bit of a cooler color here. We can always do some more glazes to tone this down even more. Now, Nessie knows these are actually the original Mines of Moria figures, some of the very first stuff that Games Workshop released for Lord of the Rings. These are Lord of the Rings figures from GW. These are literally from 2001, 2002 at the latest. It was actually a Mines of Moria box set, and I believe it had the Fellowship figures in it. It might have had a cave troll too, but these are actually from GW right here. These are nasty and they are ancient. But that's the way of most Lord of the Rings figures, unfortunately, is they are very ancient. Nessie knows what's scarier than these guys. You think these guys are scarier? You think these guys are scarier than maybe a Balrog? You think the Balrog is maybe scarier than these guys? Well, you'd be wrong on all counts. You would be wrong on all counts, because what's way scarier than any of that stuff? The Mimes of Moria. You can actually check these out on the blog. There's actually some step-by-step images of this. So that sign on the left says that we love the mimes, and that sign in the center, the jetez-moi, that says toss me, because they're not like dwarves. They don't mind being tossed around. They have chef's hats, top hats, they have baguettes. Yes, they do. Charles de Gaulle, that's their coach right there. And yes, their symbol was a fleur-de-lis, and of course, Francois and Pierre. Now, the Francois on the left-hand side there with the Chablis in his hand, I actually had to cut that hand with just like a snippers. I had to cut that hand open, move the fingers, and then resculpt the fingers so I get that stupid wine glass in there. That was some brutal stuff. But all of these figures were metal, because at the time all Blood Bowl figures were metal. There was no plastic stuff except maybe for one of the old box sets. That's the Mimes of Moria. They call them mimes. Wasn't it? Wasn't that what Gimli said? Huh? They call them mimes. Yes, Gimli, they were mimes. That's what wiped out all the dwarves in Moria. Now, what's kind of interesting, Nessie, about that War of the Ring game is that sometimes you have literally the game forces you to bring the Fellowship through Moria. And there's different action cards. You have no choice. You have to go through Moria. You can try to avoid it, but a lot of times you just cannot avoid it. So to me, that's really interesting. I'm gonna actually just fool around here with a little bit of cobalt blue just to make this even more of a bluish tone here. For some of the armor here that we want to get some lights on. And these are ambient highlights. These are not going to be. They're not going to be this. These are more of your ambient highlights here. So thinking like something like this here, right? And actually, it doesn't really have armor there. There's a little bit of armor on the back here. Just a smidge, and maybe we even Trying to get a little bit more of a lighter tone on just a couple of bits back here. Just a little touch here and there, that's all. A little bit of a touch here and there. Yeah, and go check out the mimes on the blog. There's also you can see the field that they played on. And again, hopefully by Monday I will have you guys the pictures of Grand. That's the other thing that we are actually going to have to scratch sculpt now because, well, we know how to sculpt the Great Beast of Golgoroth. Heck, if I make that Howdah removable, then we could actually have the Great Beast of Golgoroth hauling Grand. Ooh, someone's got to remind me of that. Hey, idiot, don't glue the Howdah to the Great Beast. Make it so that it just sits on there. Don't glue that on him, whatever you do. Because, yeah, then we wouldn't have to sculpt a whole nother Great Beast of Golgoroth. Alright, Angry Ham, thanks for hanging out. And hopefully you enjoy your night's sleep there. You have a good one. So, you notice we're really just focusing on an awful lot of bluish gray that's away from all of the object source lighting here. Might as well just do that, right? When in doubt, simplify also. If we want to get an entire army of these basically painted in one stream, well, then we have to make those kind of considerations too. Let's go back to this guy now here. Let's go back to this guy. Let's see if we can see we got some armor things that we can throw some lighter tones on. First, we're going to get our bluish gray in here though. A little bit of this bluish gray. Then we'll also come back in with some of our a little bit of that cobalt and Prussian blue as well. Here, let's get some of that on this little dagger type thing here. Let's see. So is it so it's 17 below. Now, which is that your that's not Celsius, right? That's in Fahrenheit. I'm guessing that it's probably getting pretty cold out there now here because we had our snow today. We've had our snow, and I do believe that's supposed to bring in the cold stuff now. So I'm going to get a little bit of this bluish gray here. Let's see. So boosting stream delivered 25%. I don't know what that means. Does that show up? Okay, so it does show up on the chat. I don't know what that means. Has that been there before? I just noticed it now. Okay, so it is Fahrenheit. All right, thanks. Now, I think it's not supposed to get super cold like that here. I think it's supposed to only be about -3 or -4 tonight or something like that Fahrenheit. Now, I don't know if it warms back up for you, but I think in a few days it's supposed to be 20 or something really warm like that here. So now you can kind of see that right now we start to shift towards that bluish gray here. So we did the what is that, the booster stream thing. I'm not sure what delivered means. I don't know what that means. It's all a mystery to me, but what's not a mystery to me is getting some of this bluish gray here onto some key parts of this. Again, the idea is this cooler, more muted color next to all of this very bright. Yeah, so wind shadow, it's interesting because we got to the 58K, we did that, and now I'm wondering, I'm just trying to figure out what the delivery is. Oh, it's how many people you've been shown to. Oh, thanks, Nikki. Oh, so we're on the Twitch front page. Hello, goblins. We're on the. Hey, it's like, dude, we're on the front page, man. Yeah, pick it up, dude. Just don't pick your nose. We're on the front page, man. So, well, thanks for that info. I don't know. I basically, since I just kind of watch the people that I follow, I've never really seen the Twitch front page thing. So that's interesting. I have not seen that before. Because it's like, well, I think it's because of the times that I can watch. It says, well, okay, we're gonna check out Drax or Jinxed or Stila or Teals or Drew because, well, we're kind of the late night crowd. Don't often get to see anybody during the day, which is it's a bummer. Wish I could. So we're just trying to pick up a few little, just a smidge of some of these brighter highlights here. And again, make them cooler, make them more neutral, make them neutral, make them cooler. That's what Gandalf says. Ah, so it's supposed to warm up for you too? Now, I think here there's just this Sunday is supposed to be that the one day of actual cold, and then it just kind of gets back up to more whatever temperatures after that. But it it does mean filling 3 humidifiers 3-4 times a day. That's for sure. It is actually the cheapest way to try and keep the house warmer. These are home heating tips. Either that or you just bring a bow rug. See, everybody needs a bow rug. If you have a bow rug, you have home heating. It's a space heater that moves. Think about it. It's literally a walking space heater. Now it also has ill-tempered, an ill-tempered nature, and it has a whip, but still it does bring the heat. It does bring the heat. Nosferatu. Yeah, oh, Nosferatu. This was brutal. If I had oils for this, oh my goodness. This is one of those things where you cry when you look at it and you say, if I only had the oils, because this ain't all of it. This is a part of it. All of this done with acrylics. That infantry there was actually 20 infantry and there was 2 of those vehicles. Can you imagine all of this stuff with the oils? It would have taken a third of the time. Look at this. All these stupid robot dudes and everything. Oh, and then there was this. Then there was this, which is like painting 7 Land Raiders. Actually, 7 Land Raiders would have been less painful than that thing because everything is open. Every single one of those treads had 2 parts, 2 faces to it and an interior. Oh, and that was articulated in the middle. And that stupid ray gun also went up and down, and it weighed about 3 pounds. I'll catch you later, Bonholm. Oh, one shadow. Do you have any pictures of your Kraken there? You can post the pictures in the chat if you want there, so people can check it out. But yeah, Nosferatu. That was. You can check out the blog for way more pictures on that thing. That was an insane. Oh, I also did a Titan for that. Like one of those 10-inch tall Titans that are kind of on the scrawny side, little bit skinny. Yeah, I just couldn't fit. It was kind of hard to fit pictures of that onto the more, shall we say, rectangular format. I'll try and get some. I'll add some more pictures like the Titan to that. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. And now we've got ourselves some of our lighter tones there. I'm starting to pick this up here. Let's bring some more of this cobalt blue in here, just for fun's sakes here. And a little bit of cobalt blue in there. Starts to cool all of this down so that warms up. Cool versus warm, right? Ah, Drax. What was the one that was? It was very tall, very skinny. It was a Forge World one. It could have been a Reaver Titan, maybe. Yeah, it definitely wasn't a Warlord or a Warhound or nothing like that. I think you're right. I think it was the Reaver one, because I did that maybe I want to say 4 or 5 years ago. It was the Forge World kit from 4 or 5 years ago, and it was pretty new at the time, I think. So now you know way more about that stuff than me, so you could probably just kind of suss that out just by that timeline right there. Oh, no, it wasn't the old Armorcast one. Definitely wasn't the old Armorcast one. Actually, I've seen other people painting that. Now, let's see if we can give this guy some eyes, maybe, and a few other little things here. I'm going to go back to my Prussian blue here again. A little bit of this Prussian blue here. Let's throw some of this on the, almost like a little bit of a glaze of it here. Onto his helmet. Onto the sword here, or, well, I guess for him it's a sword. For us, it's like a toothpick. So, Bonholm, thanks for the sub, and thanks for all the bits and everything else for helping the stream get boosted there. So, boy, look at the difference. Look at that difference that it makes. We'll go back to that other one and start to bring in some more of our darks on that, just like we're going to be doing here. Do I need to? Yeah, I'm going to put in a couple of these lighter tones here on this side of the armor, hopefully. Here, let's do this. Couple more over here. I think we'll have to go back in with some of our, yeah, we'll go back in with our indigo and just really sort of pick up some of these lines or clean those guys up. And for folks that didn't get to see it, so Thursday we do sculpting streams here. This was sculpted on Thursday, and we painted this on Friday with all of the freehand designs painted in oils. The same oils we're using on these guys right here. And again, every Thursday, sometimes it's more of a conversion type of a thing. So say something like our Imrahil. Sometimes it's more something like this, where we take a couple different kits, combine them together, add some extra armor, and some capes and some flags. Sometimes it's sculpting entire figures, like the Great Beast of Golgoroth and our Easterling themed Troll Chieftain. So you never quite know what you're going to see. There is definitely a little bit of a Lord of the Rings theme to a lot of the miniatures painted here. It's got to do with a lot of the, it's building up to some interesting things in March for sure. Where I'm certainly going to be filming battle reports, if not hopefully maybe live streaming them. The tech's gonna have to match up with that. We may have to be getting some new cameras for that though. We just might need some new cameras to make that stuff happen. Drax, those were the old kind of yellow resin, right? The old Armorcast ones. I'm going to take, speaking of this grayish blue here, so that's, again, indigo mixed with that. And this is going to be kind of a dry brush here. We do an awful lot of dry brushing with the oils. We really seriously dry brush with the oils quite a bit. The less paint, the better. Less is more, for sure. We want less paint. I mean, yeah, it's going to dry faster, whatever. But it just makes it easier to keep working. If you have just paint piled on top of these things, it's going to make it very difficult to work with them. An Armorcast Reaver looks more like a dollar store toy. Yeah, so this Titan that I did, it's about 10, 11 inches tall. And it's very skinny. It's very tall and skinny. And it's all part of that same Mechanicus army that I did for him in the same color scheme. It was interesting. I was able to do a lot of freehand, though, of course, on all the armor bits, right? Because there's lots of that. There's a whole bunch of that. Now Drex, have you done mostly, what is it, Titanicus? Is that epic scale? Or is that actually a different scale from epic? Oh, and Drax, you know the guy, Luke's APS, I forget what his channel is called. He might call it something different now. Did you see his latest video on how he just sees wargaming as all going to 10 millimeter or mostly 10 millimeter now? Because he's playing Kings of War in 10 millimeter. He basically printed up the miniatures himself. He made a tiny terrain board so that, and I guess he printed two armies and made a terrain board all in 2 days. Printed, painted an army or two armies and a terrain board all in 2 days. And he was super enthused about it, and he just sees that as the future of wargaming, which was interesting. I'm pretty sure that GW is going to keep that from happening. Maybe other companies might go that route. Yeah, Nosferatu. I never actually had a chance to play Epic. I actually remember when people used to be playing it all the time at the bunker. And what we wanted to do was do a game of BFG and then take BFG, maybe do something with Epic, and then after depending on the results of the BFG result and the Epic stuff, then we would do a game of 40K based on what happened. I remember that. I really did enjoy BFG. Kathy actually played Aeronautica back in the day. She still has all of her Forge World planes that she did. So we're just popping in these bluish gray highlights right here. Let's see. Yeah, Orcrist, it's just now the fantasy style stuff, and I know 72 mil, or sorry, 72 or 1/72nd scale was a big thing, especially with historicals. I realize that, but he's just basically, will people, instead of buying a bunch of GW figures or whatever, will they just take it upon themselves to print out their own armies and play it on a much smaller scale like this because it's way cheaper and it also will take a lot less room? Because yeah, I think about all the stuff that I want to do with Lord of the Rings, and potentially that would be a whole lot easier to do and more like, well, a Battle of Five Armies scale for sure. So let's keep going with our bluish gray here. Let's keep throwing this in. Yeah, a lot of attempts at bringing back the War Master. Hey, Altered Man Art, how you doing? Mr. Fattest Cat had a lot of orcs. So, folks, you definitely want to give Altered Man Art a follow. So, Altered Man Art, I think that right now you have more Lord of the Rings miniatures than I do. Now, I might have a whole bunch of not GW figures that I'm using for Lord of the Rings, but I think as far as official Lord of the Rings figures, I believe you have more now. I would not be surprised if you've got more. That must have been quite the haul that you got. And again, we're going to keep going with our adding this bluish gray here. I'm going to keep on working with this. And then we'll come back to our more of our lava type stuff here. Why don't we bring in a little bit of this bluish gray here. We might even lighten it in a few places. All that is just like dingy indigo blue here and there, and that's it. So we'll bring in a little bit more of our bluish gray here, and just a couple of places, not everywhere along this, just a few. Just a few. There we go. Maybe we even lighten it up in a couple of places. Well, Altered Man Art, you know that they will definitely, yeah, they will certainly get used. Now, gee whiz, was that all one? Now, I know you said you got them actually from a person who was an eBay rescue. Was it was it all Rohan stuff, or was it some other factions besides Rohan? Because I saw an awful lot of Rohan figures, but I wasn't sure if that was all of it. Altered Man Art is at 98. If we can get up to 100, we can give him a hype train here. Can get him a hype train at 100. Just takes a couple of follows for a hype train. Yeah, so Altered Man Art, I think we're mostly good on the Rohan stuff, but certainly Minas Tirith stuff. Well, we're short on dwarves. We're short on actually a lot of the Minas Tirith stuff. That's probably where we're the shortest is actually on that and the elves, because we have the Galadrim elves and we have some of the Rivendell elves, but we have none of the foresty Lothlorien type. We have no elf rangers or anything like that. Actually, we have no rangers we have no Dunedain either. I just realized that. Holy smokes. We don't have any rangers. Uh-oh, is that 99? It only takes one more for a hype train. Here, I'll even get the train out here. I'll get the train out here and ready to go. The train is at the station, folks. Uh-oh. Do we have ourselves... We got ourselves a hype train for Altered Man. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Hype train for Altered Man. Train is here. There we go. Hype train for Altered Man reaching 100. Boom, there it is. And now we go back to our regularly scheduled programming of goblins. On fire. Those goblins are on fire. Talk about sparking your ganja, baby. So congrats, Altered Man. So there you go. You got to that first big milestone. I guess we're trying to reach, well, sort of a weird milestone here. We are 12 away from our next zero, I guess you would call it. Our next digit, I guess. Let's see if we can lighten up the end of this right here. Yeah, we can. And a little bit there. Now, where's our... So again, this is a little bit of a progression here. So primer, pre-glaze, starting to work in some of our object source lighting, and now you can see just how much more literally crispy that gets, right, with all the warm colors and everything else. And it just very much goes along the lines of some of other object source, and of course a little bit smaller, but you can see how fast it is to roll through an army, right? We've already painted 5 of these. Like, yeah, I think there would be some folks that would really be happy if their entire army of Moria goblins looked like that. Something tells me they might be. Oh, we got a Spider-Man in the house. We got a Spider-Man. So let's see, Ryder. That was the dwarf rolling pin. I actually did a Patreon video about that. So yeah, and thank you so much, Spider-Man. Well, I think we're definitely gonna have to go back and get some more. This is all we got. This is all we got, Spider-Man. Thank you so much for that. So we're just gonna have what place it? What the heck, dude, man? What are you doing with that thing? That's point. It's like a little Nerf gun to Wapelius there. Thank you so much, Spider-Man. Now I don't think I have it here, or maybe I do. Nope, that's the elf one. That's the C one. Is this the... No, I don't have the... I only have a couple of shards of the dwarf roller left. That's about it. Ah, thank you, Nosferatu. Let's bring Wapelius back here. Boom. There he is. He's like, there's bits. There's bitses. He's like, get out of here. Man, it's like, get him. Get him. He's going to sick his little dragon on him. Thank you so much, Nosferatu. And there's the link to the dwarf rolling pin. And we're also going to use that for our dwarves. So I ordered... Actually, there's somebody that I know, who I've known for years on Facebook, who's here in the US, who also has the Oathmark miniatures, and he's sending me the heavy armored dwarves and just the regular dwarves. And I was thinking of taking the regular dwarves and turning them into basically Khazad-dûm, and we'll do the same type of basing on them, obviously. So I think that could be very fun. I looked at the GW dwarves. Most of it is not available even to order right now, so there's kind of no point to that. Ryder, the Sisters of Battle, that's just plain Sculpey, which was painted. So here, I'll show you that. That is my, it's basically the type that I prefer, actually, is just the, so these are all just plain Sculpey, just a flat Sculpey base with all the imagery painted on. So just flat Sculpey right there. We did the same thing for our Knights of Dol Amroth here. So you see that's the flat Sculpey, and then you see the ship, the Dol Amroth ship painted on there. That's my favorite because it just gives me more options, basically. Now, that's also the same stuff that we used over here on our Easterlings. So that's just flat Sculpey there with the painted marble on it. I'm just going to move some stuff out of the way here. Now, the Lumineth here, this was done with the new elf roller right there. Now, thank you so much, Ryder. Do we do we have a hype train now? One of our hype trains? Thank you so much, Ryder. That's appreciated. Now, Altered Man Art, there's no other company that does specifically Lord of the Rings miniatures. Ah, True Sausage, thank you. Most people, they tend to use things like Victrix, let's see, the Oathmark, and I use the, oh, what the heck is it? Fireforged miniatures. So, like this is a Fireforged miniature, and I'm using those for my Candish riders because these, not only do they look the same, they actually look better. They're plastic instead of nasty metal. Oh, thank you, Nosferatu. Thank you so much. All I've got left is water. That's all I got left. Literally everything else is gone. So we're gonna have to try and we're gonna have to, I guess, break and get some more refreshments here. That's why I'm saying I gotta get the. I want to get a mini bar in here with the toaster oven so that we can bake Sculpey. Yeah, we could bake Sculpey, literally bake Sculpey while we're doing this. Wouldn't that be fun? We could bake that. We could roll the Sculpey. We could bake it, and then we could actually work with it on stream there. Wouldn't that be fun? All right, we're gonna go even heavier here with the blue. Oh, wait. We sorry guys, I missed the hype train. I missed the hype train here. 1 second. So that's for level 1 right there. Thank you very much, folks. Boom. Hype train, coming through, coming through. Look out. Move on along. Hype train. And yes, it does move. It does move. Thanks again, Ryder. I appreciate that. Now, one of my recent videos did show the texture rollers in action. And of course, that would be really nice to actually be able to bake those things while we're doing a stream. So that's something I'll try and see if I can work out. But I need to definitely get a better toaster oven than the one I got. So we got 2 minutes 30 seconds to get to a level 2 hype train. Level 2 hype train. As we add again a little bit more blue over here. Now I do have from Green Stuff World. I got their. It's one of those silicone molds. It's just like all their other silicone molds, but it actually basically makes building parts. And I'm really excited about that. I am super excited about that because, I mean, it'd be fantastic to make buildings for terrain, but I'm also looking for to be able to make a diorama style bases and, oh, what the heck would they be called? Kings of War multi-basing. Multi-basing. Yes, Kings of War multi-basing. That's it. Kings of War multi-basing. But with like pieces of building.
So say we all.
Nosferatu just launched another hype train. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna have the train over here, making some sounds
So
for you
say we
there.
all.
Thank you very much. That's your hype train once again, folks. Boom. There it is. The hype train is in town. Yes, indeed, baby.
So say we all.
Hype train. Hype train. Yeah, Drax, the first time I heard of that was, well, especially
So
for,
say we all.
it's especially for Kings of War, because let's say you had a unit of 60 guys, right? As long as you had 30 plus one, you could
So
put them
say we
all
all.
you could put them all on one movement tray, and then you just use like a dice or a wound tracker or something like that, because it was all based on morale. It wasn't like old Warhammer where you counted the miniatures on the tray, and it was called multi-basing, and that's why what's his name, Luke's was doing the Kings of War in that tiny scale, because he could literally just take a little sheet of plastic card, toss the entire unit on a sheet of plastic card, because instead of needing 60 guys, he only needed 31 tiny little 10 millimeter guys to throw on that base right there. And that was kind of neat looking. Goobertown. Goobertown, how are you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that you've been doing well. I saw the new setup. I think you just posted that to Instagram a couple days ago. That was a very impressive setup. Really loved it. As someone who has spent the last several weeks desperately trying to create some new filming areas for large scale things, I can appreciate the complexity behind such projects, like massively. So, folks, I'm sure you're already subscribed to Goobertown's YouTube channel, but just make sure you go check out Goobertown on YouTube. Yeah, that was quite the rig. I saw that and I went, now that's impressive. I guess the cats approved of it as well. At least it looked like they did. I'm sure the cats approved of it as well. All right, Drax, I'll see you in a bit. Enjoy the chow. Enjoy your chow. Yeah, Goobertown. I saw the light set up there, that rig, and I went, whoa, that's pretty nice. That is very nice. So, folks, again, you want to see that new rig in action soon enough, just go check out Goobertown. All kinds of fantastic videos, a very chill and mellow hobby time that you will have on Goobertown Hobbies. So go check it out. Now, thank you, Avocado Kids. I think. Oh, look at that. There is one drop left. That's it. That's literally one drop left. Oh, we're trying to. I think we got to a level 3 hype train last night during our Aowen painting, right? So again, folks, we do sculpting Thursdays here. Sometimes they're conversions, sometimes they're whole miniatures, sometimes they're busts like this, a portrait bust. And we painted this. We sculpted it Thursday, and we painted this on yesterday's stream. Literally the same oil paints we're using to paint these nasty old goblins. He's like, get that pointy thing out of here. It's like, man, she's mean. That is a mean lady. Hey, Art of War Painting, how are you doing? The hot chocolate's already gone, sadly, Avocado Kids. The hot chocolate was was gone first. Now that's gone. And all we have left literally is a couple drops of water. Everything else is gone. We have no more sustenance left. That's why we might have to go run and get some more in a little bit here, because all the stuffs are gone. All of the stuffs are gone. Well, we had to do a lot of toasting because of the booster stream. There was that toasting. Then we had to toast all the generous bitses and hype train stuff that people have gotten going here, and that is very much appreciated.
So say we all.
let's see. 954. I'm thinking a paint off. There we go. A
So
paint
say
off.
we all.
Goobertown and Wappleville. Goobertown and Wappleville together. Yeah, see that's the two happiest, most
So say
hobbyistic,
we all.
the most hobbyistic towns in all the world is Goobertown and Wappleville. There you go. How's about that? How does that sound? And I guess it is time for another hype train because we did get to
So
level
say we
3.
all.
We did get to level 3, so there's your hype train once again, folks. That's going to roll right through the station there. Boom, boom, boom. Look out. And yes, this train
So
does
say we
move.
all.
Watch. It does move. There you go. Seriously, it does. I know we've been talking about this a lot, but that was for a movable terrain for bolt action. So that was going to be for our Stalingrad board and for our Leningrad board and for our Siege of Budapest. And literally the idea would be that if the train was running, you didn't want to be on the train tracks when the train was running because it would literally just run over miniatures. That was kind of the idea behind it. Was all right, you can hide on the train tracks if you want, but if a train comes along and that miniature gets run over, well, that becomes a wee bit of a casualty now. It becomes a bit of a mess on the tracks. Let me see. Yes, yeah, Goobertown. It's like the happiest hobby places in all the world. Goobertown, Wappleville, where everything is mellow. Sometimes there might be Mines of Moria. Sometimes there will be goblins. There will be cats, especially in Goobertown. So, folks, if you love your cats, head on over to Goobertown. Let's see, what material would you suggest that I do a frame to start? Altered man art? I would say just use the tinfoil. Use the tinfoil, crinkle it up. It's already going to start making tree branch. You could even cut it a little bit in some places. But you start crinkling up that tinfoil, you're already starting to get a little bit of a branch texture, right? You know what? I'm gonna actually throw a little bit of just a smidge of green here, maybe. This is a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale. Just went into that indigo. It's ever so slightly tinted towards the green. Hey, Zip Zap, how are you doing? You got your creature caster shipment in. And just in time to see how much worse GW has made the army I was building. Sorry about that, Zip Zap. Yeah, which army was that, Zip Zap? Again, doing a little bit more of our green here. Just chucking in a little bit here and there. Little bit here and there. No, altered manner, that would be your starter. So think of it this way. So remember this. You saw our great beast of Golgoroth, right? Now I'm going to go down here and we're going to find our little step-by-step on the great beast. So we started out with tin foil. That's all it was, literally just tin foil, and we sculpted as best as we could out of tin foil the great beast of Golgoroth. Then we started to cover it with the gray extra firm Sculpey. Then it was entirely covered in the gray extra firm. That meant I could move the legs, I could actually pose him. And then we filled out, see, we added a little bit of a face there. We filled out the legs. And then we took our epoxy sculpt, right? And then we did all of this. We did the feet. Remember, we did all the texture on the body here. Remember what we told this? Our sculpting Thursdays, folks. We do stuff like this. We sculpt entire miniatures from scratch. Let me see. So 50 seconds. For the level 4, that's it. Okay. It's like 50 seconds. What did I do? So yeah, the tinfoil that's first. The tinfoil is your building material, and then you add to that with your Sculpey, your epoxy sculpt, that sort of stuff. Let's see. So I'm not going to click on that level 3 emote because we know what happens when I click on those things. We end up having a dead stream, so we're not going to click on that. Not clicking on that emote, even though it was, they're always nice and shiny, right? Those emotes. Well, let's see. I guess people want to see the train again. So there's going to be your train. Train time. Boom. There we go. But thank you very much. Thank you so much, everybody, for that. So again, the tin foil right here. And if you're doing trees, you might do something like this, right? We're going to do some separate branches here. And then you're going to take this, make yourself, again, some separate little branches here. Like so. And make yourself a bigger tree like this. Tear this out here. Let's get a couple more tears into this. You can have yourself some larger branches here. And the idea is that you can wrap your Sculpey and stuff around this. And then once you have your Sculpey on there, well, see, this lets you bend and shape your branches the way you would want with the Sculpey on there, and then it stays where you want it to go, or epoxy sculpt. Either way, it's your choice. Either way. Oh yeah, Nosferatu. Let's just say that really saved my bacon when it came to sculpting all this stuff. Because all of the things that we sculpted here, like the Colossus and the Hierotitan and those Sphinxes, all that stuff, that's tinfoil on the inside. All of that stuff is tinfoil on the inside. Your Lizardman army here, those engines of the gods in the back, that's all. Those monsters are all tinfoil with a little bit of a shell of epoxy sculpt around the outside. Because A, those would have weighed a bazillion pounds, or they would have cost a whole bunch of money that I did not have. So yeah, those were all that stuff sculpted from scratch. And the howdahs, all made out of Sculpey clay. And you can check those all out on the blog there. We did a lot of sculpting of that army right there. So all that stuff sculpted from scratch. And let's see, where's some of the other sculpting type stuff that we have done here? So here's our, there we go. So this is the other type of stuff that we do here a lot. So take a look at those guys. We just took $25 worth of Rohan riders. We clipped off some of that stuff and we turned them into about 100 and, let's see, 5 times, yeah, about $150 worth of Royal Guard. Except these are still plastic and not metal. And we call this guy Old Nine Folds, right? Because we have 9 folds there. We put new helmets on them, new cloaks. We even changed their shields. We gave them a flag right here, which was very fun. All these were painted up on stream. And then, of course, we added to that. We took another one of those, the 6th rider. We chopped off his head, gave him a new cloak, gave him a flag, new face, some new armor. There's our Gamling, right? And then, of course, we did our little thing where we took some Tomb King's bits, Fireforged Horse, Army of the Dead, and I do believe we call this one Rogaine Lightning right here. That's what this one was called. So you see all the musculature that we sculpted in there, some tendons and some hair. And that's what we did with, I think, 3 of these guys. And then we painted them up on the channel. So this is normally about a $35 metal miniature, which is horrible to put together and falls apart. Doesn't even stay on a base. Or we took maybe $6 worth of plastic miniatures and just had some fun making our own. And it's way easier to game with this than it is one of those nasty old metal Riders of the Dead. No doubt about that. Hey, Rhapsody Studios, how are you doing? Nice to see you again. Oh, Zip Zap, they're not going to be doing whole armies. Oof, it's going to be a long time before they're doing whole armies, that's for sure. I thought it was going to be not too long from now, but I think it's going to be a very long time from now. Let's see. So, Rhapsody, congrats again on your first sub and all that kind of good stuff. Glad that all that was working out for you. I think we just had a hype train for Stila, I think, because I think still, who do we do? We just had a hype train for somebody that just got to 100, I believe. And sorry if I already forgot. The brain not working so well. So altered man art, yeah, we need pretty much, well, we need basically every army in Middle Earth if we're going to combine again, especially now that we have our War of the Ring stuff here. Here, let's with our supplement here for War of the Ring, got Deadmen of Dunharrow, Tree Men, you got the Eagles, Spiders. So I want to do a whole spider army, but look at that, Corsairs of Unbar. So El Goobertown, I don't know if you heard, one of the things we want to do is to construct Corsair ships and Dol Amroth ships, and then have literally Lord of the Rings battles at sea. We want to have Lord of the Rings battles at sea because, well, there were no cannons, so they were just going to have to board ships and fight the old-fashioned way. So what I was thinking of maybe was finding some of the old Man of War rules from Games Workshop or something like that, and somehow adapting those to Lord of the Rings or Middle Earth SPG rules, and we could have an insane sea battle, Lord of the Rings style, Corsairs versus Dol Amroth. I think that could just be an absolute blast. Yeah, Avocado Kids was kind enough to donate one of those Proxon foam cutters, and that's one of the reasons why we're trying to create the new filming areas so that we could maybe show that process, at least film the process, if not live stream the process. And I've got a whole big collection of foam now, and I love ships. I love any kind of ships. If it sits in the water and moves, if it's a ship, I love it, just like horses. So this won't be just the cavalry channel, it'll also be the navy channels, because where's our cruel seas stuff? Where's our cruel? No, that's not it. Where's our cruel seas stuff here? There it is. Is this it? Well, we did it some. Where's my cruel sea? I could swear it's around here somewhere. Maybe that's over here then. Maybe that's over here. Cruel seas, cruel seas. There it is. There's our barbershop navy. The Regia Marina. Yeah. But now we get to do Corsair ships. Just think about that. Wouldn't that be very cool? Battles in Middle Earth at sea. Let's see. So Nosferatu, is that a small scale or is that 28 mil? Because I know Man of War was for 28 mil. And it really did focus on the boarding combat and that sort of thing. Now, of course, fortunately, Lord of the Rings takes into account the way terrain works in Lord of the Rings. You could easily transfer that to a battle at sea. Nosferatu, wouldn't that be hilarious? I mean, when have you ever seen a battle report of a sea battle? I mean, outside of maybe Cruel Seas or something like that, or maybe Micronauts or whatever. But I think it would be really, really, really fun to see because with Lord of the Rings, you can climb stuff, you can push guys over ledges. I mean, think of it, you'd be literally pushed overboard, and then, guess who shows up? Guess who starts walking on water? Huh? Army of the Dead, right? Army of the Dead come in there just walking across the water. That would be very fun. Hey, Ecto, nice to see you again. So Armada is 28 mil. So that's Armada, and it's Mantic, huh? Well, I'll have to. Thanks Nosferatu for the heads up. Thank you so much. So we'll try and check that out too. Oh, so Nosferatu, you got some of the old Man of War stuff? Holy smokes. That's fantastic. Yeah, let's see. Do you always altered man art? We used to paint things very much separate now in cases like this. So when we're doing the things like the marble or in cases like our Cipher Lords bases. So I'll show you here. Let's see if we can scroll down, find the Cipher Lords bases. There we go. Boom. So you can see there we painted the bases first and then put the miniatures on and then painted them. That used to be how everything was done. But once I discovered the oils, then things started just be painted on the bases because the oils can get into a lot of hard to reach places that you ordinarily can't. Now the Dol Amroth army, that was a little bit different. That was another case where we painted the bases first. Now the halberds over here, this was a different deal. They were all painted while they were still on the bases. It's on a case by case basis. So here's actually, wait a minute, let me show you. Okay, this. So here in this case, all of those miniatures were painted, or the bases were painted first. Then the miniatures were painted, because that would have been a total, you know what, trying to paint those bases with the miniatures on them. So that was definitely a case of miniatures and bases painted separately. Let's see. See Rhapsody. I was hoping. See, that's what we call wordsmithing right here. You know, elves can craft rings, dwarves can craft mithril armor. Here we just craft words. Yes, one word to rule them, one predicate to bind them, and one adjective to rule them all. How's that sound? That's what we do. Now, what we also need to start doing, we're going to reinforce a couple more darks in here, but also, again, a little bit of the indigo in there. Let's make sure we reinforce those darks. Let's see. Avocado Kids, I guess you can get there, see how much of the background I really am. I ask questions, but they mend in the curtains here. So thank you so much for the cheer or the bits there, Avocado Kids. Thanks for starting the Bitskrieg. You know we appreciate the Bitskrieg. Yeah, Avocado Kids. One thing because there's so many of those picture things, there's no way to get all of the sounds and all the other notification things that are onto all of those picture screens because it would take 1,000 years, unfortunately, to try and do all that stuff. But much appreciated on the bits, you know that. Actually, Avocado Kids, are you still a couple of days on the disabled list, or are you going to be able to get back to your? Do you think you'll be able to get back to streaming by maybe Monday or Tuesday or so? I know that work is also going to have to do something about that. All right, so you know what? Let's go back to some of the original chapters here of the Book of Wapol here. Let's go back to kind of the beginning. Now we're following this. This is chapter 1. Oh, speaking of which, after look at this. Look at this. Okay. And then we're going to show, of course, what do we start with? Craft brushes. Yes. Craft brushes. We make decisions, right? You can be as precise as you want. If you can't decide what the heck to do, you'll never do anything. And then this one here, right? You're never going to take that voyage of discovery unless you get on the boat. Well, look what I found the other day. Look what I found here. Check this out. Look at this. These were stickers that we made for conventions. What does that say? What does that say? We made these stickers, and actually we did make these too. Book of Wapol Chapter 2. This is literally when those were the only 2 chapters. We're on chapter 50 now. So yes, this is the first merch that we're going to try and do. I'm going to see if I can have whatever it is, make the stickers like, as merch. We'll see if we can do that. Hopefully we can. Yeah, Goober. Is that? Are we gonna have to have like one of those motivational posters? Oh wait, Middle Earth motivational posters. It's gonna be for Umbar. It's gonna be like, join the Navy, see the world, and it's just gonna be like the Eye of Sauron on the behind the ship. How does that sound? How does that sound? Promotion, like recruitment posters for Umbar. Join the Navy, see the world, and it'll just be the Eye of Sauron looking down at a ship. Yeah, Queez, that was for conventions. Now, believe it or not, those things were made and printed for ReaperCon, the last ReaperCon, and of course those never got packed. So I've never gotten to use them ever. The only person who has seen those is Kathy and me. That's it. Well, now you guys. Yeah, Altered Man, I know there's a few folks that have literally offered to try and actually make a book of Wapple, an actual book, like a hardcover book of all of the stuff. And of course, right, it's not just the painting part, but we have the sculpting parts of the Book of Wapple now. So I think we're calling that Exodus. And then, of course, the 3D printing chapters of the Book of Wapple, that's the Book of Revelations. That's basically the end times. The Avocado Kid said stickers to be given away on your 1K follower stream. Well, wait. For about a week of stream, stickers given away every hour. So folks, be sure to give Avocado Kids a follow because, yeah, in addition to all the stickers and everything else, don't forget Best Harmonica on Twitch. Best Harmonica on Twitch. That's going to be Avocado Kids and stickers. Well, Nessie knows we already know who's going to make it leather bound. We know whose leather work it's going to be. It's going to have to be Armored Wolf's leather work on it. I mean, who else's would it be? Who the heck else is who else can do leather work like Armored Wolf does besides nobody? So if there's a leather bound version, it's definitely going to have to be done by Armored Wolf because he's already doing journal covers. Don't If you don't believe me, go look. Go look at Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Go look there. You'll see journal covers there. I'm sure you will. Let's see. As a Ramsey, I want a book so I can hang it on my paint space. But yes, remember, was it over the summer we said we were going to start adding the printing chapters of the Book of Wapple? And that was going to be Revelations because it was going to be a doomsday book pretty much, which it is. Yeah, the book of printing is the doomsday book. The book of sculpting is the happy book. Why? Because we're happy that we can just take a cheap $5 figure and some green stuff and turn it into Boromir with his flag. Yes, with his little flag right there. Let's see. Armored Wolf says the Book of Wap will be more than just a cover. It will be more than just a pretty face. Speaking of faces here, I'm going to just chuck a little bit of green on this here. And by green, I mean like greenish gray. That's more like what we're talking about here. And we're probably going to dingify this up too a little bit. That's a technical term you can use. Like we said, we do wordsmithing here. My face is like an anvil, and my tongue is the hammer. There we go. How's that sound? That sounds real weird. Sounds very anti-TOS right there. Sounds very not good. Let's see. Yeah, but isn't it weird, Altered Man Art, just how all the circumstances played out, and because of the way they played out, it's all. I mean, I was doing oils for 4 years, over well 3.5 years ish thereabouts, and nobody really cared very much at all. And then just because of all of the hilarity and craziness, just and the stuff with YouTube, we come over here to Twitch, and the next thing you know, oils are just everywhere. It's weird how things work out. Heck, we never should have been miniature painters in the first place. What it took just to make us miniature painters instead of 2D artists was crazy enough. And now you just kind of add all the other things like this, right? Where miniature companies just laughed at me when I asked them about making oil paint lines. They literally just kind of went, yeah, they just kind of laughed and said, "Oh wait, you're serious? That was a serious question. Okay, sorry about that." Uh, Altered Man Art, they're basically the same thing, right? Unless you mean, I don't know if you mean like the whole smoothness of brushstroke thing or anything like that. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Oh, Altered Man Art, thanks, or sorry, Nosferatu. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks for all the bits and stuff. So Nosferatu, you might have to send me any kind of links you have to Man of War info, because we definitely have to make that happen. Without a doubt, that's got to happen. Actually, that's why I bought that second box of was it the Ghost Archipelago or something like that from the Frostgrave guys, to get some more of those crewmen, so that we could have some more Umbars, as our Corsairs of Umbar. My Altered Man Art, it's to me it's all the same thing. There's nothing separate about it. That the smooth stuff just happens. It's that's what happens afterwards. I think you've seen me come in with the blending brush, right? We come in with the blending brush afterwards. So let's take our AON here as an example. So obviously the first thing we were concerned about was making sure we had our grays in place, right? We had some warmth over here. And then afterwards, that's when we took our blending brush and just tried to smooth some things out. It's just like, think about it, regular oil painting, right? When you're talking 2D art here, let's get down to some of our 2D art that we used to do back in the day. You can bet that that was way rougher than it was at the ending. Just like this was way rougher at the start than it was at the end. Just like she was. And our wolvesies over here. So all of that stuff started out very rough, and then eventually you start to tie things together. All right, avocado kids, you have a fun time watching the movie, and I hope you have yourself some delicious chow. Hope you have yourself some good chow. See, Nosferatu has the books. Oh, no problem, Nosferatu. I'm just hoping that I can find, obviously, very specifically, like grappling type things and boarding type rules. Those are the specific things that I think, because Lord of the Rings by itself has enough rules that should work for the combat itself, but getting to that point, I guess, that's what I'm wondering. Getting to that point. Now, speaking of points, now we're starting to breaking up the points on this, right? Let me see. Say Altered Man Art. I say this all the time in a lot of the videos where you get your all your building blocks in place. That's why one of the chapters in the Book of the Wapol says that you don't build a house starting with the window treatments and the roof tiles or your shingles. You start out with concrete, rebar, that sort of stuff. So this is all the oh, I guess we're going to have to do some more pre-glazing. Oh, here we go. So this is sort of the concrete and rebar, right? And then eventually we start to get to the fun stuff, right? The freehand and everything, whatever we're going to do, the non-metallic metal. That's your more decorative elements that are on the inside, right? So it starts out with that rougher stuff, and then eventually you work your way towards towards the fancy stuff, right? You work yourself gradually in towards those fancier elements, because just like with the Ossiarchs, just like with our Lumineth right here, when they first start out, they're just all like these were. This was nothing but pre-glaze, so was this. But in the end, you start to layer, and then you start to put in things like the interference paint, right? To make it do all that fun color shifty stuff and everything else. The freehand, right, on the back of the cloaks and everything. So you kind of start with your structure, and then you start to add from there. Oh, let's see. Oh, so Nosferatu says that the Armada rules are free on Mantic's web. Oh, that sounds good, Nosferatu. Thanks for pointing that out. Oh, Lady Chris, did I just jinx you? Did I just jinx you? I think I may have just jinxed you. So I apologize for that. Yeah, it snowed here again today. That's why we were an hour, actually more like an hour and a half later than I wanted to be. As far as the start times, do you see what we can do here? You see the power of oil paints? Oil paints can make it snow. They can literally change the weather. Well, what did we say? Oil paints make us time lords? Don't oil paints make us time lords? They give us the power over time. Don't you wish you had the power over time itself? Well, guess what? Oils can do that for you. All kidding aside, they really can. You only have 2 hours in a paint session. Man, you need to get a whole lot more done in that 2 hours than you otherwise could. Well, guess what? Oils are your friend. Oils can help you with that. There's so many things that they can do for you. That's why we always say, ask not what you can do for your oils, but what can your oils do for you? Yes, oils for you. Let me see. A highlight coat after a highlight coat. I've been painting with acrylics the last 2 days, and it feels like I've gotten nothing done. Isn't that weird, Rhapsody? Is that not weird how that happens? Oh, no problem, Lady Chris. Yeah, I'm just trying to show folks because we've done entire units here before. I mean, that's no big deal. Stuff like this where we've knocked off an entire unit in a paint session, but I want to show people like a couple of at least 18 miniatures or something like that painted in a session. We're already on number 6 here. So here's our first 3, or one of our 3, and here's another 3. So we've already painted 6 of these guys. And there's more of these. There are more to come. Let's see, since my window... Oh, your wisdom's teeth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that does not sound good, Ultraman. That sounds painful. Let's see, 2 of the 6 figures are done after 7 hours and like little cartoon dice. Oh, my goodness. Well, crazy as it sounds, but we're going to have to go even more ramped up production than this because those War of the Ring figures, now there's about 140 or 150 of those to paint. And if we're going to be hammering away at those on the channel here, we're really going to, we're going to be smoking along, baby. We're going to be cruising. We are going to be cruising away on those figures. Let's see. And of course, I don't know, Lady Chris, did you get to see the end of what we were doing on our Eowyn figure last night? So our cameo bust. This was really very fun. I had a blast. So we have to do more sculpting, and I actually was able to successfully buy some more Sculpey clay. I've got white Sculpey coming here for the bases, and then we've got more gray extra firm for more of our sculpting type stuff and texture roller because we're going to have to make a whole bunch of these dwarf bases for our dwarves that are coming here now. So I've got about, I think, 60 dwarves headed this way. Well, plus the dwarf rangers if I actually start assembling those too. We're going to have to get bases for all of those guys, do all that fun stuff. Looks like we're at 75% of the delivery of the boosted stream. So I guess that's something that just kind of keeps happening. And it's like, okay, if you make it, then they start boosting your. I think it's starting to maybe make a little more sense to me now how that all works. Maybe making a little bit more sense. You know what? I needs a different type of green here. And remember this green. So we did this on our Gandalf. That's ivory black and cadmium yellow light mixed together to make that green. There is no green here. There is no green paint on this. We took ivory black, cadmium yellow to make a green. That is what we're doing here. We're literally making our own. And oh boy, Nosferatu. I don't know if you've already jumped off or not, but that's another really fun green with the oils is the ivory black mixed with either cadmium yellow light, preferably cadmium yellow light, because it really makes this weird kind of sickly green color. So I guess that means we're going to have to paint something nurgly, and we're going to have to use this mix most of the time. You might just have to do that. Now the other thing I think I'm going to do is try and snag the rest of the goblins here. And I'm also going to try and snag me some more refreshments here because we have gone through all of them. And I'll be bringing in my I'll be back screen, and I shall be back. This will be a nice little tour through some of our Song of Ice and Fire miniatures here. So again, we're going to show you, where's my I'll be back screen? Just scrolled past it, there we go. So we shall return in just a moment, folks, so we'll be right back. So we are back. We have refreshments, but I was also able to snag some of the rest of these guys here. Yeah, this is our goblin captain right here. We should probably throw him on a little bit of a think so. We can be working on some more of these guys here. We have another pokey goblin right there. So I think you can see that the texture roller a little bit better. Here, let's get these guys off to the side now, and then we'll see if we can find ourselves some things to stick these guys to. And as always, it's just our blue tack here. Simple blue tack. And in this case, it's just dead Reaper paint jars like so. Let's see. James is a quick post pictures of snakes. So, yeah, those are all Song of Ice and Fire units. So again, they're just like these guys right here. Just like these guys. We also have, actually, maybe we can get to them. I think we can. Warrior Sons. So this is the same Sculpey clay. And there's some of our most multi-basing. This is actually a series that we did on the Patreon page with the crazy warrior sons and their rainbow cloaks. Oh my goodness. That just about killed me, that series. That series came really close to actually just literally murdering me. That was very close. I'm going to take off a couple of our Gondor guys here. And we're going to stick some of our Moria goblins in there. Oh, look at that little dwarf axe there on the base too. All right. So let's go back. Let's take a little trip back to our initial stages here. Let's do that again. So same thing we did here with our pre-glaze, right? Because, well, we're advancing pretty far along with these guys. We want to keep advancing, right? So we're going to move them off to the side. Let those start to let that paint set a little bit here. I'm actually going to find one more base if I can to use for this. 1 second here. I think we'll use this. Let's take this thing off of this base if we can. There we go. And let's get this guy stuck onto here too. There. All right, let's get ourselves some of our big old brushes like this. Nasty old craft brush, right? We're going to have to throw out some more of our, looks like some Van Dyke Brown here. And now we're just going to go right out of the tube because I'm pretty much out on some of my, we were out before we even started this on a couple of our little containers that we've mixed like this. Let's see. So Achilles, how are you doing? Thanks for stopping in. All right, we're just going to take a little bit of our, again, just start hitting this from the top. Some of that Van Dyke Brown, some of our black, even a hint of indigo in a couple of places here. We move on. We move on. We keep going here. This pre-glaze, again, it's all this is just Badger Steiner Res primer. I just airbrushed that on there real quick. No zenithal, anything like that. Just shot on there as quick as I could because this is going to furnish your shading. This is also going to furnish the colors that you're going to be manipulating. How's about we do one more? Let's get this going here again. Back to that Van Dyke Brown. There's some of our ivory black. What the heck, a little bit of asphaltum here, or Draxphaltum as we call it, because it's Drax's fault that we got it. He's the one that spotted it, and he said, hey Jim, I think you want to try that asphaltum stuff. So since we use it, we name it after Drax. It's called Draxphaltum. This is some of that brown matter. It's sort of a reddish brown. It's just going to start to get us on the way towards some of our object source lighting here. And what do we say? We start with craft brushes. And what's the other chapter in the Book of Wapple? Probably chapter 33, I believe it is. It must be messy before it can be neat. We love our messy stage, don't we? Do we not love our messy stage? I'm glad that this is good for you, Achilles Blade. I am so glad. This is good for me because it's been a really wild week between trying to set up the new area and all the other stuff. So this is much needed for me to actually be able to see, well, the whole rest of the Moria army come into life here. Ah, Nosferatu is still around. So the free rules are only the basic rules. Ah, okay, that's fine, Nosferatu. It's no super rush because we still got to build the ships, right? We have to build ourselves some 28 millimeter Dull Amroth and Corsair ships. Is this not going to be fun? Is this not going to be a blast? So yeah, it was trying to get all of that technology. Well, first of all, it's some of it's very old. It's very disparate technology. We're basically trying to do with maybe 200 hours worth of stuff what most people are doing with, oh, I don't know, 8,000 hours worth of stuff. So that always makes it a little more challenging to say the least. Now we did add a little bit more thinner into here because, well, this is so rough. That's our Sculpey on top of bulletin board cork, right? All right. We are going to let these set for a wee bit to try and let that paint get a little more chance to grip on there. This guy. Oh, let's also chop up some makeup sponges here. Makeup sponge time. And cutting these up does several things. First of all, we don't use as many of them. Not that they're expensive. But you have different sizes, right? And here too, my fingers used to be covered in paint by now. But because I'm only holding a part of this thing, a little less paint all over my hands. Now, again, this is our homemade filbert brush. We're still working with craft brushes here, right? Still working with the craft brushes. You notice that we're not using a whole bunch of cleaner. Now, if you do need some brush cleaner, we just use this because look, it works for acrylic paint and oils. Not hazardous, no vapor. Actually smells like citrus. It's fantastic. And let's see. Oh, here we go. When all of our figures are done and they are dry, we hit them with the same stuff we would use on our acrylic painted miniatures. Army Painter Anti-Shine. Because once the paint dries, it's just paint. And this stuff works fabulous. So Altered Man Art, it's the same Sculpey base that we use all the time here. So if you remember this roller on Prinkles right here. So that's the same texture on Prinkles the War Kitty. Yes, this is our cat. I am a god. You will worship me. Worship me now. Worship me now. And he says, but then he says, what's that? What? I will ignore that. That's awful pretty. I will ignore that. Uh, uh, ah, that's embarrassing when he does that. So yeah, that's the only cat that we have here on the channel. It's the only cat that we have. Hi, Chloe. How are you doing? Just like Skies Clear says, you come for the oil painting, but you stay for the puppet shows. Isn't that not the truth? You stay for the puppet shows. We have a full cast of characters. I don't know. Maybe we have to get. Maybe Goobertown has to have a character here too. I mean, Mike Disney does, and soon Armored Wolf is going to have a character. Of course, we have me already. Yes, this is me. Fluorescent paints, craft brushes. That's my name. There's your White Sox logos from 1919 right there. So yep, this is moi right there. All right, so we've got a film noir request here. Oh, thanks, Sandarina. I appreciate that. Yeah, that is Prinkles the War Kitty. So if you want to see where Prinkles was painted, just go back probably about a month or so ago. Probably about a month, and you can watch all of the previous highlights here. This is effectively like a YouTube channel now. I just wish I had known that from the very get-go. Now I'm going to try and do a little bit of film noir here. Now that we got a bunch of these painted, it's time to do this. So doesn't that look a little bit different now? Remember we did this early on. We didn't quite have that sharp contrast, but you don't see any of the cool colors. You don't see any of the warm. So those highlights don't look any different than these highlights. When we bring that color back, it's going to be very different. But now look at this. You can see how we haven't brought in any of our lighter colors yet. So let's bring back our color intensity here. Look at the difference. Cool colors, warm colors, muted colors, intense colors. Now let's bring back Prinkles here for a second. Blue, red. You say, oh man, look at how light that blue, look at how light that red is. Look at how dark that blue is. Watch this. Oh, wait a minute. They're all the same. You don't see any of the difference between the red and the blue because it's not a contrast thing. It's not a value contrast, it's a color contrast. Red versus blue, intense red versus sort of intense blue. Here, this intermediate here with the purple, not quite as intense as the red, right? Intense red up here, very intense blue there. There's many types of contrast. Value contrast is nice and all that kind of stuff, but there's color contrast, temperature contrast, there's edge contrast. I think we found what, we've identified 5 or 6 types of contrast. Let's see. Like Rhapsody says, once you oils, you never want to use acrylics again. Of course, what is big acrylic always trying to do? Big acrylic is trying to squash oils here. And what's the imagery that we want for our merchandise T-shirt for big acrylic? It's going to be one of those sort of a boss tweed type things, right? One of those 1920s fat cats or something like that. All right, so we brought in some of this. While we were waiting for this paint to set, it's time to do some of this. Now, for those that were watching our AON bust painting last night, you remember that Sculpey is more absorbent. Even with primer on it, Sculpey is more absorbent than plastic. More absorbent than metal for sure. See how we just chucked that sponge away? Now in the case of where the heck are my Ossiarchs here? There were people that saw this process on these guys and they'd say, we'd be happy with just that. Literally like what we were doing here. They say, I'd be thrilled because look at all the different color changes we got here. Look at the greens and the reds and everything else. That was all pre-glaze. Let's see. Yeah, sky's clear. Well, that's what's fun about well, like I know Vince sometimes does his 24-hour army painting challenge thing or something like that. We're just gonna do what, about an 8-hour, 9-hour army painting challenge because the oils let us do all that. Look at this, huh? Look at the difference. There's no mistakes with oil paints, just makeup brushes or makeup sponges. That's in the book of Wapple. That's in the book of Wapple. Yeah, no joke, it's in there. Let's take away some more paint again. Let's take away some more paint again here. And the smaller sponges can be handy for getting into these small areas. Hopefully not knocking our little goblin off of here. So these are pinned to the base. Yeah, so Altered Manner, yeah, it's all the same Sculpey, right? There's a whole bunch of, now this is that's the white Sculpey, right, that we like to carve and just paint the surface on. But we have so many, oh my goodness. Oh, wait. Oh no, this is the elf texture right here. So this is the one that we used on the Lumineth, and this is the one I'm considering using on some of my Lord of the Rings elves too. Why not? Speak friend and enter, all that kind of stuff. And it's the same stuff we used on our right here. So take a look at this Greek texture right there. Now, unfortunately, I can't quite reach the miniature, but we use that same texture on this. So I think we've got a top view coming for you. See that Greek texture base on there? Here, let's. That was the same texture roller. That was this one, the Greek theme. And then of course you've got. I think they have something like 30 some odd different rollers here. Let's see. We were trying to paint a miniature, and they were in a fog or mist setting. Well, that's easy, Deuce. It would be virtually painted entirely in middle tones. So let's say you've got a value range of 1 to 10. You would paint nothing lighter than, say, a 4 and nothing darker than a 7. Because as soon as you paint anything lighter or darker than that, it's going to look more like sunlight or some kind of light source. So, and you have to gray down your color. So you are not going to have, I mean, if it was this, you would see very little difference between the blue and that gold. It would just be like a dingy yellowish green versus a sort of dingy bluish color that's a little bit gray. So the first thing you'd have to do is compress your value range and no bright happy colors. No bright highlights, no bright happy colors, no highly saturated stuff. As soon as you do that, your whole foggy setting and all that, well, that idea is blown. That's gone. Look at the difference. Huh? Big old difference there. So, folks, yeah, the Patreon tutorial things, we're on Series 23. Actually, we're on Episode 3 of Series 23. And each series is 5 episodes. Starts with the basing. We literally show how we sculpted these bases, painted these bases. Then we do a color test figure in Episode 2. This was the color test figure. And we moved on to Episode 3, where most of Episode 3 is doing stuff like this. So Episode 3 is more like this. Episode 4 starts to bring in some more fancy type things. Now, like here, Episode 4, we brought in more of the interference colors. Episode 5 actually started out with doing all of the stuff on the bases because the paint was dry. And we also didn't want to wait for all this paint to dry. So we put the basing stuff on first, and then we dove in. We added the freehand here in Episode 5, some of the final highlights in Episode 5. And that's just the army painting series. We're on painting Dark Sword 55. We have 53 original painting pyramid episodes. So let's see. You are well over 200 now. Oh, then there's 23 basing episodes. There's 10 diorama episodes now, I think. And then there's about 70 general techniques. So if you do that $15 Army Painter pledge, you, all kidding aside, are getting close to 700 hours worth of tutorials. That is not a joke because you're getting 8 years worth of tutorials. Every single tutorial that I've ever filmed for 8 years for 15 bucks. And every month we add about somewhere between 20 to 24 hours of brand new videos to all that. Just ask the folks that are trying to keep up with it. They'll tell you. Let's see. Let's see. I don't think thought was this. Deuce. That's sort of, kind of close to that, but this is it's a little bit more limited than that. But you could give that a try. See what happens. Give that a try, like you're saying there. Just take it to the pre-glaze part of it like this, and maybe just throw on some more lights. Not too much light, like we were saying. Deuce, just take some pictures of it, right? Take some pictures at different stages, and then like just bring them together side by side, And that might tell you if you got the result that you wanted or not. And as Deuce says, this is clearly not me being lazy. I just wanted fog. No, this is supposed to be this way. So what we're gonna do is leave these two guys. Gonna grab this one, and again we're gonna take. It's just a flat brush, right? One of these little synthetic brushes. Let's see. Perception has a sub thanks to Nosferatu. Now we're gonna get into our cadmium scarlet here. Cadmium scarlet. Let's lighten this up here. Cadmium scarlet. Little more here. Again, we don't want to go too bonkers with this. Don't want to go too bonkers. I always laugh when people say, "Oh man, if you do object source lighting on a whole army, that's going to take forever." Maybe not, especially not with oils, because oh look at this, Army Painting Series 19. It's a series. Yes, we did a whole unit of Sisters of Battle, and guess what? They had object source lighting. Some of them were illuminated by 4 different light sources. I think that one's here. Yeah, look at that. Look at the Sister Superior off to the left there with the whip. Yeah, there was 4 different light sources on one miniature. Guess what? The more light sources you have, the more easy. More light sources, more easy. Because you don't have to paint the darn miniature. You just paint the light source. Yes. Just like Nosferatu, just like CT Paintworks doing a raid. Thank you so much, CT Paintworks. So Deuce, yeah, just like, hey man, it wasn't my fault all those burning skulls were all over the place. That wasn't like me trying to save time making it all object source lighting. That was not, no, I didn't do that at all. So thank you so much, CT Paintworks. I appreciate the raid and welcome in, folks. What we're trying to do here is blast away at a Moria goblin army here. And we've done 6 of these already in 4 hours and 16 minutes. And by that, I mean literally they look like this. 4 hours and 16 minutes ago, half a dozen of these looked like this. And now they look like this because, oh look, here's another 3 over here. Let's just grab these guys. So, yep, that's 6 miniatures in 4 hours. Well, basically 4 hours and 10 minutes because we took a break to get some more liquids for ourselves. So, yeah, that is 4 hours and 16 minutes, and we're starting to crank in on the rest of them. What we've been doing is our little pre-glaze here, where we take this, we wipe some of it away. Now we're starting to build in some of our object source lighting right there. Oh, thanks, CT Paintworks. So let's see. So fog and object source lighting means you don't even have to paint the miniature. Well, that's exactly it, Deuce. That is exactly it. If you do fog effects and object source lighting, the miniature paints itself automatically. You don't have to do anything. So I would just say all of your armies should just be fog and object source lighting. You don't you could get rid of your brushes, right? You wouldn't need them. All you would need is makeup sponges. This is all you would need. Just makeup sponges. Well, you might want to have one of your homemade filbert. So you'd have 60 cents worth of brushes. You'd have, what, about $3 worth of makeup sponges, and that would, you'd be good for several years, right? I don't know. That works for me. Does that work for you? Does that work? Does that work for you? Are you not entertained? Speaking of entertainment, we entertained ourselves for the new folks. We do a sculpting stream here every Thursday. We sculpted this little portrait bust on Thursday, and then we painted this up in yesterday's stream, so you can go and check this one out. This was really fun. Basically, believe it or not, same oil paints as we're using here. Very same oil paints. Oil paints, super flexible. We're gonna leave you separate here because we want to show the difference. We like to have these to kind of show the differences, right? So Deuce, I think that's something you should try. You should definitely give that a try. Literally just Just say that's fog and object source lighting. All I did was I painted them with a makeup brush. That's all you did. I think that would be the stuff of genius. Now what we are also going to try and do is bring in a little bit more of our lighter, speaking of object source lighting, let's bring in just a bit of that. Just a smidge. It's the same kind of effects that we do on miniatures like this 3D printed figure right here. Same idea. Obviously, our little tiny, hideously sculpted Moria goblins right here, well, they have a little less detail than that one. So we have to maybe work a little bit harder than we did on that nifty sculpt from Signum Games there. But you can look at how it's picking up some of that pre-glaze. What does that mean? It means we might have to go back here and, well, get some fresh paint. And with the oils again, you want as little paint on that brush as possible. This is virtually a dry brush. There are several chapters in the Book of Wapol that just describe oils and dry brushing. Because the nice thing is that, well, it doesn't look like dry brushing because look at, see how that paint's mixing on the brush right there? That's why it doesn't look like dry brushing. So, folks, everybody should give CT Paintworks a follow because we support all of our fellow streamers. And CT Paintworks, I realize that you just finished streaming, so you probably don't have a whole lot of Instagram pictures of what you were working on. But if you've got some work in progress pictures, stuff that if it's a continuing project, feel free to drop that stuff in the chat there so folks can see what you're doing. And hopefully you had yourself a good stream. I hope you had yourself a fun stream. Hopefully you're having a good Saturday here. It's a little bit later on Saturday than I thought. Well, we got a later start here than I thought we were going to. I'm not super surprised by that, just given the weather and stuff like that. Oh, look at that. See how much fun that is? Look at that. Does it get any easier than this? What have we been saying? I do believe that working with oils has been judged criminally easy. So in 29 states, it's actually illegal because it's too darn easy. They're like, nope, you can't have life that easy. You can't do that. Not in this state. It's too easy. I might just do one more. Yeah, let's just do one more here. And then we're going to go back in, not just with their darks, but those cooler colors, right? More than value contrast. We need color contrast. We need temperature contrast. We need saturation contrast. CT Paintworks has been trying to beef up the non-metallic gold. Oh, on Magnus to Red. Yes, Magnus to Red. That is definitely, well, speaking of Zinchi things, or pre-Zinchi things, that is something, at some point we're going to have to try. We're going to have to try a little bit Magnus over here. Sky's clear. Is it not just, it's cruel how they just want people to live lives in squalor like that and just misery, not having any of the easy ways? Is that not just sad? It is so sad because clearly those states are in the pockets of big acrylics. They are bought and paid for by big acrylic. I just keep thinking of years ago, 19 years ago, when these figures first came out, people are like, oh gosh, I hate painting those Moria goblins. And there's a reason why these have had no paint on them for 19 years. We literally have had these for 19 years because we didn't have the oils and we also didn't have this notion of, well, yeah, you just slap the oils on there, you do a little bit of a pre-glaze. Literally, like Deuce was saying, what if we were to just take some grayish blue colors and just literally do our oil dry brush over the top of this? People would probably be delirious for that because it would have that kind of nighttimey look, like a look very dark or whatever. It's crazy because now here what we got to start doing is we have to start getting in some of those cooler colors, some of our darks, and then some of our midtones and lights, like what we've been doing on this guy right here. Oh, look at this. I guess they've done 100% delivery of boosting the stream. So I guess we'll find out if that makes a difference. So before we get into adding those lights, let's get into our cooler colors. Let's do that. Let's do this thing. And that's going to take the form of some indigo. Indigo, a nice bluish black color. Also been thinned down just a smidge. Look at that. So we're going to start picking up some of these darker colors, create some more contrast with that. Darken some more of these things down. And then remember what we did to make the green skin tone? We just took our ivory black, mixed it with the cadmium yellow, because if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. It doesn't mean that ivory black has to go everywhere. It just means maybe you mix a little ivory black into some of the colors that go everywhere. That's good enough. So see what we did there? We just enhanced the contrast of this, not just by value, but also by color. Look at this. Big acrylic has even hopped into the stream. Look at this. Now, there, and folks, go check out CT Paintworks Magnus the Red. There's a link for you so you can go check it out. Go check that out. We'll just do that on these three guys right here. So see that? You just look at this. Big acrylic is very insidious. It sneaks into our stream. It sneaks in here. It hates us. Look at that. Big acrylic is everywhere. I think the other day I heard I heard a helicopter on the lawn. That and it had a logo on there that said BA on it, and it had a giant arrow or whatever, one of those X's right through the Wappleville sign. Yeah, tried to launch a drone strike against us. That's what happens with big acrylic. That's how they operate. They want you to have no fun whatsoever. So I think, well, in addition to the Book of Wapple, that's definitely the other. At first, I didn't really know what kind of merchy type things to do, but let's just say that's coalesced over time. That's coalesced over time, especially in the terms of big acrylic. We have to identify them. We have to make them known to the public and their evil ways. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of my little micro filberts here. I'm going to take some of this cobalt blue over here and take this bluish gray over here. And then we're going to drop that right onto the surface here. We'll lighten this up too, but we also want to make that a little bit cooler. That's a little bit too much of the brown there, a little too warm. We're trying to cool that down. Again, temperature contrast, right? Temperature contrast. Yeah, that is classic right there. Yes. Well, they're black. They're black because with big acrylic, they don't really believe, and that's what they think. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. It's just all black. They 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 literally don't believe in any kind of high chroma stuff, right? So they say, well, here we go. Let's look at, here's acrylics, and I did nothing to the camera here. This is done with fluorescent paint. This is the brightest, most intense acrylic paints I could find. Step aside, step aside. Here comes oils. Yeah, look at those two. Look at the purples. Look at Egyptian violet versus whatever weak stuff this was. I'll never forget the first time we held these up on camera, and everyone went collectively, "What?" Because I only got two hands. As much as I love Zinch, I only got two hands. I can't be messing around with the controls. That looks like a badly colorized 1930s movie. This is in Technicolor. Technicolor, baby. So, yeah, look at the difference between oils and acrylics. No wonder all the acrylic helicopters are black, because they have no color on them. So, yeah, I can't manipulate that whatsoever. That's just how it is. That literally is the difference between the two. And I'll never forget the first time I showed that on camera. I know it made an impression on me, and I think it pretty much made an impression on everybody else too. Because I went, whoa, yeah, oh, those young whippersnappers and that modern, them talkies with the color and all that kind of stuff. Where's my Metamucil? Yeah, let's bring in some lighter stuff here. That's a little bit lighter on some of this base here. Just to bring out a little bit of the knotwork. And again, this is the Green Stuff World Texture Roller. They're a dwarf texture roller using the same gray extra firm Sculpey that we use on all of our texture rollers. Same thing we use to sculpt with all the time. CT Paintworks, I knew that there was going to be a difference. Just you know that oil paints are more luminous, more intense, more durable, more everything than acrylic. But when you see it side by side like that with such similar color palettes, and I'm telling you, well, right here, this is the fluorescent acrylic that I use. Look at that. Look at how it's bouncing around on the camera. That still can't compete with the oils. That was fluorescent acrylics. And next to oil paint, it looks like brown. Oh my goodness, that was just hilarious and shocking all at the same time. Hilarious and shocking. Now, what we are doing, another thing with the oil paints is thick paint sticks over thin paint and vice versa. So we have just used, oh, and by the way, people that are worried about having all this toxic paint thinner, well, this is high quality paint thinner for one thing, so no smell. And this is what I've been using for now almost 6 days. That's a bottle cap. That's how much thinner I've used in 6 days. So you don't need all kinds of nasty toxic thing. Again, brush cleaner, not it's for acrylics. Speaking of big acrylic, that's how we try to hide from big acrylic here. Is that we use the same cleaner for acrylic stuff. And Kathy's been using that for cleaning her acrylic brushes for many months now, and it's been very effective. It's super effective for cleaning oils out of your brushes too. So yeah, you don't need a whole bunch of expensive and whatever thinner. Don't have to worry about that. We use literally the same brushes, as in the same brushes I use physically. I use these brushes for my acrylics. The same anti shine from Army Painter. Yeah, see, big. I would expect nothing less from big acrylic. So see, big acrylic is trying to bribe even here, even members of the town of Wappleville. Big acrylic is trying to bribe them and turn Wappleville against itself. Yeah, big acrylic. You see just how insidious they are, and yet people still give them so much of their money and their attention. Look at how evil big acrylic is. I think it's time we stand up to big acrylic and say you can take our miniatures, but you can't take our fun. Hey Foxalotto, welcome back. How you doing? Happy Saturday. All that kind of good stuff. All that kind of good stuff. How's about we bring in a little bit more of this bluish gray over here? It's it's just so darn easy. And again, these are Reaper paint jars. This is how Reaper paint used to, but before the dropper bottles, that's how Reaper paint used to come along. It's not like any company has ever like canceled their entire line of acrylic paint and substituted with something else. It's not like Schmeem Schmirk Shop has ever done that. They've never done that before. I think Schmeem Schmirk Shop is probably part owned by Big Acrylic, actually. I'm glad that you're having a. Oh yeah, well happy Sunday. Oh, see that's the deceptive. That's the deceptive big acrylic right there. That whole known oil thing. See that's they try to get you to believe that that's true oil paint right there, that known oil. Yeah, we see through that ruse. We see through that ruse. We see through you, big oil or big acrylic, sorry. We see right through you. And the fun thing is actually even as recently as gosh, early last year, no, middle of last year, I thought, well, if the oil paint's dry, are you losing a huge advantage of the oil paints? It was doing those army painting series, most specifically that Sister of Battle series, when I realized that, oh my gosh, if that paint dries, it actually gets even easier. As easy as oil painting is, when you let it kind of dry between sessions and you plan for that, your life gets that much easier. Because when you glaze with oils, let's say you want to do more of a traditional acrylic style glaze, well, when the previous layer is dry and you glaze over the top of that, you don't get any watermarks because there's no water. There is no water involved. So yes, you're able to do all these amazing, fantastic glazes with oils over dry paint. And by the way, you can paint. Do we have some of these guys where, yeah. So these have been half painted with acrylics, and I finished them off with oils. In fact, this one we even changed the color scheme. You can also go the other way around. You can have something that's partially painted with oils and finish it with acrylics because we had to do that with a bunch of this creature caster stuff. So this one, I did 3 painting videos on this guy in oils. It was dry, and they said, "Oh wait, we were wrong about the deadline. We need it sent tomorrow." So we weren't going to be doing oils and then packing it up later that night. So we did, and you can watch this on the stream. We painted the last of this on stream in acrylics, and within an hour after that stream was over, I started packing that thing to send off the next morning. So for those that just think, well, it's not, no, you can't do this, can't do that, one by one, we are discovering, yeah, you can do this stuff. There's more and more things we keep discovering that you can do with the oils. Because, well, last year, before last year, I thought, well, if the oil is dry, what's kind of the point? I can't do my wet blending anymore. Until I realized, oh, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can actually, sounds crazy, you can get a smoother blend painting wet oils over dry oils than you can if you were to take wet acrylic paint and paint it into wet acrylic. Sounds crazy, but it's true. I've experienced that many times now. I believe. I did not believe myself. I doubted the oils. So Foxolato, yeah, I guess, well, see, Kathy's got her usual podcast tomorrow, so, and right now she's hanging out with I think the Pyro Club crew. All right, here's our little crazy homemade green, right? That is our ivory black mixed with a cadmium yellow light. A really weird, homemade, perfect orc green, right? How's about we just chuck you right into here? Because remember, we haven't done any of our light colors yet. We have not brought in the latest colors at all. We have not done that yet. And where are we at now? We are on figures 7, 8, and 9. So we've done 6 in the first 4 hours, basically 4.5 hours. Hopefully by the time our we're at maybe 5 hours, 15 minutes, we can tack on 3 more Moria goblins. Basically completed. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I don't know. I think this is somewhat advantageous. Or is it just contagious? It is contagious, right? People see that and say, wait, I too wish to paint entire armies in a matter of hours with object source lighting and non-metallic metals. Back over here to our very bright yellows. It's that time where we start to maybe add a little bit of a spark to our ganja here. Let's spark this ganja. We don't want to go too bonkers with these things. Fortunately, this guy has a little bit more of the armor type stuff going on. It's a perfect surface for really bringing in those kind of reflections of light. That's the most hidden form of contrast is edge contrast. So what the heck is that? Come on. Now you're really stretching it here. Well, no. Sort of like the universal signature for cartoon glass is the three lines, right? Well, it's kind of the same for a hard surface. And well, it's speaking of the hard line. So okay, look, our ice bases here. We wanted to have a hard edge, unlike the cloak, right? Well, let's turn it around this way. Look at that. Look at all the hard edges on our ice. Look at all the soft edges on the cloak. That tells you that must be a hard surface. This tells you this must be a flowing, soft surface. Hard edges, soft edges. Compressed color palette, right? Fire and ice. Fire and ice. And if you want to watch those, that was the no, not the Scions of Flame. That was the last unit we painted before them. That was the Cainite Shadow Stalkers. So if you want to watch that set being painted, that was 9 of those figures painted over 3 streams last week. Go back and check those out. Go back and check those out. Again, every highlight is saved here, just like a YouTube channel, except if I remember right, you get no ads. So just think, it's like YouTube minus the ads. No ads. Now, you do have all of us and all the hilarity in the chat, but just think of that as extra entertainment along with your tutorial. I'm telling you, your Twitch channel can be like a YouTube channel. I just wish I had discovered that about a month earlier. Would have been so handy. So this entire session right here, this is also going to be saved as a highlight so that you can go back and watch it whenever. Now we're getting more of our sparkly little highlights in it just to try and show, because there's a metal armor here, there's some kind of I'm sure poorly constructed chainmail shirt there. Looks like Kathy's all done with her stuff. So good night. Kathy's headed off to sleep, and Big Acrylic says it loves you. It says that you're still her favorite, its favorite. So yeah, that we just told Kathy that she is loved by Big Acrylic. Ah, so still you were able to make some bread. Um, so now there's no surprises, right? There's been no aftershocks to your aftershock. I thought that you would get a kick out of that, especially after Armored Wolf is like, what? Wait, what? Ah, so I hope it's very delicious. Hey, Average Painter, welcome back. So Average Painter, we are working our way through our Moria gobos here. So we've done 6 of these already. We've done
Hello,
6.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much, Borstinova. Borstinova TV, thank you so much. He's like, oh, that will spark all of my ganja. I must fly. Thank you so much for that follow. So I might do a quick little image right here. So take a look at this. We start with here, let's grab one of these guys. So primer, yes. Pre-glaze. Start to put in some of our lights. Start to work in a little bit more, even a little bit of green on the skin, and now some brighter light. So what I am actually going to do is I'm going to do a little step-by-step here. Ooh, this will be very fun. Don't mind me. I'm just going to take a little picture right here. So I am lined up like so. Let's get our light turned on here. Let's find where our camera is because I think this could be very handy, especially if I try and break some of this down and throw it on YouTube here. So don't mind me while I do that. It just is kind of helpful for folks when I do stuff like that. No aftershocks, but I did realize that all of your Stila, that is, oh, you got to get a picture of that. You've got to get a picture of that. That is, that's portents. That is portents right there. That is truly a portent right there. That's something telling you, right? The acrylics, they are doomed. They are doomed forever. They have been knocked over, but yet the oil stands strong. So average paid day, I hope that you are doing really well and either having yourself a good Sunday morning or a good late Saturday night. Well, for some folks, it's potentially Sunday afternoon already. For some folks, already is Sunday afternoon. Now, look at this. I mean, it's just, it's criminal how easy it is. It's insane. It can't be this easy. But yet it is. It is that easy. Also, with the oils, just as always, keep in mind, this is why we call this our row of opaques over here, right? Because your whites, your off-white yellow, your cadmium yellows, those are going to be opaque. Every Imperial Fist painter in the universe who ever lived is just crying right now, weeping sadly, saying, where were you when I was painting my Imperial Fists? Because yes, cadmium yellow, even when you thin it down to practically 95% thinner, will still cover. Yes, it will. You've been brushed by one smooth criminal. There you go. All right, that was about, there we go. Look at this. I mean, because I was looking at this army thinking, all right, when the heck am I going to paint this thing? Because it was great, doing the Balrog, all that here. Let's check out Bernie the Balrog. This is where it all started for our Moria army here. Poof. These guys should look just nifty right alongside our Balrog because the bases are exactly the same. And now we're giving them the same kind of object source lighting, right, that our Balrog has. I might have to do a avocado kid style, like a little diorama setting for these guys to take the pictures of, instead of just taking a picture of them on some kind of cloth backdrop or my usual photo backdrops. I might just have to pull an avocado kids there and make some kind of interesting little backdrop for these guys to photograph them on. Well, we want to make it basically a terrain board to represent every significant area of Middle Earth anyway, don't we? Isn't that the goal, right? I think we want to do that. I'm going to go back over here to some of our cadmium scarlet. So, I do believe that Armored Wolf has already sent me the reminders to get... What the heck was I supposed to get? Besides cadmium orange. There was something else. See? Fortunately, this is why Armored Wolf is the most beloved moderator on all of Twitch, because I've already forgotten the thing that I vitally need to get already. I don't remember what the heck the other thing was. It was something important. It was some kind of paint. What the heck was it? Oh, it was the Indian yellow, wasn't it? I think it was Indian yellow. Because people want to see it in action and, well, okay. Who knows? Maybe we find ourselves an army that wants to have lots of yellow in it. No, not Imperial Fists. Not Imperial Fists, though. We are going to get some of that yellow into here, though. Again, trying to sparkly up our little gobos here. Sparkly up our little gobos. Now here, maybe not so much because, well, how could the light actually reach that portion? But we'll pop a little bit of this here. Also trying to think of like an off-camera light source, which is another reason why I was thinking about making an actual backdrop for these guys or a setting for them to take the photos on. So I wonder if if all of the has Big Acrylic gotten us kicked off the front page of Twitch now, or are we still on the front page of Twitch, or is Big Acrylic is Twitch in the pocket of Big Acrylic? I'm curious now. So steel and steel, it's kind of on the more translucent side, right? As opposed to it's more like say yellow ochre translucent, as opposed to well, yellow ochre not opaque. Yeah, steel. That's gonna be. I can't wait to see that picture. I mean, not happy that you had to deal with an earthquake and all that kind of stuff, but to see the coming portent, the end is near. The end is near. Acrylic's just laying face down, exhausted. Actually, all I can see is that scene between Boromir, well, Pincushion Boromir and Aragorn, where he wants to see that the spires of his city one more time, and Aragorn says he won't let the. How long has it been since we had any hope? And that's where the oils come in. As Big Acrylic is swept away. It's the acrylic apocalypse. Oh, maybe Stila brought that on. Maybe it was Stila brought that on. She brought on the acrylic apocalypse. She tried to have all that acrylic paint and the oil paint exist in the same building. That's what caused it. So I think they lied about the epicenter. That's Big Acrylic trying to hide more information from us right there. They don't want to know that that was the actual epicenter. I think it's a sign. I think it's clearly a sign. It's clearly a sign that the end is near. We just have to paint that sign in oils and then stick it next to a big paint rack of acrylic paints. There you go. Oh my goodness. And I apologize to folks that like acrylic paints and all that sort of stuff. I'm sorry that we're having some fun at their expense. It's just the initial reaction to the oils was somewhat confusing, to say the least. And wow, this is just having a little bit of fun. This is us having a wee spot of fun. What else we're gonna have is a spot of darker colors here on this face. See what we can do. Oh boy, yeah, there's not much in the way of faces on these guys. There's like two beady eyes, and that's about it. Not a whole bunch else. Yeah, it's like Armored Wolf says. It's just we're just having some jesting here. That's all it is. Because guess what? I still have to use acrylic. There are definitely times that I use it. And well, here, okay, we love these, right? Well, guess what? It's acrylic. This is acrylic paint. So we still use acrylics. We still, and of course, we still like our Reaper paints, right? We still like our Reaper paints. For Borst, it's not the end. It's just the end of the beginning. Heck, it's not even the beginning of the end, but maybe it is the end of the beginning. And it is now the end of the beginning for Borst because that first miniature has been started. So Borst, hopefully we can entertain and horrify you at the same time as you paint your first miniature. What's kind of interesting is that painting these literally, I want to say that as far as miniatures that we might have had, these might have been some of the first miniatures we ever bought that were not just Blood Bowl figures, I think, that weren't maybe kind of second-hand type things, because that's how old these things are. These are got to be at least 19 years old. Not kidding. That's how old they are. And Armored Wolf, there's some. As much as I like the greener ones, I just don't really use those so much. And the industrial ones, as much as I like those, I don't use those so much. But boy, some of those, the brown ones, like the earth ones, you go through those like crazy. So it's almost like I was tempted to actually pop in an order of like maybe a couple of jars of those and maybe a couple of jars of the black because I like to mix that with the other stuff. Look at this. See that we got a little bit of our darker color now on the face, a little bit of that green in there now. See if we can't maybe get some darks in the eyes here. Oh, you found old Easterling. Well, we love our Easterlings here. I just well, in frustration with Finecast, I sculpted all of my own Easterling special characters. I just took the regular Cataphracts and did the War Priest, Amdur, Master of Blades, and the Dragon Knight. So there's our Dragon Knight right here. So we sculpted the extra armor, sculpted the cloaks, gave him two blades. We actually took the Easterling drummer. That's how we made that one. So you can go back and watch that, our Thursday sculpting stream. We've been working on our Candice chariots, all of our Rohan stuff. So many fun things. And of course, now I think it's pretty much been decided that we must sculpt those ships so that we can have Lord of the Rings battles at sea. Yes, Umbar ships. So some Corsair ships and Dol Amroth ships. I think they'll both be equally as fun. I think they should both be equally as fun. Steal it now. You know what? I looked, but I've forgotten to think if Williamsburg has diazonine violet as well as Egyptian violet. I just have to, I don't know, maybe it depends which one is cheaper, Winsor Newton or Gamlin. But maybe we'll try one of those and we'll try and do a little direct comparison. So I think yeah we'll have to whichever one of those turns out to be cheaper because it's not like we're going to be relying on it and using it a lot. So and I'm sure it won't turn out to be a cobalt violet because only cobalt violet can disappoint like cobalt violet does. Well, unless it's Italian terra verte, or as we call it, terror verte, because it's so hideous. Look at this thing. Look at every color I tried to mix it with, totally wiped it out. Less than like a quarter of an inch into the other mix. That was just hideous. And that's supposed to be an opaque paint or semi-opaque. That's crazy. Borstinova, that is fine. That is fine. Because when we still well, Kathy has more of her older figures than I do, but we still have some of our original old figures that we did years ago. And when I see some of those, all I say is, "Holy smokes, man! What was I thinking? What was I thinking when I was doing that?" let's try to do more of this bluish gray on the armor because it is facing up, right? It's facing away from where the fire is. So how in the world can we have the fiery glow there? So we just made a little bit of a change there. We just did a little bit of a change. Wee bit of a change. Yeah, I did not think, all kidding aside, in all seriousness, I was like, I don't think I'm going to have any fun painting these guys just because, well, for years, all I've ever heard is people saying how hideous they were. And I remember prepping these things a couple of weeks ago thinking, oh my gosh, these are hideous. This is going to be terrible. Actually, having more fun with these than I ever expected that I would. So that's a plus. That's very much a plus. Now, of course, if I wasn't doing all the object source lighting on this, might have a little different opinion on that. If I had to actually paint this stuff the way most people are going to paint it. So there could be something to do with that. Here, let's get back over here to some of this here Prussian blue, and that's more like it. See how we're getting that temperature difference now? And again, I'm sorry that these guys are so freaking small. I'll try and push the camera down a little bit more for it. Well, geez, I gotta get my magnifier light out of the way. That's about as close as I can get for you. Let's see, you got two Blood Bowl teams, some dwarfs, and some other stuff on Etsy. Ooh, Borst. I like. I never thought of looking for some rescues on Etsy. I always just kind of look to eBay for rescue figures, but maybe I've been doing that wrong. I might be doing that all wrong. Never thought to look on Etsy. Oh, Armored Wolf, I did join that group. I don't think I've got, well, I might have gotten my approval, but that was that was before we started doing this. So I will look afterwards, and I'll let you know if I got the approval for that trading page there. But of course, I don't think any of us is ever going to have the success that Altered Man Art did with his Lord of the Rings haul. Holy smokes, that was very impressive. That is definitely not something that happens on eBay. But again, we're just throwing in a little bit of this blue color here. It's, yes, it's darker, but it's also clearly got some blue in it. Why? Because again, how is the orange going to get all the way up here? Unless somebody's got some fire dripping down on top of them. Borsted, though, thank you so much for. I wouldn't have thought of that. I always think of Etsy as a place to get like 3D printed terrain and that sort of stuff. So, well, and also fine crafted dice bags from Armored Wolf on Etsy. So, folks, be sure to check out the Armored Wolf Etsy page. You know you want to do that. You know you want to get fine, fantastic, super fantastic dice bags. Impress your friends and family. Let's see. I just like the dwarfs, but I haven't found any good looking. Only ones I found were naked. So, oh, okay. That's Now I'm really looking forward to seeing the, what is that, Oathmark? Yeah, Oathmark dwarves. That from what I've seen in the pictures, I've seen them actually in pictures with GW figures for comparisons. So they should be the right scale, which is tough with Lord of the Rings. It's very tough to find the right scale. And I think doing this sort of object source lighting on those dwarves for the Khazad-dûm dwarves, I'm usually not a person who likes painting dwarf figures. Actually, the like of all the things you'd say, what would you least want to have sitting in front of you? Probably be a dwarf. But now, thinking of those being lit up on these same bases like this, fighting against these guys on that terrain board, I don't know. Yeah, that's the best kind of dwarves. Well, now I'm thinking, is it a naked dwarf or is it a dwarf on fire? Which either one could be funny. Either one could be very humorous. Just saying. I don't advocate illuminating a dwarf in that way, but just here, let's get some more of this blue color down. Bluish gray over the top of this. We still have to go in with the lightest oranges and yellow, right? Just like we were doing on this here guy. Well, you'll never run out of beer. Well, see, there's a plus. There's a plus. Now, Stila, we did confirm that the Stein is 100% intact, right? Nothing happened to the Stein because we can't have anything happen to that. That would be very tragic. We don't want anything happening to the Stein. Why don't we bring up? And I don't want to have typical like white feather fletching on a nasty old goblin bow, but we don't want to make that dark because we already have plenty of dark here. We're trying to just squeeze in a couple of lighter tones here. Let's hit the armor here again and make sure that just a little bit of blue gets into that. Now, yeah, you couldn't stream without that Stein. You need your Stein to stream. Just like we couldn't stream without Gandalf, without our Wapelius Spellbrush. Heck, we couldn't even stream without Schmandov. It's going to be hard enough streaming without Prinkles. When Prinkles goes away this week, only to have other Prinkles show up. It'll be other Prinkles. You won't be able to tell one Prinkles from another. So we have found ourselves a couple lights, and now I'm going to go back in because we've talked about this a couple of times with the oils. Sometimes it's just a little bit easier to drop in these lighter tones like this and then come back in with your darks. It is the one thing that is common between oils and the acrylics is that your lighter colors tend to be a little bit just physically thicker, and it's a little bit easier to paint thinner with your darker tones, like the indigo, like the Van Dyke browns. And we're going to try and come in here and just to establish a couple of very sharp. It's not about black lining or anything like that. This is more about edge contrast than it is anything else. We're not trying to. It's not about the value. We're trying to get a nice sharp edge there. That's that probably most hidden form of contrast is edge contrast. Now this it's crinkles. Now I guess we're gonna have to come up with a name for our leopard version of Prinkles. I guess that's gonna have to be. I don't think we're gonna call him Spot. Either that, or we could just call him Felis Catus. We could just call him Felis Catus, and then you would have to have Commander Data recite his poetry that he wrote for his cat. Look at this. So this is where and this is not just the Moria Goblin. This is kind of a common thing with some of the Lord of the Rings figures here, where so-called detail is really it's like okay, wait a minute, why is the entire set just like one big chunk? Like Bowman figures with Lord of the Rings tend to just be instead of having the separate arms like this, there's like one big old gigantic chunk of plastic. It's all just one big old piece. So that's sort of a common thing that happens with some of the Lord of the Rings figures. Ode to Prinkles, there we go. Someone we need a poem written just specifically for Prinkles, or is it just going to be like incantations? Because again, Prinkles wants to be worshipped as a god, so I think it would have to be some kind of chants or incantations as we add some more lights here on our toes. That's a little bit of our crazy green. A little bit of our crazy green. We also have some of the brilliant yellow pale that's working its way into that. And some. What do we want to do here? First, I'm going to come in with the lighter orange, and then we'll see if we need to do something with that. Just going to grab something to drink here real quick, like. And now let's come in because I think we've done that with this guy and with this guy. I can't. It's another three that we've blasted through. We're getting close to being on, well, the 10th figure here. Actually, we'll be on 10, 11, and 12 in just a bit here. Not long from now. And every single one of them was nothing beyond this. And just in no time flat, what is this? 5 hours basically. We are on figure number, about to conclude here with number 9. And we'll blast out. We'll just kind of keep hitting these three at a time, I guess. How many are still in the box? Actually, there's only 6 left in the box. Wow. Yeah, that's one way to work your way through an army mighty fast. That's not terrible. This would basically be an entire Blood Bowl team, including extra players, fans, maybe some turn markers, a coach figure here and there. Let's see. So the Frostburn Horrors Druin Satron. And let's see, when is that supposed to come in? Oh, that's one of the ones you're waiting for there. Yeah, I just haven't. Is there a kind of a little bit better search parameter to look for? Like, do you just kind of type in? Well, all right, potentially, I'm looking for Corsairs of Umbar Middle Earth SPG, or do I just say buy sell, or is it just do I just type in the just what they are? Because I think all I ever typed in to find the 3D terrain was just literally uh, Lord of the Rings themed terrain, and I think that's what that stuff popped up. The Armored Wolf asks, "You need 24 more Moria goblins." Actually, we might need some more because what do we have here? So that would be what, 12 here? 9, 12 plus 6, so only 18 more. Yeah, I think this could make up like a 450 point Moria army ish, something like that. You can make these guys more expensive. You can give them a shield, even though they're archers, to try and just soak up extra points. But what I think we could do with some of those 24 is we could convert them into captains and trackers and all that, because there's Moria trackers as well. So I think that's what we would do with some, maybe, the ones like this where we can maybe do a little bit more with the pose. We could turn them into trackers or something special like that, maybe. One riser, how you doing there? Nice to see ya. Oh geez, they have a cave troll. It has a cave troll. Yeah, I mean, well, then we could certainly have a much bigger clash in Khazad-dûm. The clash in Khazad-dûm. So one riser, I don't know if you got to see the any of the painting at the end of the painting here on our AON bust. We had some fun doing all the free-handy type things there, and I was able, thanks to the reminding of Armored Wolf, get some more of the gray extra firm sculpt because we basically used the last of it to sculpt that Aowen. And we want to be able to keep making that. We want to be able to make our Grand and all other kinds of nice things. So yeah, actually, that's well. Thanks, Borston, for that little that was a nice little tip right there. I just never really thought of Etsy. I always thought of eBay, with reselling miniatures. So that's something I will definitely have to consider from now on. What we also have to consider is getting a little bit of our orange into here before we get into some of the brightest stuff. So for the basing episode on these guys where we did all of the Moria theme bases here, that was one of our recent Patreon videos. Now there's different pledge levels. You got the 5 and the 10 and all that, but the $15 pledge level, as we mentioned before, no joke, it does bring in it's going to bring in close to 700 hours worth of videos. Not kidding. And every month we add somewhere between 20 to 24 more hours of new videos on top of that. The latest video that I just filmed was specifically featuring the crushed glass that we used on these bases right here. Let's see. Yeah, Deuce, I haven't seen Noble Knight or also Miniature Market. They don't have any Lord of the Rings stuff there either, which doesn't surprise me because GW never stocks it even on their own site. So why would it be anywhere else? Oh, let me see. I thought you were able to catch a little bit of it one riser. I wasn't sure if you were able to stay till the end. Oh, did this steal? That was that was the right here. So that was this one here, the Minas Tirith guys, where we're taking some of our Sculpey chunks and doing that. The Moria one, that was I think that was one of our rebasing an army videos. So that might have been one of the $10 ones, but I'll double check for you because a lot of the basing ones tend to be more in the $10 because there's a special pledge really literally just for basing.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much, Mad Goat. That is appreciated. Thank you so much. So it looks I guess we're at 3790. So I guess we need 10 more to reach 3800, which is not a super special number. It's a number. I guess it's always fun to see that turn over to the next one. After my search, my shopping cart was full. Okay. Okay. See, what's funny is even after, well, I, I guess I guess it's getting closer to a year. What do they call it? The stream anniversary or something like that. I sure as heck hope that Twitch lets you know because I couldn't tell you when the first stream was. I don't know. I think it was sometime in March was like the unofficial test stream, and I'm pretty sure. Well, I know it was April 13th when the affiliate thing happened. That I know, but other than that, I have no idea. I have absolutely no clue. All right, now it's time to go a little bit brighter here. So Mad Goat, we're using a mix of they're different oil paints, like as an actual regular artist's oil paints right here. They come from a few different companies. Some of them are from Gamlin, some of them are from Winsor Newton, and some of them here are from
Hello, little
Williamsburg.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you, Lazar, for that follow. Fast Gandalf says, "Fly, you fools!" Boy, look at how fast he is. Look at how fast he is, folks. He just shoots right off of that screen. And thank you again for those follows. That's appreciated. So Mad Goat, yep, that's what you're seeing out on the palette over here. So on this, for you, it's the left-hand side. That is the line of opaques, which means lighter colors. So your titanium white, brilliant yellow pale, cadmium yellow light, cadmium yellow deep, Terra Rosa over here. Now you're getting into some, well, actually cadmium scarlet, still opaque, Fanchon red to me, still opaque. It gets a semi-opaque rating. I don't know why, because it sure the heck deserves more than that. On this side over here, you got some of your darker colors. Van Dyke brown, indigo, burnt umber, ivory black. Usually this part over here where my brush is, that tends to be blues and greens. This side over here tends to be the wild card side. Depending on what we're painting, sometimes you find interference paints over there. I mean, you never know what's going to be on that side. It's the wild side. That's what we'll call that palette. It's the wild side. uh, let's go bring it just a little bit of my blue here. It's the wild side. Maybe not so much of the red right there. Bring in some of this weird cobalt slash Prussian blue mix here. You know what? More Prussian blue. What the heck? We'll just let that mix in here just for fun. Cool that down even more. Create more of that color contrast with all of these orangey things. With all the orangey. Oh, you know what? Let's go back to our real crazy homemade green over here again. That is ivory black mixed with a little bit of that cadmium yellow. So yeah, we'll call that side of the palette the wild side then, just for fun. Because it's been pretty wild lately. Like when we were doing the Lumineth, that whole side was with all of the interference colors, and man, those are so much fun. Really enjoy using those. What's the? It was the Kings of War army, the Naiads. That's it. They're well, and also is it the Deepkin, right? That's the GW, the Sea Elves or whatever. That's the Deepkin. Well, I think I have a couple of them. I've got a couple of characters, I think, and such. We might have to do some of those. Well, not might. We will do some of those with the interference paints. Got to do that. All right, I'm going to go back here, get a little bit of this cadmium yellow in here. See what we can do with some lighter skin tones here. Again, that have a little touch of green to them. This is another one of those things. We joke about, color must go everywhere. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. This is another way you do that. Because guess what? There's cadmium yellow that's going to be in the brightest
Hello,
highlights
little
here.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Now there's cadmium yellow in our skin tones as we welcome in Mr. Blade Brown Jr. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, that will spark my ganja. I must fly. Thank you so much for that follow. Looks like we are at 3793. We creep ever closer. I suppose that means there'd have to be a hype train. There'd have to be a hype train for that. I think any significant number deserves a hype train. I mean, who doesn't love a hype train? We want to hear that choo choo. Well, there's no tracks here, but I do have tracks for that thing. Seriously, I have miles of track for that thing. And that was going to be a whole bunch of my terrain boards. We're going to have train tracks on them because rail yards were kind of important. There was a reason why they got fought over because they were kind of important. And cities where rail yards met, those were important cities. So hence the whole desire to have those train tracks and the trains to go with them. Now, we're getting into some of the brightest highlights. We're really focusing on things like metal armor to do those little hits of glinting, fiery colors on the. Yeah. So now I've got to actually figure out what sort of thing we would like to do for that Moria board. Stairways and such, not just columns. I mean, we see that all the time, right? Every single Moria board is a flat gray board with a bunch of columns on it and maybe some skulls. And there's your Moria board. I think it could be very interesting to have it be a little more multi-level than that. Again, we'll catch a little bit of light under here, some there. I think we need some on this side of the armor. Guess what? This is still not the lightest color we can use. Not by a long shot. We always kind of keep that whole idea of the white paint in our back pocket. We haven't actually used hardly any white on any of these guys. Believe it or not, we haven't really used very much. It's been mostly cadmium yellows, brilliant yellow pale, kind of everything but white. Now I'll go back to some of my other guys here, see if I still need, maybe some brighter highlights on this one too. Shiza, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Guess what we've got? We've got the drums in the deep right here. We've got ourselves the drums in the deep. And yes, we're given the Balrog. Bernie the Balrog needed some friends. We didn't want him to be like Snuffles, the saddest critter in all of Middle Earth. So just to make Bernie feel a little less lonely, we're painting up a whole bunch of our Gobbo friends here. We've actually painted now 9 of these in the last 5 hours and something minutes. So folks, be sure to give Shades of Gaming a follow as well. Be sure to do that. Oh, no, no, no. No, let's go back over here to the homemade green, right? So yeah, actually, I've got some dwarves on the way. Now, they're not GW dwarf. They're just, I think, Oathmark or something like that. Like, that's what they are. But we're going to give them the same dwarf basing theme here and then the same sort of lighting like this. And then we're going to have to make ourselves a Moria board that goes beyond just a flat board with some columns in it. We're definitely going to have some of those crazy stairway type things, those non-OSHA approved stairways. Make it a little bit hazardous because, again, with Lord of the Rings, there's falling damage, there's climbing, there's being trapped. There's a lot of things with Lord of the Rings that are just they make the terrain very important. The terrain is very interactive with Lord of the Rings. It's one of my favorite things about the game. If I wanted to play on a pool table, I would play pool, which I love. I do. And geez, when's the last time I played pool? A long, long time. So what we want to do maybe is start to throw some of our prelays and a couple more guys, especially maybe our Moria Goblin Captain, right? Let's just throw that on a couple of more. Boy, wait. Nah, I think we'll leave him be. I think we're good there. We got some greens on his skin. We might run back into him later, but I just want to throw some more pre-glaze on this because he also has a little skelly friend, right? He's got himself a skelly friend. Those are just vampire counts bits. Because look, oh look, another skelly friend. So it's just an arm with a sword, the torso and the head. Sometimes I like to take the shield arm and kind of cross it over the top. I think we've got another example of skelly friend here. Yeah, on this one. See that? Another little sad skelly friend sitting there. Let's see. Do we have ourselves a film noir? I guess we have a film noir. Yeah, well, I guess, well, he just hangs on to the Balrog, apparently. Oh, Shaza just finished. Well, speaking of lighting, so Shaza, if you're gonna throw that up on Instagram and you just got the link to that, be sure to throw that up in the chat too. That link there. He painted a base coat for his horns and added some fire coloring between his scales. Yes, definitely throw up that link if you can. So look at the difference. Look at that difference. Now I'm curious. I'm curious here. All right, so this is just pre-glaze wiped away. Now, just to make it easier for me here, I'm just going to do this. All right. So that's with our object source. Watch what happens when we bring back this color here. Wait, look at this. Look at this. Check that out. In black and white, the values look pretty darn similar. If you were to just take one of these filbert brushes with some kind of grayish white, like maybe a cooler gray, and go over the top like we've been doing here with all of our fire colors, you'd have something that would have a fair amount of contrast, wouldn't it? I'll catch you later, Megan. Thanks for joining. Thanks for joining, Megan. And hopefully we'll see you Monday. And say goodnight to Queez for me as well. Oh, there's Queez. So thanks. I just need a little bit of this right here. And yes, we did snag some more when we went to grab some more of our goblin figures here. So I am going to throw a little bit of the brown matter back out here, though, because we've been using that up a lot. I think we still have enough of our Van Dyke Brown here, which we are going to start with. We're actually maybe going to thin that down a little bit just to make sure, and some indigo blue, or indigo. Sorry, I know I call it indigo blue. Apparently, it's just indigo. Now here we're going to let, again, a little bit more of the thinner creep into that because we got an awful lot of hard to reach areas here. And remember, oils have more capillary action than acrylics do. As in like contrast paints with their so-called capillary action, it's kind of laughable in comparison to oils, which is why a lot of the oils, that's what people do for weathering and stuff. They use the oils because of that capillary action, that very same thing. All right, so we've got some of our darker tone in there. We're going to set you aside. We'll grab this one. We're going to do the same thing. You can see just how delicate and neat that we are in these early stages. Look at this. You don't get this precision everywhere. You probably don't see it anywhere. As some people just flee in terror as they see this here. Let's Boris just says, "My blue is just blue." So, Quiz, if you're heading out too to get some sleep, I know it's an hour. So it is at 11. It's midnight there. So don't turn yourselves into pumpkins. We'll be back Monday. It could be Mandalorian Monday. I'm just saying it could be. All right, we just grabbed some of that brown matter over here. So yeah, Steeler, we're using an awful lot of brown matter. We just kind of set aside the quinacridone gold because, well, Moria goblins they don't get gold. There's Shaze's link. There's her link. Oh, please, folks, be sure to check that out. Be sure to check that out. And again, Megan, thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys have a good Sunday as well. Now, there might be, at some point, maybe later in the month or whatever, there could be some other possible streams. I don't know, maybe earlier on a Sunday, maybe during the day or something like that. It would be just me trying to hammer through some more things like this, I believe, or painting some of the War of the Ring figures, something like that. They wouldn't necessarily be 9-hour long streams because, well, Kathy would probably need to be streaming that day too, but we might add some other sessions here and there when we can. All right, again, this is not glorious right here. Now, Avocado Kids related to a pumpkin. Wow, yes, I could see that, Avocado Kids. I see the resemblance. I see that but pumpkins have a soft inside. You've got that hard nut to crack on the inside. Oh, do we need to make some more sponges? We might need to make some more of our sponges here. Sponges. There are a couple of different types. Now, these are both just going to look like white sponges here. But see how crumbly this one is? It is softer. Actually, this one's kind of nice for stippling, chipping, and all that kind of stuff. This, as you can see, it's a bit stiffer, not quite so crumbly. Sometimes these little crumblies, those will end up in your paint as you're moving paint. Again, one of those hard lessons we learn the hard way. Yeah. Let's see. So catch you later, Rhapsody Studios. Hopefully see you Monday. And congrats again. Congrats again. I think we'll be good with just these sponges right here. Let's begin that now. I would prefer to let this sit on here a little bit longer. In fact, we're not going to mess with the captain figure. We're going to let that stuff sit on there for a little bit longer. I know, Steela, you had that big experiment where you were specifically timing things. Then, did you have the stopwatch going for that one too? That was uh, that was pretty wild. All right, so again, look at the difference this makes in no time flat. And again, we can work with this color because it's going to be wet. And and you can see we used a little bit more warm colors on this guy. Now let's bring back one of our filberts here and some Fanchon red. Filberts and Fanchon. Sounds like some kind of a musical writing team. Bring it now. Look at that pre-glaze, and that pre-glaze has been sitting there. Gosh, probably an hour and something maybe. Oh, a frog timer. Let's see. It looked like I kept hearing you saying the 20-minute mark. I heard that time over and over again. So something magical about that. So let's see. 25 seconds of stream. I don't see any big dips in this in the frame rate here or the bit rate. I wonder now. Sometimes I keep thinking that, oh man, that streamer's stream is about to die, and then I realize, oops, well, no, it weren't their stream. Okay. Yeah, Nick, it's the darndest thing. It happens to me all the time. Well, anytime I try, like let's say, okay, I raid into Stila, and all I want to do is just say hi in the chat or something like that. On the phone, it won't let me in. It keeps saying reconnecting to chat. I can't even get into it. So all I can do is just kind of like type on the computer, listening to the sound on the phone, when that's all I get is just the sound on the darn phone. So we have a quick little progression here now. So that's just a pre-glaze with some of it wiped off. Now we have our orange added, but this has none of the pre-glaze wiped away. And we're going to let that sit there a little bit longer, which means we're going to work on this one here, potentially maybe bring back some of our other little gobos here and add some more things to them as we wait. Let's see, that's when the non-staining color started staining just a little. And it kind of it went across brands, right? It wasn't like, okay, uh, Gamlin does this, Holbein does that. I think it was kind of didn't matter what the brand was, right? Speaking of brands, we've got Winsor Newton Cadmium Scarlet here, which is most definitely an opaque. You can see that having its effect. I think the Indian yellow. Now Stila, Armored Wolf, you guys, well, you guys have seen the chat so often here. Wouldn't that be the color that most people ask the most? What about Indian yellow? And that's one that I haven't gotten because I thought, well, what's the point? But doesn't that one get an awful lot? So yeah, Nixel, they I think a little bit ago it. And I'm just curious. Are we still on the front page? That's it. That's, I guess, the other thing that it does is it puts you on the front page of Twitch, whatever the heck the front page of Twitch is. I don't even know where that is. You can tell just how much I dive into Twitch. I have no idea. And thanks, Dixel. I appreciate that. Yeah, we gotta take. This is now we did grab some of the fluorescent orange right there. What the heck? Why not? Now we're gonna get rid of some of that though. We don't need that much on there. I'm gonna get rid of some of that because we want to keep our dry brushing stuff intact here, right? But look at that. I can only get a couple of strokes out of that before. Look at that. See how that's mixed already? Which means I gotta go back over here. I gotta get some fresh stuff. Let's see. It's typically Indian yellow hue. Was it Indian yellow? I know there's maple yellow, but several people have asked me about Indian yellow for some reason. Just over and over again. I don't know why. Maybe it came in some starter sets or something like that. But we'll try and pick that one up. Depending on what's the sale going on. I don't know. I'm just assuming that the Dick Blick sale on the Williamsburg paints is over by now. And I don't think they have a Gamlin sale going on, so it may just be Winsor Newton. Now, Ryder, did you see, was it the Lord of the Rings board or was it the Bolt Action board? So, Ryder, I have been working really hard to get the gaming table set up in a whole new location. And this week began as Armored Wolf knows, the excruciating process of trying to make all the tech work, cameras, lights, scenes, all that kind of. I haven't even done the sound stuff yet. I did not have the. If I tried doing the sound, my head would have exploded because the it was just hard enough getting cameras to work because that's how this stuff is. It's excruciating. It should all just plug in and work, but it doesn't. So that's what I've been doing. I had hoped by now to maybe have just filmed one or two small test battle reports, but all of the snow and cold and everything else has taken away several hours every day from shoveling. And that was the hours that were supposed to be spent doing all of this other stuff, unfortunately. Shaza, actually, now I know we all want to support our local game stores, but believe it or not, when I first looked at that game on Amazon a couple of weeks ago, it was $109. While we were on stream here, we were talking about it, and Armored Wolf was kind enough to donate some funds towards it. I go to look that evening, it was $89. Now it's something like $79 or it's $75. That's the second edition, brand new, free shipping, $75. That's literally $100 game. It, even on eBay, brand new, it's like $110. On Amazon, $75. Let's see. So Ryder, yeah, you're probably seeing the this terrain right here. Well, it wouldn't be these buildings, but let's see. Where's my? There we go. You're probably seeing that terrain right there. So we actually do have 4 bolt action battle reports here. Let's go back up to this way. So yeah, there's 4 bolt action battle reports filmed on that table. I'm gonna go back over here to my orange. We're gonna just pick up again some of these little highlights right here. Yeah, she's oh, is that the start collecting Seraphon? Your typically about a 80 something dower box there for your Seraphon. The actually, I do have some Marvel Crisis Protocol figures prepped here, and I actually have a whole bunch of Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. That might be something that just gets done in March. along with say ReaperCon or Virtual Reaper Expo and stuff. Yeah, isn't that crazy? That is absolutely insane. Believe it or not, the expansions now aren't that much less expensive than the original game, which is crazy because before you could have gotten both of the expansions and then some and still had money left over and not gotten to the game price. But that's some of the other stuff that I want to get prepped so that we can start painting on here. This was kind of a test doing all these gobos right here just to see if A, would people like seeing this? Where we're basically trying to paint most of an army in one stream, or at least a good chunk of an army in one stream. May not, maybe it's not the entire thing, but it's going to be darn close to it. Shaza, I don't know if you've ever seen my blog post about it's called Making a Better Case. Actually, it's one of the last blog posts that I ever did on the blog before we started doing a lot of the YouTube stuff and then Twitch and everything else. But they're these plastic containers. I think they're from Sterlite. Yes, and they're stackable. And that is how I'm able to find a lot of the space for these things is those stackable containers. All of my Lord of the Rings armies, all of my bolt action armies, all that stuff goes into those stackable cases. And the nice thing is that you pull apart the cases and now you just walk around with that case somewhere. So check those out. Again, it's one of the most recent. It's not recent as in like last week, but is one of the latest blog posts that I did. And we're going to go back to our bluish gray here. So that's indigo, smidge of that white over there. And heck, there's even a little bit of orange getting into that. But here, look at this. Cools that down, right? So we haven't changed the value of it. The value is the same. It's not any lighter. It's not any darker. But it went from this warm. Well, there's only one way to really show that, and that's this way. Boom. So the value is the same. This side and this side, they're the same. This side's got some blue in it, which means it's going to contrast more with that orange over there. So let's bring back this here color. Let's bring that back and show that. Boom. Cooler over here, warmer over there. Well, until we take this and make it cooler over here too. And pre-glaze mixing onto the brush, right? So we got to go back over here, got to get ourselves some more. And as always, less is more. Look at that. That's all the paint that's on the brush. Yet when we bring it over here, look at it looks like we have a normal amount of paint on the brush. No, we don't. We basically have a mild dry brush level of paint on the brush. That's it. That's all we got. Deuce. People they would actually buy me those as Christmas presents. Not kidding. I was given those interlocking Sterlite containers as Christmas presents because they knew for me that was like going to be overjoy. They knew how much I love those things and how much I use those things. Let's see. Honestly, I want them on bookshelves. Well, unfortunately, Shaza, yeah, we see nothing here. They are out of sight, out of mind. They're tucked away in cases, which also keeps them dust free, which is kind of nice. There's that too. Let's see. Not sure if you can get the original. The hues seem to be. Oh my goodness, Drax. That all I just keep imagining myself saying something like an intestinal disorder when that word for yellow right there. I could that that to me I'm going to pronounce that hideously wrong and it's going to sound like an intestinal disorder. See, I can't even say intestinal. I can't say that word. No siree. So we are going to get ourselves some darker color on that here. I'm going to take this and wipe a little bit of that away. Yes, we can. And we'll throw a little bit of our darker stuff in there. So yeah, Shay's people they like, oh, what kind of display cases do you have for your miniatures? And I said, well, if they're lucky, they go into one of those plastic containers so they don't get dusty or knocked over. But most of the time, they just sit out here on these shelves because I need to show them to people, and they just end up being covered in dust. That's kind of how it goes. I'll see people with the lit display cases, and it looks all super fancy and stuff. And I'll be like, wow, that must be nice. So Ryder with the legendary leap, well, actually with any army of Moria, if you don't have a Balrog in there, it's pretty much not an army. So yes, we will have, and again, we're trying to match our Balrog here. That's why we're doing all this object source lighting. We have the exact same base that the Balrog does. They're a little bit smaller, but it's the same base as the Balrog. Same base. So we're trying to match, again, we're trying to match the Balrog here because the Balrog is basically the leader of the warband. He basically provides all of your leadership too. Let's see. Oh, the quinacridone. And then, of course, there's what's our other one? Oh, the diazonine, right? It sounds like you're talking about some kind of explosive or something like that. Yep, Drax. Did you ever hear the story of, well, 4 years ago when we had to get a new furnace and the guy's putting in the furnace and he had all that sheet metal? And I said, what are you going to do with that stuff? And he looked at me and says, I don't know. I'm probably just either going to throw it away because I can't do anything with it. Did you want it? And I said, yes. He said he'd never seen somebody so overjoyed to get scrap pieces of metal like that, of scrap pieces of sheet metal. Uh, Shay's, for some reason, Shay's, when you said that passing the Balrog, all I got was some kind of drinking game or something like that, where you have to pass the Balrog, and and people have to take a drink of the Balrog or something like that. That's all I could think of when you said that. That's the drinking game of Middle Earth. Pass the Balrog. So Drax, let me see if I can find. Do I have anybody here that still has the? No, I'm looking for my ones that have my little the little magnets on them here. Let's see if I can find some of these. No, no, not them. Do these guys have some? Oh, well, there's magnets. I usually do the refrigerator magnet stuff, which we happen to have down here somewheres. Ah, here we go. Well, that's a little bit hard to reach. That's a little harder to reach than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, refrigerator magnets, they have that self-stick stuff on them there. They work pretty well. So we're just taking some of this. Again, this is our little homemade brew green right here. That's just the ivory black mixed with a little bit of the cadmium yellow, right? Just gives it a little bit of a greenish look. Yeah, Drax, it comes in. Well, here, let me just see if I can't pull this out of here without destroying everything. So actually, I got these from either Hobby Lobby. I think I got these from Hobby Lobby. So again, they're kind of your magnet sheets, right? I guess it works. There's a whatchamacallit stuck to it, but it's a nice big old sheet. It works well for the larger miniatures. And actually, you end up getting, because I get the refrigerator magnets, that are the business card side. Oh, Litco. That boy, that as soon as you said that, I'm like, wait a minute, I know that name. I've heard that before, of course, because I've been getting their stuff. Been getting their stuff. That works fantastic. Yeah, that's passing the Balrog. That's gonna have to be something. That's gonna have to be code right there. Is is that what this is? Passing the Balrog right here? I'd go for that. Ryder, I try to use the refrigerator magnets for most things because if you use a magnet that's too powerful, now on the plus side, your figures will never fall over in the case or fall out of the case. On the downside, when you go to pick your miniature out of the case, you'll rip the miniature off of the base because I've had that happen with powerful magnets and flimsy resin miniatures or whatever. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, look at these guys right here. So we have these guys. Oh, wait. We turned them upside down and we're shaking those pretty vigorously and they're still in place. So those are larger, whatchamacallit, they're rare earth magnets, and then smaller rare earth magnets. And as you can see, holds it in place. All of the Song of Ice and Fire units were this way. All of my Warhammer armies, the trays, they were magnetized to the trays, but the trays were magnetized to the board. And let me show you something real. Now, there is actually a blog post on this. Where's my guy here? I misplaced the guy I was just working on. So we're going to take a little look here at our Tomb King's army again. So that display board right there, and there's a blog post on this. There's a step-by-step article on this. That marble or that demon marble floor, that's got magnetic primer. That primer is magnetic, so it sticks. That literally those movement trays were magnetized to the army board itself. Now look at so right there, your two big guys, your Colossus and your Hyro Titan. There were actually sheets of magnet, or there was metal sheets under there. Those those sphinxes, those were objective markers. Those were all magnetized. So all that stuff that didn't just sit there, that was actually magnetized. Stila, the magnetized primer. You think cadmium colors are heavy? I bought a quart of that metallic or the magnetic primer. It weighed 1,000 pounds. It literally weighed 1,000 pounds because it has metal shavings in it. So the primer itself is not magnetic, but any magnet will stick to it because the primer is metal. Now, Rider, oh gosh, I forget. All I know is that they're 2 millimeter wide or thick, because if they were any thicker than that, they would not fit. I think there maybe one were 6 and the other ones were 10s. So I think they were 6x2 and 10x2. Let's see. I have the fridge magnet sheets. I need the small one round ones going about. Yeah, the refrigerator magnet sheets are spectacular because they don't put too much pressure on your miniatures, right? And we used to get those all the time from Office Max and stuff. But then I found, like Drax was saying, those Litgo sheets there, and oh my goodness. Then it worked really well for all the big stuff too. So the black gesso. Now, the one thing I will say about the magnetic primer is that you either got to use it all at once or you better keep shaking that stuff. Like every so often, like every day, turn it upside down. Then the next day, turn it back the other way. Because what'll happen is all that stuff is going to sink to the bottom because it's metal. It's literally metal shavings as we add some eyes to this guy now. Just add some eyes to him. Oh, let go. Oh, let go. Okay, I see what you mean there, Drax. I see what you mean. So that is something, well, ironically enough, Drax, I was all set to start magnetizing all of my Lord of the Rings figures until I realized there was no point to it. Because I realized they ain't going nowhere. They are not going anywhere anytime for a long time. So I kind of got away from the magnetizing idea there. There may come a day where I have to then sit down and magnetize it, and I'm going to have a whole bunch of stuff to magnetize. Because I was all set to try and do the magnetizing thing. Now, Song of Ice and Fire, I would still magnetize those because I don't know if you've ever watched any Song of Ice and Fire battle reports, but every single battle report, you have a movement tray explosion where you can hear those figures bouncing around on the movement tray and they're trying to hold it very delicately. And the next thing you know, you hear what sounds like a plastic explosion and there's a bunch of miniatures all over the place. Yeah, that's so I would still, no matter what, I would magnetize my Song of Ice and Fire stuff just so that wouldn't happen. But it would be nice, Drax, like you say, to not have to cut those. So for sure. Actually, all of my what the heck was that stuff? Flames of War, because all of those, everything is basically in its own tiny movement tray. So yeah, I magnetized all of the Flames of War stuff, which of course then we never played anymore, and haven't played it in years. This is it's really interesting doing this with these crazy little, and I know some these things have been more recently produced. Like, yeah, the kit's 19-year old, but it wasn't actually made 19 years ago. No, these guys were made years ago because this box has been sitting around since the very beginning. This is one of the original. We got this in probably 2003, these guys. And the funny thing is, we didn't get them for Lord of the Rings. We got them for Blood Bowl because we were in a Blood Bowl league. I think we're going to pop in some of our brighter yellows over here now. Why not? Like so. Oh, I think we could use some on our... Yes, we could. Yes, we could use some there. And some over here. Now, obviously, something like the Balrog, that would get a whole bunch of rare earth magnets. I would use at least 3 rare earth magnets on that. Now, of course, the thing is, that wouldn't be going in any Sterlite case because he's too darn tall. Now, the one thing that I was thinking of, Drax, oddly enough, was those. There was a little part of my brain that said, "Hey, War of the Ring, magnetize all the figures, do the magnetic primer, paint a Lord of the Rings map, and now it could be vertical on the wall and not take up any space and potentially be easier to film because it would be on the wall." Let's see. Boris says, yeah, Boris, the old Mines of Moria. Well, a lot of the Lord of the Rings figures, they came out when the movies did. So the Riders of Rohan, these guys right here, I remember seeing the display, the store display in March of 2003 when these things were brand new. And these kits have been unchanged since 2003. It's getting close to 20 years. And that kit has undergone 0 changes in 20 years. All right, so there's Goblin number 10, right? What are we looking at here? 3, 6, I can count. 9, that's 10. That's 10. Now, let's take away some of the paint on our captain over here. Let's take away some of that pre-glaze. So this is Stila timing right here. I think this has been on here at least a half an hour, but no staining colors, right? I mean, maybe there's a hint of indigo here, but otherwise, not a whole lot of staining going on, which is fine. We expected that. We certainly expected that. Look at this. Again, there would be some folks if we just slapped some kind of lighter grayish whatever highlights over the top of this with our filbert brush, they would be totally happy with this. They'd say, "Wait a minute, literally that kind of stuff going on, no dry brush marks in 5 minutes or something." And I'm barely even using brushes. I'm just using makeup brushes and a 60-cent craft brush. Where do I sign up for this? I think, Stila, this has been here for at least a half an hour, maybe. Somewhere between 28 to 32 minutes, my guess is. And that is just your basic Van Dyke brown, little ivory black here and there. And that's it. Because he was basically done around the same time this guy was, I think. Yeah, like that dude says, it's wargaming gone vertical. Yeah, now of course it could have something to do with the sponges too. These tend to take away a little bit more paint. That's why at first when I used these I was kind of disappointed. I was a little disappointed at first, and then I realized no, that's actually these were much better than the other ones that I used, which is why I keep trying to buy more of these and just pile up the stock of them in case they just go away. All right, let's get look at this. Let's bring this back. Let's go back to Fanchon Red like we did before. Let's get some of this on our Skelly friend. I, people are like, why do you say Skelly friend? That's Jinx. Don't blame me for that. Blame Jinx for that because I'm pretty sure that's where that came from. It's either that or Art Plushie. It was either Jinx or Plushie kept calling him Skelly friends or both. So don't I didn't make that up. I did not start that. Yeah, Stila, have you ever tried? Well, Drax probably has like the Mars Black, Lamp Black. People have asked me about those, and I said, well, "Do I really want to get more black colors? Seriously? Are you kidding me?" Now, I don't know. Maybe the more terrain that I paint, maybe it couldn't hurt to have some of that stuff. I don't know. I'm sure it's not going to be an expensive color, right? I mean, ivory black is probably at 37 mil on average, maybe a $6 tube. Oh, I think Drax has the chromatic black, don't you? Oh, maybe that's is that a that's a gambling color, right, Drax? Chromatic black. Let's see. Oh, writer. Actually, I used to like 40K. My first army, as far as not Blood Bowl stuff, it was uh it was for 40K. It was Grey Knights. No, Demon Hunters. Nah, Grey Knights. Grey Knights, Shmee Knights. Demon Hunters. That was a real army. Not this wussy Grey Knight stuff. It was mostly Inquisitors and Inquisitor retinues. I just was not super big into like the Infinity stuff. I painted those figures. The game itself, I never actually played Infinity. Then I started playing fantasy, and then once I started playing the Lord of the Rings stuff, it was the game system. So even though the Lord of the Rings miniatures are kind of iffy at best, I just it was the system that I liked. And 40K, once you got beyond fourth edition, I was like, eh. Then you got the sixth edition. I was like, well, see you later. And then of course they wiped out fantasy. It's just literally wiped out. That was gone. So I was left with Lord of the Rings. But then the movies had run their course, and GW lost all interest in it. They did not do very well with the Hobbit stuff. It wasn't until 2 years ago when they redid Lord of the Rings, Hobbit, they did it all at once, and they actually did a really good job on it, as in a very good job. It was shocking. They did a really good job on it. Let's see. Drax got Mars, Ivory Lamp, and Chromatic. Yeah, I remember you got all those different blacks there, Drax. I remember that. So actually, my favorite game system is still going to be bolt action. It's always going to be bolt action because a gun is a gun, a tank is a tank. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's a T-34-85, a BT-7, or one of your wonderful Italian tanks. A tank is a tank. It's light, heavy, medium, super heavy, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's Soviet, German, American, Japanese. There's no mystery to it. It does the same stuff. And that's kind of and things don't die very easily. And you also have the order dice mechanic. And you kind of have that same flavor in Lord of the Rings where things do not die very easily. So that's why I prefer Lord of the Rings Rider, because even if you have Sauron himself, I've seen Sauron himself on the board do nothing because, yeah, he can kill some stuff, big deal. You were supposed to take 4 objectives. There's ways to avoid just one thing. Even a Balrog, I've seen a Balrog just whiff. There's more to Lord of the Rings than just marching in and killing. There's the might points, there's the fate points. There's no guarantees because in Lord of the Rings, there's no such thing as twos or better. Even the strongest thing in the game, the most powerful thing, versus a goblin or a halfling, still needs to roll a 3 to wound it. And in bolt action, it's the same thing. Most of the time, you need to roll a 6 followed by another 6 just to hit something, and then you got to wound it. So that's why I prefer stuff where there's just not the inevitability. So like in Lord of the Rings, this goblin captain loses to Aragorn. Well, in all likelihood, he's probably going to die, but maybe Aragorn whiffs. Maybe he loses the fight also. So, where's that? Okay, this guy with the shield. Let's say Rohan Horseman charges him. Rohan Horseman has 2 attacks on the charge. Well, guess what? The goblin says, I'm going to shield. So now 2 attacks, 2 attacks. Yes, his fight skill is better, but what if he rolls a 6 and he's got a banner and he rolls a 4 or a 5? He loses the fight. He's not going to get hurt, but he's going to survive. And sometimes surviving is all that matters. Sometimes surviving is all that matters in Lord of the Rings. And that's just what I love about it. And now you're getting into fate points. So right here, let's say Aragorn he doesn't do very well and he wounds this guy twice. Well, he has 2 wounds and probably 1 fate. Let's say he passes that fate roll. So Aragorn probably was figuring he was just going to kill this guy, no problem. And next thing you know, this guy stays alive for 1 extra turn. That might just be enough to keep Aragorn from going somewhere else where he wanted to go. I've also seen Aragorn kill 5 goblins in 1 fight because he did very well. I've also killed Aragorn with some of my Easterling characters. Not on their own, but because of synergy. And drawing Aragorn into a combat that he had no business being in. And of course, again, Aragorn may be rolling poorly. That also helps. That also helps. Never hurts. But that's what I enjoy about the Lord of the Rings is that there's no killer spells because I can remember so many times in Warhammer it's the first turn and half my army is dead because somebody cast some spell that just went from one unit to the next and destroyed them all. or yeah, whatever. I mean, how many? I've been first turn charged. That's what got me to stop playing Kings of War at a tournament when I got first turn charged. I said, wait a minute, there is no game system in the world that should have a first turn charge with just a normal setup too. There wasn't any kind of special scenario. It was just normal setup. Next thing you know, there's stuff landing on top of me on the first turn. And I went, well, okay, done with this game. For other people, that's just fine and that's cool. That's all good. But for me, I'm looking for something different. So I know, well, Drax, I know you've still been keeping up with all of the 40K stuff. How about that new table size? Because I know we've been asking Thistle what the heck Adepticon might do about that new board size. I know he talked about a couple of solutions. None of them sounded easy, that's for sure. Ryder, the last time I played 40K regularly was in 4th edition, and they just released 9th edition, so that'll kind of tell you. I did play a tournament in 5th and a tournament in 6th, and then that was the end of that. And like Armored Wolf says, yeah, Sigmar probably wouldn't be something that I would want to play, given my penchant for aggravation on spell casting. Let's see, is there Winsor Newton Core that you find especially good? Like Drex says, well, actually, to me, there's two, Indigo and Terra Rosa. These might be two of my favorite Winsor Newton colors, just like some of my favorite. So Van Dyke Brown and Asphaltum are probably my two favorite gambling colors. So Van Dyke Brown, Asphaltum there, and well, you know what my Williamsburg favorites are. You already know that. And I've never played. I thought you almost said a Song of Ice and Fire. Um, Actually, I had played Song of Ice and Fire. That was actually a game that I liked. Unfortunately, it was too unstable of a game. Literally, they were trying to get the rules right, and they basically change every 2 months, and that's just too much for me. Unfortunately, I enjoyed the off-board stuff, the NCUs, the cards. That was really fun. I really enjoyed that. Unfortunately, in the time that we've been streaming this painting session, it's gone through 4 rules changes already, like in the last 6 hours. Steeler, are you going to have hashtag all the indigos? Steeler collects all the indigos. All right, now we're going to do, we haven't had a chance to do this before. We're actually going to do some extra little glazy things with our dark right here. Few little extra glazy things with their dark. And then we're going to come back with some of those blues, right? We don't want to forget that. Here's our Prussian. And Prussian blue also is as another kind of a, now I haven't used any other Prussian blues, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll really experiment with any other Prussian blues. The Gamlin really does work very well. Let's get some more of this blue up here. I think that's just skin tone over there, which means we're going to grab some of our little crazy homemade green there. She has all the oranges too. She she is the citrus queen, but also with indigo. She's the indigo citrus queen. That was a little bit of a bummer about the Song of Ice and Fire game there. Now the other thing too is that it's impossible to play solo. You really can't play that one solo. You can sort of fudge things like Bolt Action and Lord of the Rings because there's enough things out of your control necessarily. Like with bolt action, there's the order dice mechanic, and things are just so darn hard to do. But unfortunately, one of the things I enjoy most about the Song of Ice and Fire game is all the hidden stuff, like the cards and the ent, all that kind of stuff. If you know that in advance, it's really not much fun, unfortunately. So that's the sad thing about it. You just cannot play that solo. I tried to think of various ways of doing that, and it just wasn't terribly practical. I thought of some random card drawing type things. It's like, no, that wasn't going to work. So let's see, you have two indigos. Oh, the Miami. Yeah, that's so. Steela, do you find that the Van Dyke Brown, like every different company, has their own Van Dyke Brown, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, right? Now we're also getting in some of our lighter colors here on our captain. I almost called him Easterling Captain. Almost called him an Easterling Captain. Let's see. I think we have ourselves a little bit of a bot. That's the new bot thing, right? They say, "Hey, look, I found you on this site or something like that." I think that's the new bot. They're trying to get smarter with their bots. Because I remember at first thinking, okay, well, that maybe that's a legit thing. I was like, nope. And there's Armored Wolf doing his thing. Look at that. Exercising that, wielding it, taking out that nasty bot. So yeah, Ryder, definitely my favorite game to play is by far Bolt Action. Mostly because, well, some of the, if you look at the battle reports that I did, the last one that we did, or that was the third one that I did, it was a what if scenario, Battle of Arras. What happens if the guy commanding the French forces did not die in a car accident the morning of the attack, and the French had actually joined the British attack? Because the whole reason why the so-called Dunkirk miracle happened was because of the Battle of Arras. And it was Rommel was on the radio saying that he was being attacked by hundreds of tanks. He was being attacked by about maybe 60 horrible garbage British tanks, but because the Matilda tanks, the Pack 36, the old door knocking army door knocking device as they called it back then in 1940, the shells would just bounce off of the Matildas. They thought they were being attacked by just dozens and dozens of tanks. It was not that kind of an assault because the French who were supposed to be there never got the orders. So if the French had joined that, it could have potentially been, it wouldn't have mattered ultimately as far as that campaign, but it would have delayed things even more for Dunkirk, and maybe even more forces could have gotten away. Let's see, the color varies so much. The one you have is almost black. The other brand, yeah, Steel, I think you were the first person to identify. It's like, wait a minute, there's a difference. Not all Van Dyke Browns are the same. And by difference, we mean a big difference, as we also get some more of our Skelly friend painted right here. So, Ryder, they're on the YouTube channel. So you can just, you can either look at the Bolt Action playlist or just type in Bolt Action. You'll see some painting videos there, but you should be able to see the battle reports there. And that battle report, it was my favorite one so far because, and I won't ruin it for you, we won't do spoilers, but it told me it was just different enough from the historical. Yeah, it was, that was my favorite one so far because it was based on a historical scenario and I wanted to see would there have been a different result if certain things happen. And sure enough, it was a different result as we get some more darks here around his chompers there. I'm pretty sure that's all just armor stuff right there and not bone. I painted too many Ossiarchs lately. Painted way too many Ossiarchs. So speaking of some bone, here let's respect the Umber. We haven't done anything with Umber in a while. Gee whiz, we need to get some more Umber out here. Holy smokes, talking about respecting the Umber. Gee whiz. So the title, it's called Blood at Arras, and it's one of the 4 bolt action battle reports. And I think it was the third one. I think it was the third one that I did, because I think the fourth one was Bridge to Nouvion. So there we go. We respected our Umber a little bit there. And when we're talking about the Lord of the Rings battle reports, it's going to be a format very similar to that. Now, there might be a little more narration in there instead of showing the movement of stuff. Actually, I don't think I really showed the movement of stuff. I think I just said, look, this moved over here, this moved over there. It was just a little bit more of a sane way of doing things. But I did try to show as much of the rolling of dice as possible. So there we can working on our skelly friend, getting some lights into there. Yeah, writers. So that's a bit of a preview in some ways of what we want to do with the Lord of the Rings battle reports. And the Lord of the Rings armies are going to be they're going to be not tournament whatever, although I don't care. I take all kinds of crazy things to tournaments. All right, let's get some of we don't actually have our lightest oranges in here. We're going to do that now. And no, not citrus, which actually that's making me hungry. Actually, just thinking about some oranges there. Oh, I'm thinking about dreamsicles. That's it. One of the on one of the colder nights of the year, all of a sudden, all I can think about is having dreamsicles. I'm not quite sure they have those in Japan. My guess is probably not. Maybe they have some like their own sort of version of it or something like that. So now we're starting to bring, again, where we got the metal and stuff like that, we're going to try and bring in some of these brighter orangey highlights here. Now, so Drax, was it the chromatic black? I kind of got mixed up with the messages there. Was it the chromatic black where you said, you know what, you could just take red and green and mix it together? And I assume something like maybe, I don't know, a phthalo green and alizarin crimson or whatever? uh, I'm not kidding. Right now, all I can think about is having a dreamsicle here, or ice cream cake with magic shell on it. Yeah, that could be good. Or oh yeah, that's it. Yes, the mint melt away ice cream. Mint melt away ice cream. Actually, Armored Wolf, I was thinking of actually getting some. What the heck are they? They're ice cream bars, but they're actually it's kind of more of a Mexican type of a thing, and they're mostly made from, I think it's from pecans. Yes, it's basically a pecan ice cream bar. It's like 90% pecans, and it's got something like 4,000% of some kind of vitamin, whatever. So, hey, I call it health food. And actually, I should get some of those tomorrow because instead of the summertime where they just melt by the time I get them home, I could just leave the bag open and they'll be colder by the time I get them home than they were in the store. Yeah, actually, I got no problem with eating ice cream. Now, the one bummer might be that your magic shell sort of freezes before it ever hits the ice cream. But hey, I mean, I could sacrifice a little bit of magic shell. So Drax says it's like quinacridone red and phthalo emerald from Gamlin, or but phthalo green or alizarin. And you can tint it warm or cold by adding more red or green. So yeah, I think the Mars Black was the one I was thinking about trying there was a point, yeah, I was thinking about trying the Mars Black. I think I way back in the day when I was doing 2D art, I think I tried using lamp black and it wasn't super thrilling, but I could swear I might have used Mars Black here and there somewhere. Again, just trying to get some light on our skelly friend here. No, sorry about that, Boris. This is the Cavalry channel, the Lord of the Rings channel. It's an exercise kind of a health channel, but it's also a food channel. And Stila also is a food channel because they talk about some of the Japanese cuisine and such there. We always ask Stila if she's had her Mongolian barbecue, or sorry, her Korean barbecue. See, I also have a hankering for Mongolian barbecue. I've got to find a recipe for that. I got to find me a recipe for that. Hi, Lady B, how you doing? Yeah, the Steeler, right? There's just nothing about Ivory Black. Now, I've combined it with things, which gives it maybe a little bit of oomph to it. But other than that, that's about it. Yeah, so lady, this is actually the 11th miniature that we have painted now in pretty much about 6 hours or so. Yeah, we've been going crazy on our Moria goblins here. There's another half dozen sitting over off camera over here too. So yeah, we've been having some fun with our Moria guys here, just trying to get the Balrog some company. Now yeah, let's get some of these lights on his fingers here, like so. Boom, like that. Uh, I don't know. There's a little bit of weird sculpting stuff going on here, so we'll see what we can do with his hands here. So I think that the two biggest things. Oh, the other thing I've seen with the Moria army is the bat swarm. So I'm gonna have to either sculpt some bats. I know that our imprintable terrain was he's working on some bats, but that might be another thing we have to sculpt from scratch is some bat swarms for ourselves. I'm not quite sure how that's gonna work. We might also have to sculpt some eagles and some ents. So don't be surprised if maybe that's part of our sculpting Thursday is doing some eagles and ents. Maybe both at the same time. But if I can get a nicer what is that? I almost called it a rotisserie. See how we are with the food. Oh, if I had a rotisserie thing, I could be making a rotisserie chicken while I'm streaming. Let's see. Borstin loves to cook in, but getting in the morning here, getting tired and focusing on not ruin your. Yeah, you don't want to ruin the Easterling. No, our sons of the East. No way, baby. You want those Easterlings to. They are champions of Middle Earth. They are the elite of the elites. Not those Gondor shopping mall guards. No way. Easterlings all the way, baby. Actually, I do have some soup. Oh, the lentil soup. That's right. But now I want ice cream and Mongolian beef. Those are the two things that I want. I also want a 10 meat, 10 cheese pizza. So there's that. I mean, there's no better way after consuming all that meat and cheese than to continue that dairy slide and have yourself some ice cream. Now we're also going to have to get ourselves some glinting yellow on the sword blade of our skelly friend down here. So Lady B, I hope that you're doing good down there. Hopefully it's not too toasty, too warm. I know that it's been kind of insanely hot there from time to time. Now also, we need to do stuff like this with the armor. It's not enough to just have a little highlight along the side here. We got to do other stuff here. Other stuffs in the form of, here's a little more umber right here. See how we break this up now? See how that's get broken up into more shapes, right? Ryder, I'm pretty sure that will happen. Well, that might be what I'm doing during the day on Monday or tomorrow, one or the other. It kind of depends if there was any more snow while I wasn't looking. So if there was no snow while I was doing this, then I don't have to go back up on the roof. But there is more snow coming, so I'm sure I'll be back up there again. The other thing that can do it is wind. So sometimes there can be no snow in an area, and the next thing you know, there's like a foot and a half of snow that has been moved from one area to another. So that can happen here. That can very easily happen here. It's literally like someone just picked up all the snow from one area and just moved it somewhere else. Ah, a couple of glinty lighter things right there. Ah, lentils, the scarab of the vegan Necron deck. Yeah, I was, well, Kathy, she started doing the lentils. I never heard of lentils before. I never heard of the lentils before. It's not necessary. Well, this lentil soup I actually like much more than some of the other lentil soups that we've gotten. It's got, well, it's definitely got much more of an Italian flavor to it. So it's much more of a Mediterranean style flavor, which means it actually has flavor, whereas most lentil soup is just like, okay, we have these beans that sort of taste like gravel and they're brown. This lentil stuff actually has a whole lot of flavor to it. Let's see. Steele says a lot of people eat lentils on New Year. Ah, okay. Yeah, Steele, this is much. Oh, this was vastly improved over the other stuff that I had. So here would be the south side of Chicago. Oh, and that's what Ryder had for dinner. Let's see. Oh, Tammy had done with the D&D session. So Tammy, we are on. I think this is our 12th Moria Goblin here. It's either our 11th or 12th. I think it's the 11th. We've lost track. That's how many we have painted tonight. So let me see. We got 3, 6, 10. Oh, this is the 11th. Yeah, this is the 11th. So this is the 11th one here. Holy smokes, Tammy, you've played 2 games and you have 9 star player points. Now, do you guys randomize the MVPs, or do you get to assign the MVP to whoever you want? Because that's always a controversial choice in leagues, because somehow magically some people who maybe like to schmeat once in a while, we'll just call it that. Next thing you know, you have one guy with 50 star player points because he's been given the MVP in 4 out of 4 games out of like 13 guys on the roster. Ah, okay, that's good. I'm glad you randomized there. Ah, MVP and a casualty. Let me see. I actually applied a candy base on one dice trait today. So the is it healing a little bit quicker than you thought it might, avocado kids? Hopefully so. And folks, be sure again to give avocado kids a follow so that when he is back up to 100%, you'll be able to catch one of his epically long streams, streaming all the terrain stuffs. So here we're going with our light. We don't want our optic source lighting on that. We're looking for light from above here now. A little bit of light from above. There we go. Yeah, he must have had a casualty. Let's see if he hit 9. Yeah, he must have had a casualty or an interception, I suppose, in the previous game. Because I assume that both of those things are still worth 2-star player points. Now, we gotta do something with his face here. Let's do something with the chompers here. Do something with their chompers. Because they really shouldn't be getting too much of the object source lighting glow. I'm going to take some cadmium yellow. We're going to put that over here into our crazy homemade green of ivory black and yellow. And we'll see what we can do skin tone wise here. Again, just a little something to compare and contrast with all of our orange. Okay. So a pair of MVPs. That is fortuitous. I guess it can happen a little bit more frequently early on when you don't have quite as many folks on the roster. I think we're also going to take some of the orange away up here. Yeah, we're going to take some of the orange away up there. Not sure what we might actually have to come in back in here with some glazy things like some umber glazes, I think. Not Terra Rosa. That would be the normal thing I'd want to do for some kind of, say, weathering or whatever. But that's just going to end up looking like fire glow. So we're probably going to go, if we go with anything, it would be more like an asphaltum as opposed to Terra Rosa, even though they're both pigment red 101, right? Both pigment red 101. All right, you know what? I think we need some more of our orange on this Skelly Friend's sword blade here. Yep, that's what it's missing. So a couple of touchdowns for the goblins. Yeah, that was the thing that surprised people about my Mines of Moria, is that they were averaging 3 touchdowns a game because the rest of the league, for whatever reason, was just obsessed about casualties. And I said, well, casualties are great. Touchdowns win games. And I focused on scoring touchdowns to the point where I would let them kill a goblin. It's like, fine, go over there and kill that goblin. I'll just walk over here with the ball into your end zone. Thank you very much. Or, more likely, toss that goblin over your head into the end zone. And then, of course, they became so scared of the goblin toss that they would spread their players out all across the field, which gave me the opportunity to maybe just take the chainsaw guy and the fanatic and just work over some of those guys on that front line. Now, here we're also going to do another line of, see how it's got a little bit of an arc to it right there, right? A little bit of an arc to it. Now, Tamid Knight, everything has, when you look at the amount of points that a miniature or gold pieces that a certain guy costs, it's based on their skills and their traits and then those attributes. So if they had 5 movement, they would cost at least another 10,000 gold pieces or maybe 20,000. So I'm pretty sure they cost 80,000 still, so that would be either a 90,000 or 100,000 gold piece player. And we're just gonna, so see how we've got now, again, to make it look like it's got that light coming at it. Get more of our lights up here. And then just for funsies here, I think we got a little bit of our, yep, there's a little bit of asphaltum left over here. So it's gonna do some of the things that normally Terra Rosa would do, but hopefully not have it look like the fire. So this just has to be darkened down. Ah, look at that. So that was a little bit of a glazy thing right there. Just to, it's doing more than darkening it down. We also wanted to kind of give it a little bit of a more weathered look, a little less on the shiny side. That is, it's just weird to think of a team with 4 black orcs on it. I guess the question is, are there any dwarf teams in your league? Like chaos dwarves or regular dwarves? Because I'm sure it's too early in your league for other teams to have a lot of guys with block and also things like dauntless and, oh, what's the other thing? Oh, not tack. Well, block and tackle, but what is the other thing? That, oh, guard. That's it. Have you run into any teams with guard yet? Yeah, so Tamid, that's once you start running into experienced dwarf teams that have guys with guard on them, that'll make things a little bit challenging to play dwarf teams with guard because essentially every dwarf player is going to be strength 4, maybe strength 5, and they'll all have block. So that could make things a little bit more spicy. Yeah, let's bring it just a little bit more of this. I almost said umber. I almost said umber, but no, this is. And we tried this out before, remember? I forget what it was that we were trying to kind of weather with this. But the asphaltum kind of in place of the Terra Rosa because we just don't want to have what looks like a fire effect. Tamid, the dwarves are only strength 3, but guard ignores tackle zones. So you could have a whole pile of orcs, like say on the front line, but if I have a goblin, or if I have a dwarf with guard next to another dwarf, he can still assist. So all of a sudden they are now strength 4, and um, if I had another dwarf on the other side with guard, now I'm strength 5, you're strength 4, and I have block and you don't. So that's the thing about the dwarves is especially as they get experienced, the first thing they're going to get is guard, and then probably after that is frenzy, which means now they can push you out of bounds too. So just a little something you want to watch out for. All right, so we've got our skelly friend right here. We've done an awful lot with the now with the brown. I'm gonna go back around here. Gee whiz, we still got that crazy cobalt blue over here. See if I can't throw some of that onto the sword blade here. There we go. Dwarf team. I do remember defeating a dwarf team because they were so afraid of the goblin. I only had 4 players left on the field, but they were so afraid of the goblin toss, they were separated all over the field. They were literally everywhere. And dwarves do only move 4 spaces, maybe 5. And the next thing you know, I was able to score a touchdown with only 4 players left on the field because the dwarves were so spread out and they were so afraid of the goblin toss. There's a very specific formation for the goblin toss. Do we need to? Yeah, oh, look at this. See, I got this orange sitting up here. How's that getting there? We should take some of this blue instead. Actually, we might even do a little bit of our cobalt blue glaze. There we go. Just a little cobalt blue glaze. That's it right there. Oh yeah, the old KO, and they don't return. And I'm sure it's a little too early for them to have things like the was it cheerleaders? What's the thing that not apothecaries? Well, yeah, apothecaries, but there's something else that can contribute to them coming back. Now here we're going to take this and we're going to use this as a bit of a blending brush here. But we got to make sure all that paint is out of there. Paint's got to come out of there. We're going to blend this stuff up now. So see that now looking a little bit sharper now. Then we got to come back in here. Chamomile with a little bit of our brilliant yellow pale. And we just need the brightest light right there. Boom. Okay. That's good. Yeah, that's sometimes is what a 50K that people are tempted to not use, but we always got an apothecary. That was kind of a must-have. You had to do that because you're going to fail to go for it. At some point, you're going to fail something really stupid. You're going to roll triple skulls or something like that, and that is when your star player is going to die. And yep, Borst, we're talking about Blood Bowl. Now, the last time I played Blood Bowl was probably about 2008 or 2009. We tried, I think, somewhere around 2010, 2011 to start up another league, but that just didn't happen because we didn't have enough coaches. You need to have 6 coaches really for a viable league, and we had 6, and then all of a sudden, 2 other people in the group fell out with that 6th coach, and well, that ended the league. So, and that ended the Blood Bowl experience right there. Now we're going to add some more of our lights here again for our little captain right here, our Moria captain. And he does actually have a little earring on him there. Apparently, when you're walking around stealing all the dwarf stuff, you get to find some earrings maybe. So they changed the Bloodweiser babes to a keg. At the end of the day, they do the same thing. That was the first game that I'd ever really played that in miniatures. Actually, if you go check out the blog, you can see I think I made at least 5 different Blood Bowl stadiums. Now, my favorite stadium was the Tundra Dome, where I sculpted, and yeah, who would have thought me sculpting stuff? I sculpted, I think, about 20 different penguins that were doing some nefarious things up in the stands. I think there was actually a couple of penguins that were chucking fish guts and bones into the opposing dugout. The field itself looked like an ice rink, looked like an ice hockey rink. And it had a scoreboard on it. It had all the fun stuffs. Yeah, that's I can only imagine doing stuff on the printers now with between the FDM and well, even the resin printers for other things. What you could do for Blood Bowl stadiums now. Mine were either made out of pink foam, foam core, that sort of stuff. I did make the Casino Royale. That was very fun. In the stands were all kinds of there was some blackjack tables there. That was a very fun stadium to make. Actually, that's also on the blog as well. Oh man, that sounds really sweet for that Lizard Man team having a temple there. I still have my Lizard Man Blood Bowl team stadium. I still have, yeah, I think I still even have my orc one. I still have that. Yeah, like I said, I think I made 5 different Blood Bowl stadiums. All right, just getting in some of our darks, and again, we've hammered our way through 11 of these guys, and then we've got this other one here where we started our pre-glaze, right? So we can hit him. That would be number 12. Seriously, not kidding. Here, let's roll some of these guys over here onto the cameras. There, look at that. There you go. That's just about all of them. Trying to squeeze them all on there, plus the captain right over here. And all of those guys were nothing but primer 6 hours and, well, 6 hours 55 minutes ago. So we got our one more guy here. Let's see if we can blast through him too. This guy. So let's set our captain aside. Oh look, we conveniently have this brush still sitting over here. Let's grab some of our fanchon red. There's a little less going on with this goblin here than there was with our captain. So the captain took a little bit longer than, say, our other gobby friends right here. Oh, look, Trasharama. How you doing, Trash? How you doing? Let's see. And proud I painted one mini in 4 hours. Well, actually, steal it. I know you were talking in your last stream about you gave yourself time limits, I believe it was, right? You gave yourself some time limits, and you noticed a significant difference just having that clock to work against. It was almost like our brushstroke challenge, right? No. For funsies here, I'm not going to put the orange over there. I'm just going to go up here. Just going to go here with it. Why not? We'll do some on the front leg, some on the back. So yeah, this is, again, starting from this point right here. We are now on Gabo number 12. And I think this is that's one of our middle batch, I think, right here, maybe. This is one of our first batch, I think, here. Yeah, that's one of our first batch. Remember him. It's the power of oils, right? Our oils not the most magical, powerful paint ever. Of course, Big Acrylic would say otherwise, but we know otherwise. Yeah, that's because I think it was maybe 2 episodes ago. It was 2 streams ago where I heard you. I think you mentioned that putting yourself on a timer, and it had quite the effect. I mean, I think Armored Wolf and I, we are so used to, we basically spend every minute of our lives, every second of our lives on a timer. We call it just our doomsday clock. That's that's why we're always hunting for more and more of those efficiencies, right? Because oh my gosh, all we can think about is let's see, we have 47 tasks to do this morning, and it's already this morning. How are we going to get through all of these? And we keep trying to find ways to create efficiencies, so to speak. Oh, gee whiz, what is it? Is it Jim and Bob, right? The two Blood Bowl announcers. They still have those guys. Hey, Air Verpian, how are you doing? Welcome in. Let's see, so 3 to 4 hours, well, 12 hours or so for me. Just finished shading. Here, let's pop in a little bit of darks on that side, like we've been doing again on some of the pokey things here and some of our little goblin friends. Now, I think we have another one of these with the, well, let's see. So here, and I'll go, that's basically kind of the same guy, just with a helmet on. We'll give him definitely some orangey things here where his helmet is, just to kind of line up with this guy with this pokey stick here. But let's start to get some of our greens and some of our blues on this now. Ah, they still have Jim and Bob after all this time. I mean, that literally goes back to almost the 1980s. Jim and Bob. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, I'm glad they're still doing that. That's pretty cool. I just remember the old artwork with Jim and Bob in there. Let's see. I'm trying to get back in touch with you about old commission the Balgar from Clan Fox. Can Fox, you can shoot me an Instagram message. I'm just Wapelius on Instagram there. So that is another way that you can try and get a hold of me there. Let me see. Actually, well, that's sitting right behind me. Actually, that is all based and ready to go. Okay, so anyone had issues with dull coat sealer drying over a gloss? Yeah, Can Fox, I did get your. I know you sent a messenger thing. I apparently messenger didn't send the message back to you. I thought it did, so I apologize if the message did not get to you. Let me see. So, has anyone any issues with dull coat sealer drying as a gloss? Now, are you talking about the brush-on dull coat trash? Or are you talking about the evil spraying stuff that we haven't used in many, many, many years? So, hey, let's bring in just a smidge of our lighter colors onto this. There we go. And we might do the same thing we did with the asphaltum. We might do the same thing that we did on our chiefy guy. Might just think about doing that here on this guy. Again, the spear points here, they're pretty small, not a lot of space to work with. We're just gonna get rid of some of that extra paint there so that we can get more paint on it. Oh, okay, yeah. This is the only dull coat stuff that we use. Um, Now, is that the stuff in the small testers things that are maybe about this big or so? The small kind of short squat containers there? Boy, it's been a while since I used that stuff. We actually did used to use it all the time, but kind of stopped using that stuff. Not really because it was bad or anything like that. It was too hard to get it. But that stuff is super affected. Anything that's a spray is going to be super affected, as you know, by temperature and humidity, all that kind of stuff. You already know that. That's why we only use that Army Painter Anti-Shine. It's not always easy to brush that on, especially when it's something, huge like this, but I'd rather just brush that stuff on and just have it totally, completely climate controlled and all that kind of good stuff. How's about we bring in a little more of our highlights on the side of this. There we go. Do we need maybe that? Oh no, no, no. Let's a couple of little lighter elements here on the axe. Then let's try and get some of our Prussian blue into this here. A little bit of Prussian blue. Let's see, I have at least one thing, and that is called Good Stuff. And yeah, trash the Army Painter Anti-Shine. It really is, wow. It has been a real savior, especially for us since, I mean, there is no time of the year here that's good to spray anything. There is zero time out of the entire course of a year where you'd want to spray anything here. And boy, that was a lesson we learned early on. it did mean trying to find some other alternatives for sure, which was not very fun. We'll bring in some of this here onto that weapon. Let's do some more right there. We actually need to get some of our sort of homemade green over here, right? Ivory black mixed with our cadmium yellow. This is why we do not own many greens, because it's too darn easy just to make your own, and they're going to be every bit as good or as interesting as any other green. Let's see. I guess too, and who was it that was just telling us last night? I guess that Army Painter made a significant effort to improve things after kind of the reputation got around of Army Painter paints and such, and I guess they've made a big effort in trying to improve what they had. Now, of course, it doesn't really matter here because, well, we got the oils. We're good with the oils, and we have no intention of really screwing around with any more new acrylic paints. We got the Reaper stuff. That will serve us well if we need acrylic paints. Oh, let's bring in these lighter highlights are on the are especially focusing in on the metal stuff. Especially going to focus in on that. This is not necessarily metal right here. That's just cloth, so we won't do. Yeah, we're not even going to do that. We're just going to focus here. We got this metal stuff over here. Let's just hit these. Let's just stick with that for right now. Oh, Can Fox, you'll have to let me know what you think of those. I've only ever used, gee whiz, just a couple of jars of scale 75, and that's it. So I've barely ever used any scale 75 paints. That there's a few that I think there was the fluorescent paints, and there was another. I forget what the other set was, and again we weren't super. I've tried some of the privateer press and stuff, but I know there's a whole bunch of folks that now those aren't the ones in tubes, are they, Can Fox? Because didn't they? I know was it a couple years ago or whatever? They did a Kickstarter where their stuff was in tubes, which we definitely did find somewhat amusing. Because one of the things that miniature companies would tell me, they said, or people would tell me about tubes and paint or paint in tubes, like for oils. They said, well, I don't want to have to mix those. I don't want to have to squeeze them out of tubes. And then they went and spent hundreds of dollars on those tube paints from scale 75. And when I pointed that out to them, that was, they were like, yeah, yeah, I know. So the tube stuff is their artist line. Like for canvas painters who want acrylics, the standard scale 75 is funky because of the gel medium. Oh, okay. All right. So it's like the contrast paints. That I think that the stuff, and I've used well, not a whole lot of the contrast paints, but I've used the contrast paints that I have for a number of videos and that sort of stuff. And I think that was the Pro Acryl Transparents. That's right. Those those seem to hold up very well. Let's see, they have some plasma shades that act similar to clears. Wow, when the heck did they come out with those? Well, I know we always joke here that the last ones to hear about anything Reaper makes is us, so that's no surprise. I had no clue. I had no clue they had any kind of new paints going on. All I know is that they got rid of. the clear orange, and I guess some of the other, what is that, their MSP paints or something like that. They got rid of some of those. That's all I know as far as their paint goes. Aside from that, we are in the dark. Let's see, if someone wanted to start painting miniatures and oils, well, AR, you can't really go wrong with a lot of the starter sets, and a whole bunch of companies make starter sets now. Over 4 years ago, I got this. It's a Winsor Newton starter set. I'm still using. Actually, this color I was just featuring in a video this week, really. So, and this you could potentially get for as little as $14 with a Michaels 40% off coupon. Now, there's other companies like Gamblin and Williamsburg. They also have starter sets. Now, the Williamsburg starter sets are going to be pricey. That's why we say maybe go on to Dick Blick and wait for one of their paint sales, because they'll have those starter sets on sale. But that'll get you enough to sort of get you going, right? And then you can start to add stuff. And to me, the first two that I'm always going to add are going to be the Indigo and Terra Rosa. Those are not pricey colors. They are not pricey at all. And there's some links to you or for you for starter sets. They are. So yeah, AR. Definitely. Well, you could just, like I said, Michael's 40% off coupon. You could really do some damage with that. Now, you're also going to want yourself a high quality thinner. Now, this is what I always do. And again, it's a high quality thinner, right here, odorless thinner. Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is kind of the sub brand. So, Speedball, they really feature a lot of inks and rapidograph pens and that sort of stuff. As far as brush cleaner, and well, here, what the heck? We have not done this exercise yet. We use this stuff for, obviously, for our acrylic paints too. We use the same, pretty much everything is the same, except for this tiny little bottle cap of that odorless thinner. That's literally it right there. So what we are going to do is we're going to take ourselves a paper towel, like so, and we're just going to put a few little couple of drops of this onto our paper towel, and then we're going to do something like this, and all of that paint is gone. And actually it smells really good. It's not hazardous vapors or anything crazy like that. So here, let's just get rid of some of this paint. The one thing you will want to do is just rinse your hand. Look at that. Look at all that paint that came off my hand from just a few little drops of this right here. The one thing I do suggest, though, is you kind of just rinse your hands off, because that will, ironically enough, remove paint from your brush handles. I don't care, because I'm using 60-cent craft brushes, so that is no big deal. Aha, Air is familiar with the ye old speedball, paint, right? Is that not all their products? Man, it's been years since I used a rapidograph pen, and by years I mean like decades, years. Ah, look at this, Jarrett's Terrain Minis. Folks, be sure to give Jarrett a follow. Jarrett, how you doing there? Let me see. Let's see. Why is it Ryder? You can't. Like I said, there were people that were not behaving well, even though they were told many times to behave. And we just have to put everything on Supermax, because, as you know, we've already talked about that. So sadly, unfortunately, it's one of those things where people that couldn't quite maintain discipline had to be disciplined, unfortunately, the hard way. And anything less than Supermax was just allowing too much, so we had to set everything at max. So I apologize for that, but unfortunately, folks just couldn't quite control themselves. Let's see. So yeah, there's again, if I try and put any of these things on YouTube and certain things are said or whatever, YouTube will not only demonetize that video, but they will put strikes on your channel and they will do other things. And since our entire living depends on that YouTube channel, let's just say I'm a wee bit protective of it, as in like insanely crazily protective of it. And that's why we kind of had to go uber max on those kind of controls. Because unfortunately, and I found this out, even if nobody says anything, if it's written on the screen or if there's an image on the screen, it's another reason why I don't bring up anybody else's miniatures on screen. Because, yeah, we don't want to have images of something that would get a video deleted or whatever. Well, Can Fox, all it takes is you can't, there's a lot of things you can't talk about, as in, we talked earlier about videos that I had. I was just trying to do a live stream. Actually, the reason why I'm on Twitch instead of YouTube, because I used to always live stream on YouTube, I was trying to live stream the painting of a Viking miniature. There was no blood, there was no gore. It was a guy with a shield and an axe and a cloak. And YouTube said this video violates community standards and they killed my stream. And I never streamed on YouTube again. And it's happened to several other people that I know. And I've had videos that aren't public get taken down. They're not monetized, there's no ads, they're not even viewable for the public. They are Patreon videos. And that's why, unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of miniature companies that I've had to say, look, sorry, I can't paint your miniatures. At least not on stream or on the YouTube channel. I can't make tutorials of them. I can paint them, but they ain't never going to be on camera. Oh, yeah, Stila, it basically died in 2019. So, yeah, last year just kind of massively exacerbated it. But 2019 with Kappa, that was the death of many YouTube channels. There's a whole lot of channels that I can't even watch anymore because they got killed back in 2019, and that was just history channels. That's literally all it was. But that's why I said that 1984 is a picnic compared to what we live into today. Let's throw in the darks that we need over here. Yeah, can't definitely that is YouTube safe. Of course, there was a couple of figures from there was one company at their entire miniature line. I said, look, guys, I know the whole idea was to do tutorials on these and do live streams and stuff. There's no way that's happening. Not in today's environment. That is zero chance of that happening. And I felt really bad. And then there's another company that I just had to tell them. I said, look, I realize those are your new releases. There's no way I'm painting that stuff on stream or in any kind of a video. I'll paint them for you, but that's it. M Tellies, how are you doing? Yeah, Stila, isn't it? It is very sad, and it is a very slippery slope. It is a very slippery slope because, again, as somebody who studied history, there have been times in history where certain art was deemed whatever, or certain things were not allowed, and it kind of went a wee bit too far.
Who enters my domain?
Holy smokies, look at this. Look who's here. It's a thistle. Look out for that thistle, folks, because it's a raid thistle. How are you doing?
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you very much, Atheos, for that follow. That's appreciated. Actually, well, the follows, oh, can we get to 3,800? We only need 6 more now. So, Thistle, how you doing? I hope that, well, I don't know, it's probably not going to get quite as cold down there by you as it is up here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Uh-oh, Can Fox is going to get Shadowfax. Fly, you fools. That's fast Gandalf on Shadowfax for Can Fox. So, folks, be sure to give Thistle that follow because Thistle is one of our local friends. Yes, indeed. That's why I asked him how the weather is going by him because he lives just a wee bit south of me. Just a wee bit. I don't know. What would you say? 2.5 hours or so? I guess depending on traffic. Glad that you're doing good. Hopefully, now, did you do all of what was the stuff that you had to do with the storage unit? I know, I just remember stuff had to happen with the storage unit. Hopefully that all went well. You know what? I'm also going to bring in some darks over here. So it's in the single digits now. I have no idea what it is. There's no way for me to really even check it all. I don't know. It says well, it said it was 3 degrees at 10 o'clock. And I'm not surprised because, well, we had all the snow and that kind of stuff. And that typically brings in the cold like this. But it starts to get warmer tomorrow, if I remember right. So it is about 2.5 hours. And obviously, again, yeah, traffic, that can certainly play a nightmarish role. Probably not quite Gen Con traffic, but so you got the security system finished and did a bunch of organization. Yeah, now of course, I guess it was supposed to be, I don't know, -3, -5 for the low tonight or something like that. I mean, really not that big a deal because I think it's just going to be one night of it and then it starts getting warmer again. I mean, I could be totally wrong. We were only supposed to get about an inch of snow and we got 3 or 4. See, M-Toys is playing, a game with Landrast, trying the Valheim game. Yeah, Writer, or Electron Hexagon, these, seriously, we've had these figures for 19 years. Or however long ago it was, that's how long we've had these things. We've had them since forever. Since at least 2003, maybe since 2002. Yeah, Thistle. Now, Thistle, could you, when you were going to the bunker, could you kind of avoid a lot of the stuff that we have to deal with here, where you're far enough out away from the city? Well, Ryder, I think it's supposed to warm up to 20 something degrees or whatever, something insane like that in just a few days. I think actually it's going to be in the teens by probably by Monday or something like that. Borstain, it's not unusual. Even with oil paints, colors dry faster. So these cadmiums, those are going to take the longest. For whatever reason, this brown matter dries really fast. Some of these other colors, like Prussian blue, seems to dry pretty fast. It kind of depends. Let's see. Electron says all mine are dry brushed and washed. Had them since 2006.
No
So yeah, we.
señor.
Oh, thank you so much, Ken Fox. We're gonna let that drop right down in here. Poof. Mm. Ken Fox, if you want to post a link to your site, to your work and stuff like that, toss that in the chat. I meant to mention that like a half an hour ago because we like to do that here. So feel free to chuck that into the chat there. It took 55 to 355, and the bunker was just off the Butterfield exit. So yeah, for us, it took at least 45 minutes to get to the bunker from our house, which is kind of crazy, but that's how it was. Let's see. Yeah, Electron, I'm just desperately trying to because we did these bases in a video here, and I just want to try and have these so that I can make the dwarf army that's got to go with these guys right here. Now those figures are going to be from Oathmark. They are not going to be the GW dwarves because, well, even if you could get them, it would take forever and they would cost a whole bunch more. So we know somebody that deals with the Oathmark stuff, and they're sending us some Oathmark figures, and that should be very nice. Yep, Armored Wolf, his drive was a little bit different, just a little bit different there. Okay, Thistle, thanks again for the raid, and folks, be sure to give Thistle a follow. He's not just one of our fellow streamers, but a long-time friend. So you take care of yourself, and I hope everything goes good this week. So there we go. There's some of the work from CanFox. Like I said, Thistle, you be sure to take care of yourself and hopefully stay safe, and hopefully it does warm up as much as I think it's supposed to warm up. I don't want it to warm up into the 30s or something stupid like that because we're going to have water all over the place now that we've got somewhere around 20 inches of snow on the ground here. I don't mind it being 25 degrees and sunny. That's okay. That I can deal with. So Electron, now how many of those did you have a Balrog to go along with them? Oh, speaking of Balrogs here, so this army, what we're trying to do is have Bernie the Balrog have some friends to play with here. Where's our Balrog? So we painted this guy on the stream. It was the last day of November, I believe, the month of Shadow and Flame. So yeah, November 30th, go back. You should find the highlight for this. And if you look at that base, we use the same texture roller from Green Stuff World to make his base. As you can see, we're trying to get some object source lighting on our goblins right here, so they all go along with the Balrog right there. And like I said, all of the previous sessions, those are all saved. I wonder if you're going to get more down there than we are up here. I wonder if it's one of those crazy things where the farther south you are, the more snow you get. I think that's what they said. The last weather thing I saw is they thought south was going to get more. South of I-80, I guess. Let's see. Amazed by a YouTuber I watched for beginning. So Borstein, there's a bunch of stuff here. Now some of it's basically defunct stuff, companies that don't exist anymore. Now there's several things here from companies that just don't exist anymore. Stuff back from the early 2000s and even mid 2000s, or stuff from companies that they kind of ditched that part of their product line or something like that. Now, of course, the Lord of the Rings minis, unfortunately, while we're getting some new figures, and I guess tomorrow, well, Sunday, we're supposed to get the new Treebeard. Oh, you got the Command Drummer, the King, the Wizard. So what's the one? Oh gosh, what the heck is he? Is he the Goblin? He's not the Gundabad Goblin King, right? Is that the Moria Goblin King who's kind of like sitting on top of that broken column, kind of hanging off of it sort of sideways with a little crown hanging off of his head? Do you have that one? Actually, the other thing that I got to get for my Moria list, I have to either sculpt the Watcher in the water, or I think the printing goes ever on. I think they're going to try and have something like a Watcher in the water in their next, like a Kickstarter campaign or something. So maybe we'll have to try and snag that. So yeah, Ryder, we're in Chicago here. Now, of course, on the south side, which is also nearer to the lake. Now, the other thing too is when you look at Chicago weather, that you might as well be looking at Kansas City weather because that's O'Hare Airport. which is miles and miles and miles away from us. So if you want to see what our weather is, just you got to go for Midway Airport. So at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if O'Hare Airport is 3 to 5 degrees colder than it is here, because we are much closer to the lake.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much for that follow, Kale. Thank you so much. Gano says, hello, little. Oh, that will spark my gun. He's like, get out of here. That old dude, all he brings is trouble. All that old dude brings is trouble. And, here's poor little guy. He's like, you know what, dude? That old guy is just a pain. Every time he comes around, bad stuff happens to us. He's like, I know, right? It's like, you know what? We should get that old dude the next time he comes around. See that? A secret dastardly alliance between Gondor and Moria. Oh, you got a dragon. Trolls. The cave troll. Oh, some spider queens. Oh, thanks, Kale. Thank you so much. Now, with we somehow this kind of became the Middle Earth channel, like all things Middle Earth. We've got quite the Rohan army that we've been working on. Now, these are just regular riders of Rohan here, and we're actually going to maybe zoom out just a smidge. So there's our regular riders of Rohan. But something that we've been doing is also for teaching purposes, we've been doing sculpting streams. So we took regular riders of Rohan here. We gave them new cloaks, helmets, gave them flags, some new armor. And then we've been doing similar things here with, well, special characters. So we needed a Gamlin here, or Gamling. So I'm stuck on the paint line. And then we've done some things like this where we have taken our some Tomb King's bits, other horses, Army of the Dead, and created Riders of the Dead. So there's another little skelly friend there on the base. So obviously a lot of Lord of the Rings themed stuff, but we do other things. We do busts like so, and some larger critters like these 3D printed trolls right here. Oh, here we go. So Electron Hexagon wants to see some stuff that we painted years ago. And this is stuff that I wish I had oils for. So this is from several years ago here. Let's scroll on down. Scroll right on down here. All the way to this. So this is about, I want to say 5 years ago. This is right before we started working with the oils. Right before the time we started working with the oils. And this is just a tiny portion of this army. This is not all of it. This is maybe a third of it, maybe half. Half if we're lucky. Those crazy vehicles with all the open parts and open bits, if I had oils for these things, it would have taken me a third of the time. This thing right here, this brutal thing, which is like painting about 6 land raiders, that thing, again, oils, not only would it have taken a third of the time, it actually would have looked way nicer. Would have taken way less time and looked much nicer. Borstein, I don't have any pictures of the first miniature. Those are long gone. So Kayla, here, let's go into our, one of the reasons I wanted to, it was kind of a nostalgia thing because back in the day, this was my business, was doing 2D art. Now these are watercolors. That's watercolor on hot press watercolor board. I loved pastels. Now this is an acrylic painting right here. We got some more acrylics over here. And this is a watercolor on hot press watercolor board again. All right, well, catch you later, Ryder. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate that. Now this is an oil painting. I think I first started using oils. I was maybe 11 or 12. I think I did this one when I was about 13. I had no idea what that guy was doing, but it was interesting. It was interesting. So, Ryder, thanks again for everything. I'll catch you later. Let's see. That Mechanicus army, when it first came out, was, oh, it was overpowered, huh? Let's see now. Is there someone? Okay. Avocado Kids, we'll still be going for a little bit longer here. That's for sure. Kale, the other thing is that oils they're cheaper than acrylics. in the end, oils are much cheaper. For me, doing this for a living, any kind of efficiency is a huge thing. Now, you have to be painting like we're doing here. You have to be painting lots of figures at the same time to really maximize the efficiency of the oils. But the nice thing is with the oils, we're basically using all the same tools except for, well, the oil paints themselves and this tiny little bit of thinner. Because even when I do my acrylics, I'm still using the makeup sponges to wipe paint off. It doesn't quite work as efficiently as it does with oils, but I still do that. I'm still doing that. So, okay, it's going to take different amounts of time depending on what colors you're using. So obviously cadmiums will take longer to dry. Other colors like Prussian blue, any kind of a brown matter or purple matter, those will take less. Those will take less. For me, a typical miniature like these guys should be dry in maybe 10 hours, 12 max or so. Borstein's been doing the artsy stuff with the girlfriend too. So Avocado Kids, you have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you Monday. And folks, be sure to give Avocado Kids a follow. Again, he's kind of playing hurt right now with a little bit of an injury, but he's going to be back stronger than ever, playing that harmonica and building fantastic terrain. So be sure to check out Avocado Kids. And it's really helpful for, well, when you're trying to do, well, here we go. We've got units like this, and I think we have painted at least 6 of these horse units on stream. At least 6, and that's the whole unit plus the tray. We painted a whole bunch of monsters and again busts here. So some of the creature caster stuff that we did here. And then giant busts like this. And by giant, I mean half the size of a human head. It weighed 18.9 pounds. When you need to get through stuff like the Sisters of Battle here, it makes object source lighting easier. It makes freehand easier. It makes non-metallic metal easier. All that kind of stuff. Now, Kale, no, that's fantastic. We really do enjoy the questions because there might be people who either they can't type a question, they love to ask a question, or just by you asking that question, maybe it gets other people like, oh, wait a minute, okay, so, well, what about this? So it's really good. We enjoy the questions, and thank you so much for asking. Because literally, okay, you get these things. We call these pieces of 8 right here because they're about $8 a piece. And if you were to take 5 of these things, the total cost of about 5 of these, you would match what I spent on oil paints, brushes, thinner, and even makeup sponges for 4 years, or 5 jars of contrast paint. And when you think about it, is there really any choice? Do I really just want 5 jars of contrast paint, or 4+ years worth of paint? And when people hear that, they say, no way. So, well, yeah, I'm still using that starter set from 4 years ago. And just the fact that, let's say we didn't like any of this, well, we could take this makeup sponge and wipe all this stuff away. What if there's too much paint here? Well, we just wipe it off. Virtually almost all that paint is gone, which means now I could go back in here with something else. Let's say maybe we wanted that more of a greenish tone. Made it very easy to change that, whereas with acrylics, you'd be, oh, do I really want to paint over an area that I just did? Here it's like, boom, it's gone. The other thing is we can just, you can blend colors together so easily. And then there's this reason, which we didn't know right away until we just happened to have these two. This was painted with acrylics. Actually, you can watch this on the YouTube channel right here. And actually, this is perfect for film noir too. So look at this. This was done with fluorescent acrylic paints and the brightest, most intense acrylic colors I could find. This was done on Twitch in a very similar color scheme. Look at the intensity of this versus this. Look at the purples. Is this not crazy? Look at the insanity of the intensity of this versus this. This looks like it's a bad colorized 1930s movie. Ah, Deuce has the black and white. He wants that. He wants the film noir too. That's this. So here you can even see the intensity, even in black and white. Look at the crispness of all these. Look at this here. It looks duller, even in black and white. The acrylic looks duller than this. It's insane, right? Absolutely insane. Oh, Jarrett's is still around. Still around. Here, now again, look, that's kind of what acrylics look like. And then when we get up to our full saturation here, look at the difference. Unfortunately, Chris Shadow, there is no way because this is the most intense acrylic paint you can find. It is literally fluorescent paint. Look at what it's doing to the camera. But that versus oil paint. And this is no surprise because oil paints are more durable, they are brighter. There's a reason why oil paints last 5, 600, 700, 900 years because they're oil paints and they are way more luminous than anything you're going to find in acrylics. It's the same reason why, Schmandorf over here and our Thousand Sun, the reason why they are so intense is because of the oil paints. There's no fluorescent paint on this. That's just oil paint. That's literally just oil paint. Let's see, though. I just want to make sure we catch everything here. So that is the biggest difference. If you're going to look for the difference again between acrylics and oils, even here. So that's just the Prussian blue. Look at that Fanchon red. Look at the intensity of that Fanchon red right there.
Who enters my domain?
Well, looky here. We got ourselves another raid. 46 and 2. How are you doing? Let's see. Let's see. Are you not true? The fluorescent oil is that awesome Marion Street. It is. The Marion Street stuff is nice, but we definitely want to try the what is that? The cadmium orange. We're going to give that a try too. So 46 and 2, folks, you have a mission. You must follow 46 and 2. Got to support all of our fellow late night streamers here. So 46 and 2, how are you doing? And thank you so much for that raid. We're just kind of hanging out in Moria right here. Actually, we're going to go back to this guy now. But we're going to show you this little pile right here. Going to get this all on camera somehow. So that right there is 12 miniatures, which 7 hours and 42 minutes ago were nothing but primer. All 12 of these were this. Not kidding. We've been painting these with the oils. I'm sure you have been forewarned that we love to use our oils here. So there's our captain. We got some archers over here. Actually, we're going to throw this guy back out too. We're going to go back into some of our guys that have skin tones here. Yeah, let's go back and let's throw some greenish skin tones on here. So we've been doing obviously a lot of our object source lighting right here. 46 and 2. It's been an interesting week between weather and trying to get technology to work on our new gaming setups so that we can try to record battle reports and such. So that has taken up a whole bunch of time. A lot, well, and just moving furniture around in general has taken up a ton of time. Kale, there's actually no point to it because all it's going to do is mess up your airbrush and just scatter oil paint all over the place. I do use an airbrush just to prime things, but we're going to start a new one here real quick just so that new folks can see why there's just no point in an airbrush. Because, let's see, oh, here we go. This is why we don't need an airbrush with oils, because that's just done with a brush. You can go back and watch this. This was last night's stream right here. So we sculpted this on Thursday from scratch, and then we painted this on Friday's stream. As you can see, there's plenty of smoothness right here. And literally all we did was just take a big old brush, plop that paint on there. We took this brush and we just smoothed it out. That's smoother and easier than any airbrush is ever going to be. And we just used a couple of cheap hairy sticks. Let's see. So, thanks 46 and 2. So this was all done with you. Again, last night you can go back and watch this session. This is why I don't even bother with an airbrush at all because I can get so much smoother, so much more targeted with the oils like this. Makes things just so much easier. And these are just your regular oil paints right here. Williamsburg, Gamlin, Winsor Newton, all that kind of stuff. Now we do thin them in advance and we actually put them in containers like this. And you can hear that sound. That's actually just, well, I have a ton of pewter here. So I just throw a couple of pieces of pewter in that bottle to keep that nice and agitated. We wanna have our oils well agitated, right? Now what we are gonna do is we're just gonna throw some real quick color onto this guy right here. Let me see. Oh, thanks, Kale. Now we're just going to take some of our, and remember with the oils, the darker colors are not going to be opaque. They're going to be translucent. It's the lighter colors here, yellows, whites, anything that says cadmium or says titanium, well, that's going to be opaque. There are very few occasions, and outside of Terra Rosa, I'm still trying to think of any other color that is actually opaque. That's not one of those. But for the most part, colors that are opaque are going to be your lighter colors, which is the opposite of acrylics. Opposite of acrylics. And we're just going to chuck this color on here. Now, ideally, we let that sit there. I'm going to let it sit there a good 5-ish minutes or so. And then we're going to take some of our makeup sponges and we're going to wipe some of that away. We are going to play around with just a bit of red in here. Now, that just looks like one big old blob of black, but guess what? It's the same kind of thing that we would do for our Riders of Rohan. We would do a pre-glaze on them. For the Balrog, it's the same sort of thing that we did on our Ossiarchs right here, except we moved in even more colors here. You can see some of the greens, some of the reds. Look at that kind of a bluish gray over here. So all of this, again, done with the oils. Let's see. So Kale Larson is an awesome painter and streamer. So folks, we need to give Kale a follow. We need to give Kale a follow. Now, here's another example of some of the more intense oil colors. Again, this is Prinkles. I am a god. You shall worship me. Worship me now. Some of our Fanchon Red, some of our Cadmium Scarlet in the feet right there. Actually, the basing is the same type of material that we used on all of these little goblins and our great Mine of Moria, our great Balrog. Let's get you off to the side here. Oh, no problem, Kale. Now we're going to take, again, look at this collection of makeup sponges we got here. Well, we're about to do the same thing to this guy here. Now, Sculpey is a more absorbent surface. You say, what the heck are you doing this for? There's a couple of reasons. First of all, if you're going to do 2D oil painting, you kind of are priming the surface like this. Usually with something like Burnt Umber, Van Dyke Brown, which mostly this is. That's what this mostly is. Let's take some more of this away. Let's see. So thanks for stopping in, and folks, again, be sure to give Kayla that follow. That is important. And I apologize that I didn't know you're also a fellow streamer. And thanks Jarrett for the heads up. Thank you so much. We don't want to miss people. We don't want to not give people some mentions. Now, so right away, instead of dealing with zenithal priming, all that stuff that you're probably just going to paint over anyway, the difference is we can paint with this. So over here, what are we going to do? We're going to take one of our homemade filbert brushes right here. Yes, and folks, be sure to give her a follow. Give Kayla a follow right now. I'll take some of this lighter tone, and it's going to be very much a dry brush, but not a dry brush. See what's happening there? Look at that. See how that's not the nasty dry brush texture that you normally get? Why? Because it's mixing. See how that's mixing right there? That is all mixing together. We can even throw some of that up here. If this was just an airbrush zenithal type thing, well, it wouldn't be mixing now, would it? And this would have the nasty dry, that telltale dry brush texture. Just unmistakable dry. You can't miss it. You can't miss that. So there would be some folks, and let's say you actually threw some greens in here or whatever in that pre-glaze part. Well, guess what? As you mix this in, you're going to be getting a lighter green as well. But we also want to get our object source lighting in, don't we? Let's come in here with our Fanchon red, a little bit of our cadmium scarlet too. And we go like so. So now it starts to, again, it's blending the whole time. So it's saving you time. That's one of the big things with the oils, is trying to save yourself some time. That's how we got a dozen of these things painted with our object source lighting, with non-metallic metal, all that kind of stuff in less than 8 hours. Let's see. Yeah, well, the fun thing is too, let's say that this was all dry. You could still do this, and then we'll take your blending brush, and we do this all the time on our army painting series, right? Because this dries in between. So there was some colors here that were put over dry oil paints, but then all I had to do was take a blending brush like this, and I just kind of buff those away. So we could put, right now, all this is dry. I could throw some oil paint on here, and then literally buff this away and make it look like it was just airbrushed, just freshly airbrushed. It's kind of crazy. Actually, it's more than kind of crazy. It's really wild. Here, let's get some of that red over here too. So we're trying to focus here. Obviously, we're sort of hanging over the edge of the base, right? Hanging over the edge of the base. And I don't think we need to do any more. Now, this is all, if you're wondering what the basing material is, this is Sculpey clay. Actually, here was our texture sheet here. Sort of like this one. Let's get this one over here. I think this is the one we like to show folks. There. So this is a texture roller from Green Stuff World. This is just gray Sculpey clay. This is white Sculpey right here, which we were obviously able to carve and shave and all that kind of fun stuff. Same kind of a basing that we did here on Prinkles the Cat. Recognize those stone blocks? Recognize that texture roller right there? Yep, self same one. It makes a nice easy peasy base with a fantastic theme. And really doesn't cost all that much, and you can make dozens and dozens and dozens of bases out of it. Let's get into some of our indigo over here. And you can do some glazy things like this, but it's going to be more like a pin line wash here. And you can tell we're just kind of touching the brush to it. It's the same sort of stuff that we did on our vehicles here. So we painted this in oil start to finish, not all wet into wet. And same kind of thing that we did on our T-3485. Also painted the riders. He's like, wait a minute, what's that? I smell something burning back. Why does that smell like burning vodka? Like, dude, don't worry about it, man. It's all cool. It's like, no, there's something burning back there. He's like, no, it's all cool. Don't worry about it, man. We're all set. We're all set back here. I think that was also painted in the month of Shadow and Flame for obvious reasons. Oh my goodness. Now we're going to get some of that same dark over here, like so. Again, in sort of a glaze form here. See how that just kind of sinks down to the reason why folks like using the oils for pin line washes on vehicles is because of just the unbelievable capillary action, and that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing, and the fun thing is that you don't get watermarks. No water, no watermarks. Just like someone just said in the chat there. If you don't have water, you don't get watermarks, which is really cool. It's all part of. Don't worry about it, dude. It's all part of the plan. It's all. But wait, but man, what's burning back there? Ah, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. Oh, by the way, we need to stop off at the store and maybe buy some more vodka. Why do we need to do that? So we're chucking in a little bit of our green here. And eventually what we're going to do is we're going to start picking out some of these things to lighten up. But we're just going to set him off to the side here real briefly. And while I've got this is the other really fun thing about the oils is that we can kind of come in here on a figure that we might have worked on, I don't know, about 6 hours ago. We can come back in here and do some more stuff on him. And this paint is still workable. That's another huge advantage of the oil paints. Another huge advantage is that we can work on this hours later, still mess around with it. Here, let's get some greenish skin. We didn't quite know what we were thinking of doing for something like the skin tone. Boom, like so. Let's get some of that into here. And because it's mixing with some of the reddish tones that are already there, it's kind of turning it a little bit gray. So you're just getting all this bonus blending out of this. Instead of fighting and struggling with it, it just kind of happens more by itself with a push. I mean, you're giving it a little bit of a push to make it happen by itself. I can see here's another area where I want to get me some darker colors. Boom, there. Tighten up some of these guys. But again, you saw these, all 12 of these spread out. And then we can go back to this one. Let's say we want to do some cracks on here. Maybe we do something like that. We can is there Steiner Miniatures in the house? Steiner, how you doing? So folks, be sure to give Steiner a follow. Sorry I didn't see you there. We just had a couple of raids, kind of one after the other, and we're trying to get everybody introduced to what's going on, all the madness here that's going on. All the craziness here. Let's go pop in. This is another advantage too of the oils, and every time I start using acrylics again, I get reminded that it is just way easier to get these little spindly lines. So we painted this one in July right here. See all those veins and everything? That's all wet over wet. This is all wet paint right here. But it's so easy to do those little crazy thin lines with the oils. So easy to do that. So folks, be sure to give Steiner a follow. There's a link for you. Be sure to do that. We got to support all of our late nights. Although Steiner, I don't know, I keep seeing you. You keep doing stuff during the day. You keep doing stuff during the day. Are you surrendering your late night membership badge? Let's see. We're gonna maybe add a couple of more of these little cracks over here. Now this guy here, maybe we respect the umber and we'll do sort of a umber with a little bit of our asphaltum there. Yeah, let's do something like that. Little something like that. Then we could do something like we could maybe take some of that away with another brush here. Oh wait. So again, we got another quick smooth blend right there with just so little effort. Yeah, Steiner, are you streaming just about every day of the week now? Or most days of the week? And is it sort of a day and night thing, or just is it more like, all right, look, let's just stream today. We got some time. Let's just stream now. I wish I could stream more, but for the foreseeable future here, we're going to have to kind of stick with the Monday, Friday, Thursday, Saturday. And again, for the folks that are new here, on Thursdays are kind of a special day because that's when we do some sculpting here. The sculpting can take a few forms. It could be scratch sculpting, it could be conversions, it could be both at the same time. Yeah, Steiner, I definitely understand. I definitely understand that. Like even today, we started at least an hour and a half later than I was hoping to start just because of the weather and all the crazy stuff going on. All that crazy stuff. So some of the sculpting that we do, we sculpt things sometimes from scratch, like the Great Beast of Golgoroth here. This was 2 sessions. And we sometimes get to paint the things that we sculpt. This was also, we sculpted this on Thursday and we painted it last night. So we did some of our freehand too. So Thursday and Friday, you can go back and watch those. Obviously painted with our oils as always. We also do a lot of conversion type things like this. So we needed a more playable version of Imrahil. So we took some pieces and parts, did some green stuff and some armor, much like here on our Rohan Royal Guard. So these 5 figures right here alone probably saved me somewhere in the neighborhood of $120 at least. And then when we did our Easterling Heroes, we probably saved $100 just with these 3 guys. Because these kits are nasty fine cast, fail cast kits, I should say. And I had a whole bunch of fun just taking some regular old Easterling cataphracts at about $5 a piece and turning them into kits that would normally cost you somewhere in the neighborhood of 37, 38, maybe $42. And that was kind of nice. It was nice to have something that was fun that I made that didn't cost a bunch. And it's actually, well, it's also way better than Failcast. So that's just all winning. It's all winning as far as I'm concerned. Now, I want to try and bring in some of my lighter. Yeah, let's bring in another pokey guy right here. That's pretty much the very similar to this one right here. So that's what we're going to try and do is bring in some more of these kind of lighter yellows here. Okay, actually, I just realized, yes, I've sold off almost everything that I've sculpted myself. I'm trying to hang on to them now. But here we go. So our Tomb King's Army, this was a little side project from 2014 that we did. Actually, unfortunately, I did have to sell off all the army, including all of these scratch sculpted stuff, which is the stuff that you see on top here. So the Colossus to the right, the Hyro Titan to the left, all those Sphinxes. I still have the Sphinxes, but the birdies, yeah, those sculpts, those are kind of gone. And then we also have our Lizardman army. So those, I think I still have one of the engines of the gods, but we did 2 of those. That was made out of epoxy sculpt, Sculpey, that sort of thing. Had a blast sculpting those. And of course our baby Babo there in the front. Now obviously what I'm hoping to do is to be able to hang on to that sort of stuff now because it's definitely a little bit of a wistful, painful sort of thing to see stuff that just sculpted go away. Because if it's a miniature, well, you buy it again, you paint it again. But it's virtually impossible to physically sculpt the same thing twice. I really do enjoy the sculpting. I kind of had to go away from it for years. It wasn't until, well, starting to do the Twitch thing here that I said, well, I don't know, would people even like to see a sculpting stream? So we experimented. Armored Wolf, what would you say? Maybe September or October, maybe, was the first sculpting stream. And people seemed to like it, so we started doing it more. And I knew I was going to like it. I just didn't know if anybody else was going to like it. I absolutely love doing the sculpting stuff because I can just kind of take the tools, move the Sculpey, the epoxy sculpt, the green stuff around. And let's see, where's our Galadriel that we did? Here we go. So this is one that we did, I think this was 2 Thursdays ago. This was the Galadriel that we were working on. Yeah, Steel actually, This I think this has something like the painting of this last night. This had something like 1,300 views or something like that. I was very surprised. Well, Jarrett's I just wasn't sure because maybe people wouldn't really like what the heck's going on. Just like when Avocado Kids is doing his terrain, I'm sure for some folks they're like, wait, no, what's he doing? To us, it's like, yeah, that's terrain, baby, that's terrain. And there'd be other folks that's like, wait a minute, where's the miniature? Or yeah, maybe they would just because when you're sculpting things, it looks really weird. Let's just say, oh, Jarrett, well, you remember our chieftain, right?
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun, John.
No, thank you so much for that follow. Oh, let's see. Lesuved. Lecu. I'll just go with Pintor. Thank you so much, Pintor, for that follow. I appreciate that. And let's see. Remember how weird this thing looked when we were first working on our Easterling chieftain, and all he had was like one arm with some armor, and this looked like a top hat. I don't remember this, Jarrett, when that looked like a really silly top hat right there. That was hilarious. So Crypt Shadow, actually, when I was a little kid, just like really little, I was the youngest of seven, so there wasn't going to be any money for buying model kits for me, and I loved ships. I absolutely loved ships, and I was given like an 800-page book on the history of ships. And if I wanted to have model ships, I had to sculpt them myself, and I think that's probably where it started, was from that. Now, of course, as far as I think you've seen some of the 2D art that I was showing there a little bit ago. It kind of is helpful actually to have done all the 2D stuff because then when you go into 3D, now you don't have to simulate or fake that 3D shape anymore. You can just sculpt it, which is kind of nice. Yeah, Jarrett, that was the funniest looking thing ever. So that's one of the things that I kind of worry about a little bit doing the sculpting stuff is because people have no idea what the heck it is that you're maybe trying to sculpt, like the Great Beast of Golgoroth. Well, let's do a little bit of timeline on the Great Beast of Golgoroth here, because this is what he looked like when he first started. This, no kidding. There you go. That's what he started out as. He was a ball of tin foil. Then he became a semi-sculpted ball of tin foil, and then we started to wrap the gray extra firm Sculpey around the outside. You can see now it's totally wrapped. We have the legs in place, and you can see we kind of bulked it out a little bit more, right? Oh, thanks, Pintor. I appreciate that. I really love the object source lighting. Now this is epoxy sculpt over the top of that, so we get him his face and his horns. Now we've got a howdah that's going on the back of him here. That's why none of this stuff has anything, because there's a big old howdah going on the back of him that has 10 orcs sitting on top of it. Uh-oh, Steela's getting some aftershocks. Are they super strong, or are they just kind of, well, are those the kind that you just brush off? Oh, Steela, didn't you have an earthquake? You had a minor earthquake while you were streaming, didn't you? I swear that you did. It was like one of your first streams, wasn't it? I mean, it was super minor. It wasn't like the one you guys just had. Ah, okay. Well, that's good. But I swear you had enough to make things kind of vibrate a little bit there while you were doing your stream. So yeah, we really love our object source lighting, and it doesn't matter what the colors are. Oh, actually, well, sorry to take you to another picture, but let's get down here to some of our. Here we go. So again, this is the Witch King, and we painted this up on stream, and you can go back and watch all of these episodes. They're all saved as highlights. The entire thing saved as a highlight. So there's our Balrog. That's what this army is basically built around, is the Balrog. Now there's some of the Royal Guard guys that I showed you there. Now, here's the Scions of Flame, object source lighting. We painted these on stream as well. I think about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Nah, only like 3 weeks ago. Go back and watch these. Each one of those is a different color of object source lighting. All 8 of them, which drove us nuts trying to find 8 different colors. Then we also have somewhere we have the Corvus Cabal around here. There we go. So some more object source lighting on them. All of these sessions are all saved. Every single one of them. It's kind of like a YouTube channel. Just a tiny one, just enough to increase the painting difficulty. Yeah, Steel, it was like your second stream, wasn't it? Second or third stream, and boom, earthquake, which is just insane. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully you're okay there. And I guess we just need 3 more followers. I guess we just need 3 more followers here for not a super big milestone or anything like that. It's just it's sort of a milestone. Just need 3 more follows for that. Now what I'm going to do it here is I'm just kind of going back. Now this is, we're not just throwing some black paint here. We got some dark red that's going into here.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Shamira, thank you so much. And Gandalf a preset. Hello, little hobbits. Oh, that will spark my ganja. I must flee. I must flee. It's a hype earthquake. So still, see, that's why you're having an earthquake. Because yeah, we got the hype train and all that, but apparently that's not enough to celebrate. We also have to have a hype earthquake. So yeah, when you hit your 1,000th follower, you'll just have to have a big earthquake or something like that. It'll be a hype earthquake. Actually, is there a way to somehow like graphically simulate that? Like just someone does a command, like command hydrate or something like that. It's command earthquake, and somehow there's something that just makes it look like your camera is shaking. Oh, thanks, Steel. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's most of the time, and the only reason I see that is because it's right next to my bit rate. The only reason I even see that number, for whatever reason, that's right next to it. You would think there'd be some other information right there next to the bit rate, like whatever else is going on with your stream, but no, there's that number sitting there, which is kind of weird seeing that. Hashimura says a dual shock controller taped to the cam. There you go. Well, it would be just like remember the movie theater that we used to watch movies at, the Quarry, and we went to see Lord of the Rings there, and people thought it was some kind of theater effect, and we said no, that's because you're sitting on top of a quarry, and they're blasting right now because it's the middle of the day, because the entire theater was shaking. No kidding. But yeah, there's got to be something that sort of simulates the effect of the camera shaking, because, well, I've had it here where I bump into the camera and it creates some kind of weird shock to the camera. So yeah, I would say yeah, just bump the camera, but nope, that's not necessarily a good plan from what I remember. At least my cameras. Maybe they're just bad. Oh, it'd be good for raids. There you go. Yes, for raiding. That would be fantastic. And folks, be sure to give Steel Rebel a follow-up so that you can hopefully not watch her paint during an earthquake, but so that you can watch her paint with oils. She loves to do a lot of experimenting. Her most recent experiment was with this pre-glaze that you saw. She actually printed up some special bits of miniatures just so she could try out, kind of do the laboratory thing. I know that Deuce is another person does a lot of experimenting and laboratory type stuff. So it is pun expected. And she's just trying to find out what are some of the properties of these oils here. What's different from one brand to the next, that sort of thing. Now look at this. We just did a glaze right there, right? Remember that looked all wet? Because that was probably 97% thinner and not paint. It almost looks like it's dry. It's not dry, but it almost looks like it. Yeah, Deuce has been doing the all the experimenty type stuff. Lots of science going on there. Sometimes science explodes. It explodes with knowledge or just explodes. I think I'm going to darken this down here as well. You know what? We'll go with the we'll go with the indigo. We'll go with the indigo here and just darken this thing down. But we're also going to remember that blending brush we were talking about here. Literally, we just threw a big old blob of paint on there. And this is another reason why we don't need to deal with airbrush things. Because look what just happened here. That blob just became very smoothly blended on either side of the blob. Oh my goodness, look at this. We got You Can't Quit Me and Thunderhead Studio. All right, thanks again, Jarrett, for hanging out and for the rate and everything like that. And I appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you Monday. And folks, be sure to give Jarrett a follow. He's got the best voice on all the Twitch by far, best voice. So Thunderhead Studio, how have you been doing? I hope you're having yourself a well now good Sunday morning. So yeah, Thunderhead Studio, we've been having some fun here because people have seen me painting entire units before, say Song of Ice and Fire, but they haven't seen me doing this where we've painted 12 of these guys. This is our 12th one, and 8 hours 16 minutes ago they all looked like this. They were nothing but primer, and we are in the closing stages here of number 12. Thunderhead Studio is doing more Marvel Crisis Protocol. Now, are these some of the newest scopes, or are you just kind of banging through all the MCP stuff? And I know you had I know you've been doing some terrain things, I believe, as well. Actually, if you want to pop some of your pictures, your Instagram stuff into the chat so folks can look at that, feel free to go ahead and do so. Let's see. Oh, the second round of doing the core set, which, if I say that the wrong way, that could sound really weird out of context. So here's our little batch of guys right here. Let's get the other ones in here too, like so. There we go. Now let's push you guys over here so you're all on screen there. So there's actually no, this is number 13. Never mind. This is 13 of them. And 8 hours 17 minutes ago, they were all primer. Yeah, and these are your literally 19, 18, 19-year-old miniatures that have been sitting around unpainted. Well, actually, some of them were. We just sort of sprayed over them, rebased them, obviously in a more modern style. And we've been giving them all the pointy things and all of the glowy things, like so, to go with our Balrog. No, thanks, Thunderdome or Thunderheads. Too. Sorry, that's a thirsty Thursday. That's a wrong day. This here's a Sunday. This ain't Tuesday or Thursday. Of course, there's well maybe a wee spot of fatigue, maybe a wee spot. Speaking of spot, we're gonna get a little spot here in there for the eye. Oh, I don't know. Did you get to see the sculpting stream on this? So we sculpted this on Thursday and we painted it last night. And we did some freehand because when I glued this to the plaque, it was 3/16 of an inch too tall or too high, and I went, oops. So we threw in some freehand to kind of hide that fact. But yeah, we sculpted this baby on Thursday and then we painted on Friday. Stoked about the Zemo. So there's some more pics of some Marvel Crisis Protocol. How's about poof right there? You're gonna have to send me some pics there so I can check them out myself. We were well, I'm thinking of for March. I've got some MCP stuff that's prepped. We've got some terrain pieces as well. And I was thinking that maybe March could be a little bit of MPC or MCP in March, maybe. We haven't really had a chance to do any themes lately, so that could be very fun. Here's some of this asphaltum over here. Yeah, not much of those strategic paint can't hide, babe. That's what freehand is for. It's like a magician, right? It's like, do not look at this. Look at this. Cast your eyes over here. Oh, speaking of blending brush again. So this is more brushstroke management than it is about any kind of blending of color. So we can see some brushstrokes here. Well, yeah, you ain't gonna see them anymore. They're gone. We got brushstrokes over here, right? See those? They're kind of going this way. Yeah. Well, they're gone. This over here. What? We just don't need an airbrush. We just don't need an airbrush. I got them. I have plenty of airbrushes here. I used to have about 1,200 hours worth of airbrush stuff when I was doing 2D art. That's what I used with my watercolors. It's not like no problem with airbrushes. It's just it's kind of easy to be able to sit here and not have to worry about doing the spray booth and all that kind of stuff and having fans going. It's just like, well, yeah, I can just paint that stuff there. It's handy. It's handy in a pinch. I do love painting terrain with the airbrush though. That I have to say. That's super handy. Although now we're going to start painting the terrain with the oil. Well, we did actually paint our first terrain piece. Go back and watch the herdstone. I thought I had pictures up here of the herdstone. I don't think I do. Let's see. Yeah, there's something about those contrasts, right? That color contrast versus just the value contrast. And this is actually kind of a perfect moment maybe to dive into a wee bit of film noir. Here, let's do a little bit of film noir here because we got some new folks. Zoink. So you still got plenty of values, right? I mean, you can kind of tell lights and darks, but what you're going to miss out on is all of the, especially here, right? These cooler colors. As we bring this color back, look at you start to see there was no difference here between these values, right? But because that's a cooler color, it gets separated from all that. That's a cool, very dull color versus a saturated, warm color. Same thing up here. Cooler, non-saturated colors, warmer, saturated colors, right? It's very fun. Now, this was painted in acrylics, right? But Marvel Crisis Protocol here, it would be really fun doing this in oils. Oh my gosh, it would be really fun painting this in oils again. That would be really fun. Actually, I think we did 5. Yeah, we did 5 MPC. I think we got, yeah, here's another one, Red Skull right here. This was what inspired one of those Scions of Flame to have that turquoise color lighting. So again, this was done in acrylics. It would be so easy doing that in oils. Oh, that would be very fun to hit that in oils. So yeah, I think maybe in March we'll hit some Marvel Crisis Protocol. Why don't we bring in just a smidge more of our orange here, and that's mostly cadmium scarlet. I think though we have to try that cadmium orange. I think we might have to give that a shot. That is that's officially on my to-do list. I know our moderator has I believe sent me a note saying you need to get that stuff because I basically forget as soon as I mention. I pretty much just forget because well, things the brain fails when you have less sleep, of course, especially when you have this much less sleep. which is why Armored Wolf is really incredible because he sleeps less than me, but his brain works at 10 times the efficiency. More of our object source lighting here, more of it over here too. Maybe not up here because again, maybe something's in the way, like shadows, that kind of thing. And folks, be sure to check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Speaking of some genius and some supreme talent, go look at what Armored Wolf is doing. Just go over. I won't even say what it is. Just go over there, look at it. You will be amazed at what it is. Steal it. It's gonna be. Geez, I just forgot what the heck it was supposed. I had. Oh, yes. Mandalorian Monday. I'm gonna try and prep some of these. Now this is inspiring here, but there's some. Remember the Bandalorians or Banjolorians? This is Nessie's. This is Nessie's Mandalorians in here. So I think I'm going to try and assemble some of these. Look at that bubble wrap. Look at that. I'm going to try and assemble some of these and see if we can paint some of those. Oh, thanks, Spider-Man. Thanks for all the bits and the cheers and the subs. That means a lot. Believe me, it means a lot. We, I was just reminded last night of just how important that can be. There's a reason why we have some things coming this way, and it's because of the generosity of folks like Armored Wolf and Spider-Man and everybody else. Avocado Kid, Steel, all the folks that have donated and done the subs and all that kind of stuff. AR, AR, how are you doing? So I think, oh, sorry, I missed you a while back there. Yeah, definitely. Now we used, like with terrain stuff here. Oh, let's see. Because we were talking about the dry brushy type stuff. Where the heck are we? 1 second here. 1 second. Oh, yeah. So here we were definitely, like you were saying, there's times where you want that texture, right? Of the this was definitely one of those times. It was huge being able to have. You actually wanted the texture here. The oil stuff wouldn't have really worked on these. So these needed more like what you were talking about, that sort of dry brush texture right there. So sorry, I thought I had brought that up for you, but I forgot, and then I realized, oh man, I never got to bring up those pictures for AR because it's talking about the where it can be handy to have the actual texture of the dry brushing. So yeah, say something like, oh gosh, I wish I had that miniature over here. It was kind of a tree man type of figure. Oh well, actually, even on some of the surfaces here, it was kind of handy to be able to have some of that. But oh yeah, AR, it was huge having it for that terrain for sure. It would have looked like you said, it would have looked weird to have the smoothness. So that was very handy for sure. Now, this is one case where where's our blending brush here? What we would like to do is get that spread out over here. So Thunderhead Studio, um, you usually have a big Sunday stream, don't you? Usually a Sunday night stream is a big stream. I seem to remember have been in the Sunday night stream several times. Now, do you do the storm report at the end of all your sessions there? Because that's a thing where folks can take some of their work in progress or their painted miniatures and they'll get themselves a little personalized conversation as far as maybe a little bit of a critiquey type of things. Now, I would like to. I'm gonna go over to the indigo because not just darker. I want that temperature contrast as well. Little bit of temperature contrast there. Then we're gonna have to throw some eyeballs on this thing too. We're gonna need ourselves some eyeballs here. Do I want? I'm just out, and this is another form of contrast right here. I guess in some way, I guess it sort of piggybacks off of the texture of the dry brush thing. We also want to have an edge contrast there. So that wasn't about trying to make anything darker. That was just trying to set an edge. Setting an edge like a defensive back, or well, preferably a linebacker in football. Got to set that edge, hold that edge. A couple of more. Now here on the cloth, not so important to have an edge. It's that, what is that, the universal sign for cartoon glass, right? The three sharp lines. And now you can go back and watch these two. We had a whole bunch of fun painting these things last week, and this was a really good example of it here. So you got your ice, and this was sculpted, the same Sculpey clay that we sculpted this out of is the same thing we used for the ice here. But you got the soft right here, right? That just tells you that's a soft organic cloak. This tells you this is something hard because look at all the edges there. The value contrast is the same. There's really no difference in the lightest lights here versus the lightest lights here, the midtones, all the stuff's pretty much the same. But look at all these edges. You see a whole lot less of the hard edges over here. And see what a convenient pointing tool this is? This is like your instructor for the evening here. Edges, edge contrast, soft. So that's gonna, your brain just says, all right, this must be some kind of a flowing cloak. Well, that's hard. Whatever that is, I don't want to bump into that. Or slide off of it. So we painted all 9 of those. No, I haven't posted those to Instagram yet, have I? No, I haven't. I thought I did. Guess I haven't. So a lot of things to keep when it comes to contrast, and people, they get their critiques right, and it seems like the go-to line is push that contrast, more contrast. They say, okay.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun jar.
Thank you so much, Urmuth. That is appreciated. Gandalf appreciates it too. Oh no, that will spark all of my ganja. I must flee. Thank you so much for that. So I think we're either 1 or 2 away now. Goblin pointing fiery stick at elf, at icy elf. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I don't think I have. I think I was thinking about either tomorrow or the next day. I need to take some more pictures of those. Oh, I know. I took them for the video that I'll be posting to the Patreon page like Monday. I was like, wait a minute, but I did do pictures of those. I did, but not Instagram style. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Thank you so much. I was like, I did take pictures, but wait a minute, they're not the right kind. Just leave it to a tricksy little goblin pointing a fiery stick at an aloof and very cold elf. You know what? I'm going to darken this down here. And again, this is the same black we used, speaking of Gandalf over here. There was no green on this figure, no green paint. We took ivory black and our cadmium yellow, mixed it together, and that's what gave us that green. That's the same combo we've been using here on our little goblin-y friends here. Same sort of combo, and that's what we're putting down here. Also there. A smidge more over here. See if we can't give him some eyeballs or something. Some kind of pupils or whatever. Take some of that. This is the other kind of fun advantage of the oils, is being able to get really, really, really tiny little lines and fine things. That's kind of like what we did here, right? With the cracks in the stone. Look at this. Those nice little cracks in the stone right there. Because water has a certain tension level. Just do a little experiment, take some water, put it on the edge of a glass, and that water will sit there. Then try doing that with anything that's kind of oily, and guess what? It just runs down the side. Heck, even some food, you could do that little experiment with it. Now here, it's going to be another little example of our blending brush in action. Blending brush, Boom. I just looked at that and said, wait a minute, maybe we need a little bit of a contrasty thing there. But you could see how very easy it is to make things nice and smooth. Look at that. When you want to do your non-metallic metal stuff, right? And if you go back and watch this one, you'll see that these things were literally just a couple of brush strokes and then smooth it out. The ice was the same way. Those dark elf guys that we were looking at here. A lot of this was just plopping colors on here and pushing it around with that blending brush. Same thing you just saw. A lot of that happened on these guys. We had a blast with these. We had a definite blast with those. All right, what am I looking at here? That's still just pre-glaze. Look at how that mixes there. And some of these, well, even these ones that we were painting about 8 hours ago. Here, let's go back and let's do some green skin tones on that. And like we talked about, we use the same brush cleaner that we use for our acrylic paints. I use the same brushes, literally the same brushes. I will use these same exact brushes for acrylic paints. Same brush cleaner, the same Army Painter anti-shine. Once the stuff dries, it's just paint. And the Army Painter anti-shine will cover that just nice. Does a really fantastic job. The oil paints are super durable. And we saw that little demonstration, right, of the one next to the other, and there was no comparison between the intensity and brightness of the color of one versus the other. It was just unbelievable, the difference. So here we're getting a little bit of our greens in there now. Let's get some of that also on the skin tone here. So we can just kind of go back through some of these here, make a few changes. It's the nice thing about the oils is they let us do some changes here. And I was just blending right there too. Even with it, any brush can be a blending brush. What I might try to do here, if we can, is get a little bit of a light highlight here in a couple places on this. There we go. Because I actually want that to look like it's a little bit not pristine, so to speak. Same thing on the edge of that. And now we've got something, we can do some stuff on our little skull right there. Like so. Give it a little bit of a greenish shade here. Just something different from the rest of it. Again, this is one of our earlier gobos here that we were working on. This is one of 13 that we have painted. Seriously, 8 hours, 8.5 hours, and we have painted 13 of these guys, starting from basically nothing but primer. That's all they were. This is definitely the most miniatures that are painted on any one stream. That's for sure. Yes, they are tiny little Moria goblins, but we're also painting the bases, and we're also doing object source lighting, and we're doing a lot of other stuff too. So I think there's a few folks that would not mind being able to get this many figs done looking like this in 8 hours. Yeah, Stila, I think the most that we tried in one stream was maybe, well, I know we did several units of 4. I think what was it, the Unsullied? I'm pretty sure we maybe did about 6 of those, 5 or 6 of those maybe in a stream. Those are the Song of Ice and Fire figs. But 13 miniatures in one stream, that is a new record. And this is not even the longest stream. The longest stream I think we did was 10 or 11 hours or something like that. So yeah, this is not even the longest stream we've ever done. Not even close. We've done several 9-hour streams. I know we painted a whole bunch of monsters and stuff in one stream, like Balrogs and fell beasts and chimeras and some of those crazy creature caster critters. Actually, now, Thunderhead, do you have any of the creature caster figs around? Speaking of creature caster figs, I was hoping maybe to have one of those prepped for here, but I think we just might go with a Mandalorian Monday here. Maybe we'll just paint those in a tutorial video or something. I think that's what we might just do. So this is that brilliant yellow pale. I think we need to just pop in some eyes here on this guy. Not super convinced on the original eyes is here, so let's try and give him some new ones. Like so. Actually, if I remember right, weren't all the Moria goblins, they were all like female gymnast types or something like that, right? Because they needed people who were virtually acrobats, and they also needed them to be somewhat smaller too. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I could swear that they were mostly female, and a lot of them were either gymnasts, acrobats, something like that, because they really needed to be able to move around. All right, so look at the difference there. We've look at the extra little juice that we've given this guy in just a couple of minutes, right? Just a couple of minutes. We said, you know what? Why don't we bring out a little bit more here, a little bit more there? Next thing you know, maybe there's a little more of a spotlight coming this way instead of all just the object source lighting that way. Have to be willing to make those adjustments and changes. You don't necessarily have to scrap any original plan or whatever. It's just sometimes you say, you know what, I think maybe we'll just change this over here. We'll add something over here. It's okay. It is all good. Speaking of it, I'm going to come back the other way, maybe with some darks here. Work this the opposite way. A little bit of our Van Dyke brown, a little bit of the indigo in there as well. Because yeah, and we probably don't want glow getting all the way up there. So that's better. Maybe we get some more lights over here on the back. Either that or we go maybe the other way. Maybe we go the other way here. We're going to take some of the asphalt and do some glazy things here. Yeah, something like that. There we go. See, Electron hasn't, I haven't seen anyone paint Moria goblins to this level. Electron, I'm telling you, I was convinced that this was going to be just not very fun whatsoever. I did not think this was going to be very fun. I wasn't sure anybody was even going to watch. Like, who the heck's going to want to watch Moria goblins getting painted? But this has been way more fun than I thought. Okay, there we go. Look at that. That is, actually, that's better than the dark color that I had there. There's more contrast by adding a lighter color than there was by the stupid darker color. Because now we've got this dingy light green color, and that's actually contrasting with some of the reds that are there. Well, who would have thought that? Man, this is just a well, of course, I knew that putting them on these kind of bases was going to help too, just by itself. And then maybe giving them a little bit of the object source lighting here. But the other reason I wanted to do this was to have indisputable visual evidence, I can talk, that doing object source lighting on stuff can actually make it go faster. Because I don't know how many times I've had people say, well, fine, you do that on one figure. You'd never do that on an army. Which, you know me, I say, well, really? Really? Okay. You say that would not be effective on an entire army. It would take too long. Well, maybe we need. It's like Stila. She's like, wait a minute. How long does that need to sit on there before it's actually really a staining color or not? And Stila says, I'm going to print up some miniature pieces here so that I can give that a try. So we have to be like Stila, and we always have to say, you know what? I don't know. I got to see that result for myself. We all got to be like Stila. Yeah, we're going to drop in a couple of more lights for the metal here that are on the cooler side of things. We've got plenty of the lighter orange stuff, but now we need to go the other way on some of this. Oh, there he goes. Any color could be a staining color if you have time. I don't know. Does that have to be in the Book of Wapple there? I don't know. I think that might have to be in there. It kind of piggybacks well up. Wait a minute. Where the heck did that orange come from? All right. Change time here. All right. What's going on? We'll do this the simple way. We'll just take a little bit of our Van Dyke brown here. Good grief. We went a little happy with this. Bang. Knock it down. What were we thinking? Well, maybe we just weren't thinking. Now, but Steel is going to do some tests to make sure it's actually true. Oh, what is this? We got shots fired at 2:11 in the morning coming from down that Texas way. Sarge, how are you doing? I heard you guys got a little kind of dusting of snow there, or maybe you're going to get a dusting of snow. So I guess maybe the pooch gets another chance at some snow parties. Sarge, how are you doing? So Sarge, check this out. Check this out here. Let's make a little pile here. Let's make a wee little pile right here. Let's gather these guys up. So we've done 13 of these guys in 8 hours and 46 minutes. Yep, 13 Moria goblins. Like, get that old Gandalf guy out of here. Leave us alone. Yeah, 13 of those guys. Let's go back to this one over here. And well, you saw the Balrog. So now Benny's gonna have himself some playmates here. Benny's got some playmates. Yes. Benny was just getting he was getting all lonely there. It was very sad. It was almost, the Balrog was almost going to be as sad as Snuffles. Almost going to be as sad as Snuffles. And oh, I guess I guess you didn't get to see the Eowyn right there. So we kind of, this is our the Middle Earth version of a singing bass, right? So you mount somebody to a plaque like this and you stick them on the wall and they sing. Now you got the freezing rain right now. Well, we we got the freezing part here now because it's probably, well, again, I can't really tell. It's somewhere around maybe 0 degrees here, something like that. Oh, Sarge, now I know you've just been work's just been insane and all that kind of stuff and life and everything else. Were you able to sign up for any classes for the virtual Reaper Expo at all? I meant to ask you about that. And I was hoping that maybe you could. I was hoping that maybe just work was going to relent and life was going to relent enough for you to be able to do that. Now we mixed a little bit more of that brilliant yellow pale in with our green here. And just like Electron says, we gotta get more detail on these Moria goblins, right? We gotta make this insane here. We gotta have people look at these going like, wait a minute, are those the same Moria goblins? Those ancient, decrepit, nearly 20-year-old miniatures that weren't super fantastic 20 years ago? Are those the same ones? So Electron now, doesn't she sing a song at the funeral of Theodred? Right? She sings some kind of a song there outside the burial mound. It's like, wait a minute, that's not a jazz tune. That is not a jazz tune. Ah, but Sarge, now, Sarge, did you ever play way back in the day? It was a GW, it was a Man of War, because we're starting to think about taking the Man of War rules and see how they can be modified to fight Lord of the Rings battles at sea. Because, we're not doing enough crazy things here. We need to construct some Umbar ships and some Dol Amroth ships and have some sea combat. Now, Sarge, it is just that weekend, right? It's not like one of those, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday kind of things. Not like ReaperCon was. I think it's just those days. And folks, I mean, you don't have to be from the U.S. to participate in virtual ReaperCon. It just like, or sorry, virtual Reaper Expo, because ReaperCon, that was a worldwide phenomenon. I'm telling you. I think there's something to be said for the virtual events, because people who normally can't go there can go there, and just kind of hang out and just be with folks. Why not? Why not hang out and be with folks that love the miniature painting and all that kind of stuff, just like you do? I'm gonna get some. I need to get some green on that. Here, I think we were doing a lot of stuff with the blue when we were working on these earlier, folks, right here. Again, it's mixing now instead of the cadmium yellow, we're getting a little bit of that green in there. But we still have that orange in there, which is kind of neat. Still got some of that orange sitting in there. Oh my goodness, Sarge. You heard the story about, I swear I just told this like in last night or the night before, something like that, the wooden ships Iron Men story. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you heard that or not, but yeah, this was years ago. Maybe, I don't know, 18, 17, 18 years ago. They said, well, Jim likes Navy stuff. He loves naval combat. We should have him play wooden ships Iron Men. Yeah, that was supposed to be a four-player event, and it was supposed to last all day long. And I looked at the way things were going to play out, and I said, so is this how this works? And they said, well, yeah. And I said, that's how this works, huh? Let's just say that I just sailed a battle line right into the enemy battle line. By the time my ships got there, they were on fire with no masts, and they just kind of plowed into the enemy line, which set their ships on fire. And my few ships that were not in that line started firing at the big old mass of ships that were there. And their day-long dance of wind and sail was turned into a monster truck rally in about 15 minutes, and they said, you don't get to play this ever again. So yeah, that was the first and only time I played wooden ships Iron Man. When when we completely yeah, they're like, you didn't play that right. And I went, well, you didn't say there was any kind of morale impact on any of the ships, so why not? Yeah, they didn't let me do that anymore. They did not let me do that anymore. They're like, nope, no more wooden ships Iron Man for Jim. Oh, and all the ships they all like drifted onto a sandbar. Oh boy. Yeah, sorry, that was evil. I know. I know that was evil. I think we need to restore a little bit of dark up here, and then this has absolutely nothing going on. That's still just pre-glaze sitting over there. But never fear, cadmium yellow and ivory black is here to create something. I'm telling you, this is like a really nifty Nurgle green right here. It's literally just cadmium yellow and ivory black. I've used it a bunch of times. There is a reason why I do not own any green, well, hardly any green paint. I mean, phthalo green is phthalo green. We'll just call it that. But some of the other, like cadmium green, like why did I actually get that when I could have just taken phthalo green and cadmium yellow and virtually done the same thing? Yeah, still, it just, there's something about it. And what's nice is that the ivory black has just enough red in there so that it doesn't end up looking like, say, an indigo mixed with the yellow, or even a phthalo mixed with the yellow. Welcome back there, Tam Midnight. Welcome back. Yeah, we got 13 of this guy's done, so that's a Blood Bowl team plus extras. You know, in another hour or two, you could get the coach done, maybe some of the fans done as well. No problem. All right, we're gonna go. Speaking of that indigo, we need some bluish gray over here. So if I can get those things assembled, we will try to paint some of the Mandalorians on Monday. Because one of the things I haven't done on stream really is I think we use the interference paints on the Canites maybe for the first time, but we haven't just used the Gamlin silver and done some more classic TMM. So I'm thinking we might do that with the Mandalorian Monday. Why not? Mandalorian Monday. And I think it's a 10-man DeLorean unit. So we could be doing those maybe potentially even on some Friday and trying to do some more of those. Who knows? It could be a week of Mandalorians. And I know Nessie is still terrified that there's going to be a Banjalorian with a Beskar banjo and a Traderlorian in a suit and a Blandalorian just all in khaki. Who knows? Maybe we still do that, huh? Oh, just because we are that evil? Are we that evil? Well, what we need to do to this little guy right here, I think, is get rid of some of the reddish colors on the top of the head. We're not going to wipe it away completely. Not completely. But I think if we want the light coming from this away, we might want to get some of the greens up here. Still let some of that red, it's still showing through. It is actually showing through there. But now we could start to think, yeah, little bits of reflected light here and there, which are going to make our Moria Gobos look that much more interesting, right? Ken Fox, I prefer the male Mandalorian. That is nobody came up with that archetype. Ken Fox, no, literally nobody came up with that archetype. Nobody came up with that, so that's yet another type of Mandalorian. He's always late and delivers everything to the wrong address. That is the male Mandalorian. Just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. There, not trying to get on our postal workers there. Well, I guess he always gets chased by dogs. He's always getting chased by dogs. That's the one thing that always happens to the male Mandalorian. Don't forget the Hobolorian, the one that Mando can't afford Beskar. No matter how many bounties he brings in. See that's two brand new archetypes. And we went at least a couple of weeks trying to create all the different Mandalorian archetypes. Of course, we have the Wonkalorian, who just instead of Beskar armor, it's all just chocolate and candy, and it's all purples. And then I do believe we had the what else did we have? We had a couple of interesting Mandalorians that were a little bit hard to pronounce without getting tongue-tied. Tongue-tied, see that? And Sarge says, "What a Cavalorian ride horses." Oh, gee whiz, Sarge, are we gonna have to paint them all as cavalry? This is the cavalry channel. Yes, they would all just have horses and swords. No blast, just as horses and sabers. Horses and sabers, that's it. That will be the Cavalorians. it will be a it will be a cavalcade of Mandalorians. Boy, it's a good thing that Nessie is asleep right now, because if he was hearing this, he would just be absolutely horrified. Now look at what's going to happen here. We're maybe going to drop in a little bit of shadow there, something like so. Look at that. Boom. Just emphasize that. The mandatory Mandalorians. There we go. Oh, you know what we should do? We should do something like this. Definitely do something like this here. Oh, we had the Candylorians. We had the Dandalorians, right? Yeah, we had those. And then I think, oh, we had a Sandalorian too, which was, and then we had the DeLoreans, the Mandalorians, which were just time travelers or something like that. So look at that. This is going to look way more interesting just with a couple little cracks thrown into here, right? I mean, is this hard? Is this difficult? Well, not with the oils anyways. Not difficult with the oils. Look at that. Boom. And boom. And some more there. That's about, there we go. Look at that. Huh? That didn't take very long. Look at this. Look at this. We got ourselves a genuine vision. So, Jan, did you get all that KDM stuff done that I saw you working on the other day? And folks, well, you're already following Genuine Vision, but just double check and make sure that Twitch is not being twitchy and has not unfollowed Genuine Vision. So, Jan, looky here. Look at this here. Whoops, let's not knock these all over here. But we've painted 13 Moria goblins 9 hours ago. This is what they were all just primer, and now 13 of them have been graced with some form of pigmentation. It's like poker chips, setting them off to the side. So now we're kind of doing some fun little extra decorative things on these hideous 18 or 19-year-old miniatures. I swear GW came out with these things somewhere around the line, like 18, 19 years ago, right? And these are not like recently purchased ones. These were ones that were purchased back in either 2002 or maybe 2003 at the latest. I'm thinking these were more 2002. So yeah, these are ancient mini mimes. How you doing? Oh, thanks, Jan. Thanks, Jan. These things, I was just anticipating them being extra hideous. Well, I mean, they are not super fan. They are not KDM sculpts. That's for sure. Well, I guess if you took a KDM sculpt and melted it and stepped on it and reconstituted it, then you would get these guys. But it's still been pretty wild, pretty wild. So mini mimes, nice to see you again. So Benny the Balrog has some playmates now. Benny the Balrog has himself some playmates. And just for folks that didn't get to see, you can go back and watch Benny the Balrog being painted. The base is exactly the same as it's a little bit bigger, but now you can see why there's all the object source lighting, because they're literally walking around with their own object source light. He's walking around with them, maybe stepping on them too. But that is why we're matching all these. Now we do have some dwarves that are coming, and we're going to base them like these. We'll give them the same sort of object source lighting like this. And then we also have to do a terrain board with the same sort of lighting like this, right? That could be very fun. Heck, if it's a terrain board, we could have actual tea lights and like genuine light instead of just painted object source light. No, minis, mimes, it really does. It really makes a huge difference. Now, of course, the thick over thin, it takes different dimensions, especially with our approach here of the dry brushing, right? So this really does constitute thin paint. Even though it's not thinned down, this sort of almost like a dry brush application, you can still paint your regulars over the top of this. So there definitely is a little bit of back and forth. The more liquid it is, that's kind of the classic thin, right? Sarge has to go to sleep. Wow, that's Sarge. That's going to be a lot for you guys down there. Stay safe down there, Sarge. Sarge. Now Electron is going to have to go back to his 15-year-old Mori goblins and increase the level of detail. I would say that it's finger steeple time. Excellent. Excellent. There we go. Mission accomplished. Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to be getting the snow up here. I think it's well, no, wait a minute. I think we are supposed to be getting snow, but I don't know if it's that much. I could be totally wrong. The forecast was wrong today, so why should it be right tomorrow? But hopefully, Sarge, well, that's going to be a lot of snow for that pooch to hang out in. That's going to be a whole lot of snow. So I hope that that's not too difficult for you to deal with there. As we drop in some more detaily things on this. Pop in some more here and over here. All right, what about this thing? Because we did this on another one. I think we do want to grab this. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. So now we really have your cool grays here and then your warms down here. So I think that's going to work. Just somehow get a little bit of lighting. It is weird though painting these things after having painted our icy stuff. So I have this warband for myself. It was kindly donated here. I'll definitely have to do another one of these type of warbands for myself with the icy bases and everything. I think I'm definitely going to have to do that for me. Let's bring some of this down now. Over here. Okay, do we want to lighten this up? No, we won't lighten that up anymore. Let's find ourselves another one here where we can go back and, yeah, we need to do some more stuff on that. Yep. This is why I'm saying work on a bunch of things all at once, especially with the oils, right? Because something small like that with not a whole bunch of detail on that, if we just keep plowing away at it, just pouring paint onto that, it's not going to end well. So what do? We move on. We're working on 13 of them here at once. We can move on to another one. And like I said, if this stuff dries, because maybe you only get 2 or 3 hours to work on something, believe it or not, you can make that work to your advantage. So just because it dried, it is not the end of the world by any means. By any means whatsoever. I think this one, I knew there was something here. How's about a little work on that there handle? So we're sitting at 37.99. Do we got Snowiak in the house? Yes, we do. Snowiak. Yeah, Snowiak. All that snow that you had last week, that's all long gone, right? That little bit of snow that you had, that is long since gone. Yeah, we keep adding to our collection here, and I'm sure we're going to be adding a bunch more. I think right now it might actually just be too cold for the snow. Potentially, though, later in the week when it warms up, geez, it's going to get up to 20 or something like that. That's probably going to bring back the snow, I suppose. I'm glad that you're doing good there, Snowiak. Yeah, Snowiak, we got some ancient goblins here. I'm pretty sure we bought these things back in 2002. Yeah, oh my goodness. 18 years, almost 19 years ago. That's nuts. Ah, so it's all gone. Yeah, Snowiak, we added to our collection of snow here. I think we've probably got about 20 inches of snow on the ground now. I know that earlier today I was standing on top of a 3-foot snow pile trying to shovel other snow out of the way, so that was very fun. I was like, why is my head level with the roof line all of a sudden? It's almost getting to be like 1979 where we could actually walk up onto the garage roof just by climbing on the snow drifts. Now that, see that, just a hint of that green right there, just taking advantage again of that. That's just still the pre-glaze sitting there in some areas. That's just the pre-glaze. Now the unfortunate thing is when the snowplow comes through, and because we are on the south side of the street, it's going to dump all of that snow back onto the vehicle that I just shoveled out 3 times in the last week. And I'm sure we'll have to do that again as we bring in more of our lights right here. Now, so Snowiak, what kind of miniatures have you been working on? What kind of I guess you're not doing quite as many of the walks and bike rides and stuff maybe now as you were before, or are you still able to squeeze some of those in? Speaking of squeezing in some more light, let's do just a smidge more right here. See what we can do there. And let's get some dark on the other side of that, like so. Mix in with some of our orange there. Now, just one moment. All right, I'm gonna move on here. We got another one. I think this is one we still. That one we were pretty good. Oh, I knew we were. I knew there was something missing over here. I thought so. There's been plenty of exercise here, that's for sure. And heck, we've been getting exercise just filling humidifiers. 3 humidifiers, 3 times a day. In fact, that is what I'm sure have to do the very second that we are done here. I'll have to be filling more humidifiers. Now I just switched over to the PC. Yeah, I cannot. The phone for me is almost useless when it comes to Twitch. It's just really weird. The other folks seem to have a little bit better luck. Most folks do say that Twitch is not terribly workable on the phone. Now I did take a nice little walk. That's good, Snowiak. I know that the whole cabin fever thing, it doesn't have to be super cold to have the cabin fever thing going on. It does not have to be. Okay. And we'll pop in some lights over here too. Why don't we do that? Yeah, I don't understand. Like with mine, I can, be seeing a YouTube video or Instagram video or something like that. But boy, I try to bring up Twitch on that phone, all heck breaks loose. It just goes absolutely berserk. It really does hate it. Now, Snowiac, that's quite the interesting critter to be finding, just kind of laying. But I guess maybe that doesn't. Maybe that's not super unusual, actually. I just keep thinking of the kind of flora and fauna would be washing up here in any kind of a shoreline. Would certainly not be a dolphin. I'm not quite sure what kind of a creature you would want to have washing up on a shoreline around here. Yeah, I could see that not happening a whole bunch. Let's work in some green over here. Again, that is cadmium yellow mixed with the ivory black, making just such a super special green, kind of a nurgly green out of that, which in this case is going to be a very orky green. It's going to be a very orky type of green here. Well, goblin-y type of green anyways. Well, I guess they didn't actually call them Moria goblins. They were actually Moria orcs, weren't they? Now, Snowiak, is that something that's got to be like officially reported? You find this kind of thing and you say, guys, you might want to go check this thing out. There's something up on the beach over there. You might want to go take a look at that. Oh, sorry you haven't had a chance to paint very much lately. That seems like a whole bunch of folks that we know. They've either been painting like fiends or they just have not had a chance to at all. I know that there's a bunch of folks with work and stuff like that. They haven't even been able to watch streams at all, which, yeah, well, I can understand that. I'm pretty sure almost the entire month of November and December, the only streams I watched were mine, which was a real bummer. That was not what I was wanting to have. So the rescue for seals and dolphins. They also, yeah, I guess they could see, I mean, the obvious thing of their diet, the impact of certain things on them, and then I guess maybe figure out what it was that was. Now, is that one of those things where they do that to themselves, or is that just because I know that is a phenomenon that seems to happen with a lot of sea mammals. They just kind of wash themselves up. I mean, I suppose, unlike trying to grab from the wild, I suppose you just say, well, this is here. Let's see what kind of things we can learn from it, so that maybe we can prevent the next one. As we bring in some of our lightest lights here on this crazy, nasty little Moria Goblin's armor here. Moria Orcs armor. Sorry, they were orcs, I believe. I believe they were actually supposed to be orcs and not goblins. I could be wrong. They checked in to find out if they died by disease. Okay. But Minis Mimes has been painting Fallout minis with oils and making a complete mess of them. Now, Minis Mimes, did you try doing some of the things like we talked about? Where did you go? Where you pretty much just almost pick two colors, a dark one and a light one, and just kind of go simple. Just get used to how the paint applies and that sort of thing. And obviously big surfaces like this. Because I can tell you right now, if these were the first miniatures I ever painted in oils, I might never have painted in oils again. The only reason these things are working out is because we've figured out how to deal with things like this. So that might be maybe a little bit step back right there, Minis Mimes. Maybe just Some simple colors, like as in as simple as you can get, just one light and one dark color, and that is it. That's what they did in watercolor class. I know I've said it a few times just during this here stream. They said you get one color. You will spend the first 3 months of this year, you get Van Dyke Brown and nothing else. No other colors. Halfway through the year, we still only had 3 colors. Let's see, Mr. Snowiak almost painted a mini a day, and now a little bit bored. Oh, Minnie's Mimes, yes. Oh, Minnie's Mimes, you heard about the Mandalorian Monday. I'm trying to get those, at least a couple, if not maybe 3, 4 of those Mandalorians prepped for Monday. But that could be Minnie's Mimes. Then when it dries, if you don't want to deal with object source lighting from a lightsaber, while it's wet, let the darn thing dry and say, all right, now I'm going to try and throw some object source lighting over this thing. And if you don't like the way it turns out, you take your makeup sponges and yeah, all the object source lighting that you didn't like is gone. So yeah, don't feel bad about letting the oils dry. I'm telling you, now that I've been doing these different army painting series, like so that freehand back there, that's done with the interference paint. That does not happen if that's wet. That was over dry paint. And a lot of the fun interference stuff that happened over here, that was done over wet paint or over dry, just like our Ossiarchs here. And our Thousand Suns are going to be the same way. Doing the Thousand Suns, letting that paint dry, like these right here. I mean, ideally, I would have been working on these plus 30 dwarves, plus another 30, whatever, 20 Gondor figures. And if they all dried, it's like, who cares? That's almost an advantage if they dry. Which completely is not what I thought when I first started working with the oils. So completely thought, oh my goodness, this is terrible. They dried. And of course now, being or more informed, I guess we'll say, I went, oh, well, you know what? That actually was not a bad thing. That was a good thing. I think it was the Sisters of Battle. So here we're going to get, I see we never really got the extra little bits of lighter color here on that armor. Just these little tidbits here. Oh my goodness, this, well, sword, which to us is really more like a kitchen knife, but uh, this little Moria orc here, and we'll call him a Moria orc because I guess they should be called orcs. Still got to see the disaster oil video. Yes, there was 2 of those. Steela, there was 2 of those things. There was 2 of those, and man, wow. You, you will hear you will hear the pleasure in my voice dealing with those Reeve Gauche paints. Let's just say I wanted to give them several non-YouTube friendly names. Oh, yeah. That's why they're now banished to terrain. Tammy Knight is still lurking. Still lurking. What are we at? 9 hours, 22 minutes here. Again, 13 of our Moria goblins from primer to, well, I think more than a few people would say, yeah, those are kind of done. Those are kind of done. We would just love to be able to do that in 13 or less than 100 hours. But here we got to go a little bit faster, right? Got to make it happen fast. Got to do things nice and fast. I'll catch you later, AR. Thanks for hanging out. And AR, hopefully we can catch you on Monday, and hopefully we're doing some Mandalorians, and that would be some TMM. So we'll be doing TMM in oils, so metallic oil paints. So hopefully we can see you then. Mr. Snowiak, Mr. Snow, interference paints, interference paints. These are really fun. Think sort of like the Turbo Dork slash Green Stuff World color shift paints, except this is just red. There's not red to green or red to whatever. There's red, violet, blue, and green. And we have a bunch. This is the interference violet right here. There's your interference violet. And I think these are kind of the ones that show it really easily because they have the most interference colors on them here. Let's move you out of the way there. So you see how that's kind of shifting in paint? See how there's blue, now it's green. You can even see some of the purple on this. So see that the different colors are changing and shifting and all that kind of stuff. That's your interference paint right there. We also use the same interference paint on our Ossiarch series. So you can see how it's kind of green, then it goes to blue. So it was interference green, then interference blue, then the interference green again. You can see some of that on the armor. And then you see that sword right there. That's actually got interference green, then the blue, and there's a little bit of the violet there. But the key is we were mixing it with all the other colors on the palette. So this one here, we mixed the interference blue with our Prussian blue. We were mixing the interference green with phthalo green here. And then over here we were mixing the interference violet with quinacridone magenta with purple matter, all these different kind of colors. So it's a kind of an unusual color, right? We were also using it on these guys here. So their weapons have the interference. See that blue? See that crazy electric blue? That's the interference blue. Then over here we got interference green. And now over here, this is interference green mixed with phthalo green. So it was just to kind of create these little different shimmering effects, right? Let's see that. Look at that. Look at that. See that shimmering blue? That's the interference blue mixed with a little bit of cobalt blue, actually, believe it or not. So it's I just kind of discovered it totally by accident. I gave it a try. I wasn't sure if it was going to work. The first time I tried it, I had absolutely no idea what that guy was doing with it. It wasn't until the paint dried, because I was filming Army Painter series, and I tried doing it again after it was dry, and I went, oh, okay. This and also likes being over darker colors. That's the one common trait that it has to the Turbo Dork stuff and the Green Stuff World interference or color shifting paint, sorry, because those you have to put those over a darker color. What I'm pretty sure is with the interference paint, they want you to mix those with another paint. And the weird thing is, because I was thinning them down for miniatures, they actually got to a much better consistency because right out of the tube they're horrible. They're like unusable. That's why I think they're meant to be mixed with other paints. And I think that's maybe why they're having a hard time selling those because just like the Green Stuff World texture rollers here. All right, where the heck? There it is. So, texture roller here. People were trying to put green stuff into these things, and guess what? They ended with a green stuff roller. So they were going to discontinue these things until I used the Sculpey clay for them. Oh, Snowyak, you didn't get to see this either. So we've been sculpting our some busts here. So that was last Thursday. Here's this Thursday. You didn't get to see this, I don't think. So we sculpted this on Thursday, and then we painted this up on Friday. So yeah, we're painting this thing last night. Had a blast. It was really fun to sculpt and really fun to paint too. We had a real blast with that. Now, could you imagine? Oh, this is actually another thing I'm going to paint with the interference here. No, thanks, Snowiak. Now, this was the first time I tested the fluorescent paints. I was trying to get like an Australian fire opal type of a look with this, but I'm going to use the interference paints on this because I have another one of these, and I'm using the interference paints on that, and that's going to be insane. That's going to be nuts. Now, I can't really paint it on stream because the whole idea of the interference paints is you want them to dry, and that's the one thing I can't do on stream is get oils to dry. any faster than they just do by themselves. Of course, we are thinking about getting a much nicer toaster oven so that maybe we can bake Scopy on stream. That could be interesting. So that way we could actually roll out some Green Stuff World texture rollers and then maybe actually use them on stream. That's never been done before. And get me some more lights here on Mr. Goblin's face. Minis Mimes, the pre-glaze itself, that is the translucent paint. Now, unfortunately, boy, I wish you could have seen the last one that we just started here, because all of these obviously started with that pre-glaze. The opaque stuff is what goes over the top of it, because remember, the pre-glaze is still wet, and the idea is that the paint mixes with that. Now, you could, in theory, you do your pre-glaze, you let it dry, then you could do the transparent stuff over the top of it. So that could still definitely work. You would just have to take a different approach to it for sure. Do we have a Commander Mittens? We do. We got Commander Mittens here. Well, Commander Mittens, as you know, we want to have a wet bar. We want to have a toaster oven. We want a hot plate. So this way, if I feel famished during a stream, I can just cook during a stream while streaming. It really would be. Actually, Crypt Shadow, you can make pizzas in a toaster oven. Now, you probably wouldn't want to make pizzas in a toaster oven after baking some Sculpey in there because you're gonna have some your pizza will have a little bit of a scent to it that's not pizza flavored. But we bake Sculpey in the oven all the time. It's just in the summertime here. That's probably a better option for baking Sculpey than in an oven. Commander Mittens, you have no idea how tempted I was to actually sculpt a loaf of bread out of Sculpey and then paint it to look like a actual baked loaf of bread. Yeah. Yes, indeed. I was tempted to do that. Let's see. Can we paint it? We have to beat the pizza. You have to beat the pizza. Can you paint a pizza before the pizza cooks? But Minis Mimes, yeah, the whole idea of the pre-glaze is that that's something that we are going to mix the lighter opaque colors into. But since the pre-glaze is not going to take very long to dry, being a whole lot thinner and mostly wiped away with the sponges, right? Like this right here. You could just let that dry and then you could play around with it and see what happens. There's been times where I've done some pre-glaze on a figure and then, well, just because of things, I've had to set it aside. The pre-glaze has dried. And I just went, all right, I'll just paint over the top of that. So it's something you could certainly give a try, see what happens. Let's see, I'm painting a leather pouch. Minis, Mimes, again, we're not, that's kind of an acrylic type thing because we're not doing base coats with the oils. Remember, well, here, let's do this. There's no better way than to just do this. So, sorry, Rohan Rider, we're stealing your little thing here. I don't think we need quite this much. I think we need quite this much here. So Minis Mimes, you might want to go back and just catch some of the early parts of sessions. We save all of them. And what you'll be seeing is pretty much exactly what's going on right here. Now we don't have a whole lot of our dark colors left. I might just squeeze a little bit of Van Dyke Brown out here. And yeah, I'm just going to go straight out of the tube here because, well, I got to refill my container of Van Dyke Brown. We still have a little bit of our Ivory Black left. So this is what we're talking about with the pre-glaze. There is a little bit of thinner going into this as well. Just a smidge. Now, as you're doing this, I think we're going to shove some of these guys off to the side because this is sort of an area effect weapon. It was the same way with the acrylics. So it's not just an oil thing. I would do this with the acrylics too. It's just with the acrylics, it dries really fast for obvious reasons, being acrylics. And you see, we wipe out all of that primer. Again, that is our Badger Stynylrez primer here. Oh, what the heck? I'm just gonna grab some of this red. That's some Fanchon red thrown in there. You can see, oh, look at the precision of these brush strokes right here. You don't get this on just any Twitch channel. You don't get this level of precision. Look at that. Look at that level of neatness, care. Look at that brush. You don't see that everywhere. You also don't see a pile of makeup sponges like this. So what we are going to do now, preferably, I'd like to leave this sit on here longer, but we want to get this going right quick for you here. And we're just going to take some of this away. Here, let's grab another sponge over here. Take some more of this away. Minus the fuzz. Minus that fuzz. We'll take more of it away here. This is why I like the chopping up the sponges now because, well, we actually get a chance to really work our way into some of these smaller areas. Now, where'd that sponge go? Okay, we're almost there. You can take as much of this away or as little as you want. It doesn't matter. If you want more of this to remain behind, that is just fine. But now what we'll do is we'll compare this to the other one. Where'd you go? There you are. So right away, not only do we have some difference in the shading right there, as we like to say, now we have pre-glaze that we can use. We can use that pre-glaze. Now where the heck is my other? There we go. Nice and practically no paint in here, but there is some. Look at see how that's mixing with our pre-glaze here. Let's try some more of our lighter tone over the top of this, like so. Let's get more of the blue in here to make that more of a bluish gray. Now, so Timid Night, we're just using these. They're actually makeup sponges that have been chopped into smaller pieces. So they're just these, they're makeup wedges or something like that. That's what they're called. Lamines, how you doing? Now we've got a little bit more of the blue in here, and then we're going to try and drop this in here, gather up some more of this texture here on our base. So Lamines, I hope that you're doing well. Nice to see you as always. Now let's get to our
Hello,
lighting
little
side.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Rocks, Rocks, I do believe, Rocks, this is a very special occasion. I think this is a special occasion. Well, not super special, but I do believe, I'm going to refresh this here because I think that's going to put us at 3,800 followers. That might just be the one. It still says 37.99, but it's been on that for a while. So, thank you so much for that follow, Rocks. I appreciate that because I think that puts us at 3,800. So, thank you very much for that. Thank you so much. Now, again, this is look at how little paint there is on here. There is very little paint. Let's see. Luminous has been looking for a couple hours, watching some TV. There it is. Yes, yes, indeed. 3,800, folks. You know what that means. You know what that means. We haven't heard one of these for several hours. Yeah, that means a hype train. We are going to do that. In comes the train. There it is, coming right through. All aboard, all aboard. All aboard, folks. Yes, indeed. So that's cool. Thank you so much, Rox. Sorry to surprise the heck out of you there. I know. Well, here it's 3:04 in the morning, and we've been doing this for 9 hours and 38 minutes. So we, I just wanted to entertain myself there. Thank you so much for that. Now, as you can see, let's see if we can find another one that's a little bit similar to this. You can see that we enhanced all of the lights. We also added some more darks to it, right? And you can see all the more of that bluish gray to form the contrast to all of these warm saturated colors, right? All those warm saturated colors. So yeah, I still never know, like, okay, is that a lot of people? Is that not? What's a lot? What's not? I don't know. I still don't know. Heck, I don't even know if Twitch is going to tell me, like, oh, your 1 year anniversary is coming up. Because, I don't know, it's got to be coming up in March or April or something like that. Something along those lines. So, Commander Mittens, did you get to see the end of the AON stream? I think you did. You were around there right at the end of the AON stream, and where we put some sneaky, cheeky freehand here to disguise the fact that this was mounted 3/16 of an inch too high. Oh, that was just. I know now the next time when I make one of my sculpted things like that, I'm just going to put a few dots on the board because when you glue that on there, it does shift a little bit. All right, so now what I'm going to start doing is going to go back in here with a couple of darker tones, but not just darker tones. We're going in here with some indigo blue. Well, indigo, right? Because yes, we want that to be darker to contrast with the red, but what else is going to contrast with that reddish orange but some blue? Yeah, yeah, Commander Mittens, I'm glad you're able to see some of that. I think some of the stuff I'm going to have to sculpt on our next couple of sculpting streams is some eagles and some ants. We might have to sculpt some of those. There's also going to be, we're going to have to start doing some more character conversions now that the some of the dwarves are on the way and some other things. We'll need to make some dwarf heroes and some other things. We're also going to have to start sculpting some siege weapons. And then, of course, we're going to have to sculpt Grand again. Yes, we already sculpted Grand once. The Great Battering Ram, we sculpted it once. We'll sculpt it again.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Oh, thank you so much. What's it for the follow? Gandalf appreciates that too. He's like, this will spark all of my ganja. I must flee. I must fly. Hey, Erox, how you doing? Let's see. So, Erox, I hope that you've been doing good. I hope that you've been doing good. Gee whiz, Erox, you haven't, wow, you haven't, have you seen any of the sculpting streams? I don't know if you've had a chance to see any of those sculpting streams. But well, let's just put it this way. We've probably saved close to 300 hours worth of figures. And it's not just the fact that we saved the 300 bucks. It's A, we had fun, and we ended up with way better miniatures, right? So this is a much more playable Imrahil right here, just like our Easterling heroes were. Way more playable. So also here, just an answer to, let's see, I know we had that for minis, mimes. You could see how we're starting to work with that pre-glaze, right? It's all still wet. It's all still wet. Now we're going to make some interesting green here out of cadmium yellow and ivory black. But you can see we're still working with that pre-glaze that's there. Look at right over here. We're just mixing some of that black into that pre-glaze. You can see how it's mixed. Look at how dark that is now. That's because of the pre-glaze there. Oh, Eric's, the time zones and all that. Sorry, Eric's, but they're all saved, so you can. I know it's not the same as watching them live, but they're all saved. And I'm trying to put some of them up on YouTube. I know we have the sculpting gambling episode up on YouTube because that was short enough to kind of compress into that. So yeah, minis mine. That's one of the tougher things for folks to try and get used to with the oils is to kind of step away from that layering mindset right there. But you can still do that. in a way, in a manner of speaking. So on our Sisters of Battle here, I didn't like. I was trying out a the fluorescent green for the first time, and it was hideous. It was too light. There was no darks in it. So all of the darker greens that you see here, that was all phthalo green glazes. The key was I had to let this dry. So letting this dry, he's like the instructor. That Moria Goblin is your instructor here. He's a gravity-defying instructor. That was just glazes of phthalo green over all this kind of stuff. As long as you let the oils dry, you can do whatever you want glaze-wise over the top of it. The spectacular advantage is that you get no watermarks because there's no water. Is that not fantastic? That is just fantastic. So actually, if you want to kind of do the more glazy approach, yeah, just let the oils dry, come back in next day, because the more glazy you do it, the faster they're gonna dry. It's like a perpetual motion machine. Oh, hey, what's get? Now we didn't sculpt this one. We did sculpt all of the bases here, but actually we do have some scratch sculpted figures. So we sculpted the Great Beast of Golgoroth. That was sculpted from scratch. Now this is more of a conversion right here, but it felt like it was sculpted from scratch. So this is our Easterling Chieftain right here with all the extra armor on him. And we also have done things like, here we go, let's show this. So this was Tomb King's horse bits, a fire forged horse, and was that Army of the Dead. So we did the cloak, we did muscles and tendons in here, and here is a painted version of a similar thing. So we did three of these guys. So again, we sculpted the cloak, messed around with the horse, Tombkin bits right there, sculpted some other things. And now let's get into some of our here. Let's get to some of our other special characters, like our Gamling right here. So we give him a different head. We sculpted the rope, sculpted the flag. We sculpted a lot of armor here. Again, sculpted some things like the robes, more armor over on this side. And then now we do, let's see, here we go. So here's one of the busts. We sculpted this on Thursday, and then we painted this on Friday. So I'm going to be doing some more of these portrait style busts like this. That was very fun. I love portraits, so why not? Thanks so much. To me, it started out as, well, I need these miniatures for my Lord of the Rings armies. Like over here, here's our Easterling War Priest. It was either spend 40 something dollars for a hideous Veilcast figure that is actually not even available on the GW site, I believe, right now. Or we could have fun taking a $5 Easterling Cataphract, making the change, and just having a blast, and now having a rock solid, not exactly unbreakable, but definitely a much more solid plastic figure to work with. So this one right, again, all of these goblins right here, we did all of the bases on them. They certainly do not come with these bases. And like I said, every single Thursday, we're sculpting something here, whether it's from scratch, whether it's a conversion, or sometimes both, sometimes a little of each. That's what Thursdays are all about here, trying to sculpt having some sculpting fun. Now, like I said, we might try to inject some other types of streams in here, maybe on a Tuesday, maybe on a Wednesday. It all just kind of depends. But it would be fun to do those landscapes in Middle Earth streams, right? We were talking about those. So kind of do some Bob Ross style landscapes of Middle Earth in oils. That would be fun. Here's the happy little Balrog, who's going to stomp on the happy little wizard on the little tower here with all the little snow. And oh, look at this. Look at all the happy little Southrons stabbing all of the Rohan folks in the eye, because that's what they do. It makes him happy. Look at all the happy little bat swarms. Oh, and look at this Saruman, all of his little crows. Look at all his little crows flying around Middle Earth, spying on Gondor, because that's what they do. What we also need to do is get a couple of eyeballs on this guy right here. So we'll just get a couple little eyeballs sitting in here like so. And now that we've worked in some of our middle tones, some of the cooler colors, let's get some of the brighter yellows or brighter oranges especially, right? We should do that. Let's do that. So actually this is now figure number 14. This is our 14th figure here in 9 hours and 49 minutes, and like I said, they all were like this. They were literally like this. And also I think we have to subtract the 5 or so minutes that I was getting some more stuff to drink and getting more goblins. This is our cadmium scarlet right over here. I am becoming more intrigued at what the potential for the cadmium orange might be from some of the data that was fed to us by other folks here in the chat who are also oil aficionados. That's the really fun thing about Twitch is that so many of us are now painting with the oils on Twitch. There's a lot of information that goes around and it kind of just accelerates the information faster. So we're kind of learning collectively what some of the different things are, what some of the different companies are as far as, well, this company doesn't make this color, or this company might make a better version of this color. So all of the experiments and such have been really fantastic to see. It's been very gratifying to see all the other folks giving the oils a try. And like I said, they don't, for $40, I got everything I needed for 4 years of painting. Yeah, still is it? It's the oil exchange, right? It's all this information that's just bouncing around like crazy with you and Drax and Deuce, all the folks unexpected doing all of the experiments and everything. It just enhances the knowledge so quickly. And see how little time it takes. Now this, of course, this is another thing that's different about the oils, right? The lighter colors, these are going to be the opaque colors. The dark colors, those are going to be the ones that are translucent. That's going to be a little something different for a lot of folks. Just like we were talking to Minnie's Mimes there, that there's a few things that are going to be different, like not really thinking in terms of layers in the classic sense of the word. But if you can do the glazing if you want to, you just you just need to let the oils dry. But the advantage of a glazy oil painting approach is they'll dry that much faster. More thinner, faster drying. So potentially a big advantage to trying the more glazy style approach. Ah, yeah, Steel, that's it. Well, just like you and I were talking about those same miniature companies that literally laughed in my face when I talked about an oil paint line. When they saw what all of you guys were doing, it's one thing me because they know I'm just a berserk maniac and I'll try anything. But when they saw regular human beings that are not insane like me doing the same stuff, willing to mix their own paints, and they said, oh, well, maybe we were wrong. I said, yeah, maybe you were just a little bit. Maybe. You might have wanted to listen to me, I don't know, over the last 2.5 years that I told you you could have partaken of this. And just think of all the stuff that you and Drax have discovered with all the different colors and with the timing experiments and stuff that you were doing just this week, just a couple days ago. Think of what we're learning
So say
collectively
we
here.
all.
Oh, thank you so much. What's good? Appreciate that. Thank you so much. We needed one of these. Oh, thank you very much. Now, actually, this was kind of a fun set of episodes. This was last week, so we sculpted these bases right here. If you need to cool yourself down on a frigid winter night, watch this series. This we talked a lot about edges here, and once again, our instructor, our goblin instructor, is going to point out even though the color is really similar here and here, your brain is telling you like there's the same kind of highlights that there are here, but because of this soft shading here versus the hard edges here, this tells you like you don't want to slip and fall on this. This is cozy. You want to be wrapped in this. This you don't want to wrap your head on because that would hurt. And that's your lesson for today, kiddies. So that's your Moria instructor right there. That the smartest goblins in all of Middle Earth. Oh my goodness. Sorry that for the folks that aren't used to the puppet shows here, that is something that we do a lot. We have a whole cast of characters. Hopefully, we can get our second Prinkles, and that's also who am I referring to? That's Prinkles, the mighty war kitty. Worship me, yes. And this is another one of our oil painted thing, and actually the base very similar, right? With the Sculpey roller, the little stones like so. That's I just love doing the basing. I know some folks that it's more of an afterthought or just kind of a process to get through, which that's cool too. But there's something about the basing that just really sets a theme for it, and actually it makes it easier to pick a color scheme. Seriously, it does because well, when we did these bases, it made it kind of easy to think about well, what are we going to do for a color scheme? Did that base? Where's our? Where's this one right here again? I did that base and I said, well, you know what? That would work really well for a color scheme. Yes, Commander Mittens, right? That part of the basing club, right? Got to be part of that basing club. There's something about it, whether it's got water splashes on it, whether it's a desert, whether it's a jungle. We got some. Here we go. Oops, let's not get you hooked onto this one here. 1 second. So obviously the jungle foliage on this base certainly sets a theme for this guy, and we painted him up on stream and oils, but yeah, the jungle plants there, that's a very different theme. And I'm telling you, it gives you really good ideas for what the heck to do for a color scheme. How many times have you kind of, I don't know, what kind of a scheme do I want here? The bases could give you the answer. They really could. Now, what we're also going to do here is same thing like we did on our other goblins, right? Finding some of these lights in here. Let's see if we can't maybe lighten up that eye a little bit more. I think we need to thin this down just a smidge here. Just a smidge like so. Get some lights into here. And we might need to go the other way too, bring in some darks. It's all good. You don't have to just think light to dark. You can go back and forth. We can glaze over the top of it. Like again, if this is too light or something like that, and I see that 2-3 days from now, it's all dry. Guess what? I'm just going to pop a glaze over it, just as if it was an acrylic thing. And remember, the same Army Painter Anti-Shine that I use on my acrylic miniatures is going to work on the oil painted miniatures. Once it's dry, it's just paint. And yes, you can paint acrylics over the top because we've done that several times. Oh, Commander Mittens made a water spiral base. Oh, for your deepkin, right? For the deepkin. Here's a couple examples of, so that was maybe half painted with oils. The deadline changed. The latter half was painted with acrylics. This we painted the last quarter of this with acrylics because again the deadline changed. It had to be in the mail maybe within 6 hours after the stream was over. And the only way that was going to happen if we finished it with acrylics. So it is definitely possible to do so. Now you might want to seal it or something like that. And speaking of sealing it, the same exact Army Painter anti-shine that I would use on my acrylic miniatures that I've used on my acrylics for years and years. It's the same brush, literally the same brushes. I mean, these same brushes I just used on acrylics earlier this week. Like physically the same brushes, not the same type, the same brushes. They brush cleaner. As for acrylic and oils, it's all the same. The thinner, all right, yes, it's the high quality odorless paint thinner. And look at this. This is like 5 days worth in a water bottle cap. So you won't need a whole bunch of it, which is, hey, that's nice. That doesn't stink. So you don't have, speaking of stink, that means you're not going to have a whole lot of smell or anything like that because, well, guess what? You have very little of anything. Actually, that brush cleaner smells really great. It has kind of a citrus smell to it. The palette that I'm using is nothing more than a piece of parchment paper glued to a piece of cardboard. That's it. As you can see, I like to say frugal. Some people would say cheap. I prefer frugal. Yes, this is the frugal painting here. Believe it or not, you will find that oils are a much more cost-effective medium by orders of magnitude. Not just like it saves you a little bit. You'll go, oh my goodness, this paint is going to last me 5, 6, 10 years. And it will be just fine in 5, 6, or 10 years. And you will not need to buy any more. Because for as much as I paint with oils, to have this starter set, have this much paint left in it after 4 years, yeah, that's when I started to. It was over time I started to realize. I went, wow, I think I'm using less paint, and then I realized, yep, we're using less paint here. We're using a lot less paint. So let's, you know what, we need a couple of more of our darks in here. Why not? Let's see what we can do for eyes on this guy. Now you can see how that's kind of spreading out. That means there's just a little too much thinner on there. I mean, if I want to do a pin line wash, that would be sensational, but that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is just get some eyeballs on this guy or some pupils on him. Which after doing that Aowen last night with the gigantic eyeballs, going back to this, it's like, oh my goodness. So yeah, there's just a little bit of difference where the eyeballs here are literally the size of his head. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, whoa, that's scary. She just scared away our goblin. Look at that. Yeah, we teach the frugal painting, and also it's the, oh, remember the frugal gourmet? Remember the frugal gourmet on public TV years ago? Oh, I remember that. That was a blast. The frugal gourmet. So do we hit 10 hours? We hit 10 hours. Stila, I don't think this is going to be the longest stream. It's going to be up there. It's going to be up there, but I think we did an 11-hour one. It must have been during ReaperCon. One of the virtual conventions. We must have done it then. Though Angry Ham. Well, Angry Ham, we had a little bit of a question on the pre-glaze thing, so I decided that we would hit the 14th miniature. So yeah, this is the 14th miniature that we have painted tonight in 10 hours. And like I said, 10 hours ago, that's all we had. We had 14 of these. Well, technically 15 because there's this guy. But who's counting? We're not counting. What we are counting on, though, is figuring out what is going on with his face here. I think that's supposed to be his nose. I think that's supposed to be the upper lip. Let's see if we can't get this a wee bit lighter, right? A little bit lighter here. Ah, boy. Okay, let's take some of that away and drop in some right here. Okay, I think so. Again, it's a little bit tough to tell where things begin and end on some of these old guys here. There we are. Bring in some green here. We also got a bit of a later start here. Again, I apologize for that. Just the whole snow shoveling thing is kind of, I know I keep talking about it, but unfortunately here in the condensed urban environment, you will be doing that over and over again when it snows. I wish I didn't have to quite it always seems to snow on, of course, the days where we want to stream, of course, like today. But look, we still did 10 hours, right? It's 3:30 in the morning here, Angry Ham. So good morning to you as well, and to everybody else. Hope everybody's having a good Sunday morning. Whether it's warm, insanely warm, cold, or snowy, whatever, or everything in between. Let's get back to some of this cobalt blue that's still sitting over here, just for the fun of it. Oh, look, we still got some of our Prussian blue that's sitting over here. Let's get a little bit of that bluish gray into some of these shadow areas here. We're looking for that temperature contrast, right? Color contrast, temperature contrast, edge contrast, all the contrasts. Are we going to have to do some merch on that too? Oh, and I don't know if people saw these earlier, but these were actually printed for ReaperCon. So there you go, Book of Wapple, Chapter 1. Where's Chapter 2? There you go, there's Book of Wapple, Chapter 2. Look at that. Actually, I had stickers ready to go for people. So I guess we'll have to make some more of those. Because I think we have 50 chapters now. I think we done got ourselves 50 chapters. Because then that's courtesy of Stila. Stila has entered the 50th chapter of the Book of Wapple. Someone's got to remind me what the heck it was. But all I know is it's the 50th chapter. Look at that couple little bright things there on that shield, right? Look at that. Maybe here. Maybe all the surfaces that are metal. Not so much on the face. Not the face. But on the metal stuff. On our metal stuff over here. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It just one of the reasons why I'm just trying to do these kind of things is for whatever reason in the last 3, 4 years especially, so many people I know that loved miniature painting basically gave up on it. They said, I don't enjoy this anymore. I'm bored or frustrated. And that was weird because these were people that, it was fun to paint with them or just I liked seeing their stuff. And all of a sudden they hated miniature painting. And I said, wait a minute, this is weird. Yep, just an Armored Wolf is always on top of it. As always, totally on top of it. I will be finding a message waiting for me, which is the reason why we have Sculpey headed this way, because I had already forgotten until I saw the message from Armored Wolf that said it, like, literally, buy these things. Don't forget, buy these things. Hey, McHotDog, how are you doing? Welcome in. But what's good? I'm glad that this is just kind of fun for you. There's just so many things that they just make us all more anxious and such. Why not some things that are nice and chill and fun, and actually things where you can like, wow, I could use that for myself. Maybe there's just one little thing. Maybe it's just a basing idea. Maybe just that basing idea is the one thing that something a person they always wanted to do more with their bases, never really knew how, and they see something like this and they say, "Wait a minute. That's something I can do? I can do that." And all of a sudden maybe miniature painting becomes fun again. Oh, the Lumineth here. So yeah, this was our latest army painting series, and that was the iridescent, or sorry, the interference paint, but also mixed with regular paint. So right there, see that blue? That's actually interference blue mixed with Prussian blue. Then over here, some of the greens that you see. So that is actually the violet mixed with the. See how that kind of shifts towards the violet right there? That's mixed with the phthalo green. That's mixed with the blue. There is your interference violet mixed with the quinacridone magenta of all things. Oh, thanks, big hot dog. Let's see. Actually, it was well here. I think maybe we can let's see if we can find Armored Wolf's message here easily enough. Ah, there you go. Chapter 50. Any color can be a staining color given time. Yes. Any just like any brush can be a blending brush, any color can be a staining color if you give it time. Unless it's ivory black. In which case you can give it all the time in the world, it don't matter. But for the most part, even didn't we find that with some of the earth tones, right? You were remember Terra Rosa? Remember the first time we saw Terra Rosa and we went, "Whoa, wait a minute, where'd that come from? Terra Rosa also a staining color? How does that happen?" And actually, speaking of color schemes, if you're wondering why we have all the glowy stuff going on with the goblins here, now you can go back and watch this stream. We also have a shortened version of it on the YouTube channel. Here's Bernie the Balrog. Oh, Benny the Balrog. Sorry, Benny the Balrog. He needed some playmates. He needed some friends. We have now given him some goblin friends to play with, and hopefully he's not going to step on them or set them on fire or anything like that. Because sometimes Benny the Balrog gets a little bit upset. Sometimes he gets a little bit. He doesn't know his own strength. Hopefully, our little goblin friends will be okay. That's why we need a lot of them, because sometimes he finds himself with less friends. Because, well, maybe he got into a little bit of a scrape. And the next thing you know, a lot of his goblin friends are just kind of, well, all over the place. A lot of his poor little goblin friends. I still have to decide, okay, well, with their landscapes of Middle Earth, I mean, is it just going to have to be Mount Doom? Is that just going to have to be the first of our Middle Earth landscapes? Hey, Jack, nice to see you again. So Angry Ham, this is number 14. This is number 14 here. Let's just let's move them like poker chips into the scene for it. Oh, there's another one over here. So there's are they all on screen? Here, let's see if we can compress some of these in here. So yeah, there's 14 of them. This is the lonely. Like, wait a minute, what about me? What's going on? What about me, man? What the heck? So yes, we all of these 10 hours 13 minutes ago, they were nothing but primer like this, and that includes, some of our guys up here. Where's our captain? Where's that go? Then there was this fun guy here. Remember, well, actually, we have the original fun guy. Oh, there he is. There's the captain. So you see, the captain has his own little skelly friend like that. Look at that. He's want to have company, so he had himself a skelly friend right there. Oh my goodness, we just do lots of those skelly friends, don't we? Because let's see, he had a skelly friend, And I do believe we have a skelly friend over here, right? Yep, yep, skelly friend right there. Say boo. I do believe we painted that one up in October. Oh, I just ran across this. This is another one we painted with the oils right here. That was very fun. That was very fun. So Jack, I hope that you are doing well. Let's push some of our poker chips out of the way here. And actually, I'm gonna go back into this guy. I see I want to get some more lights into him too. So I hope that you're doing well there. Happy Sunday morning to you there, Jack. Happy Sunday morning. Pop in a little bit more of our lights here. I saw this here as I'm working on the other ones. I said, well, I don't know. Let's make a little adjustment right here. Can't hurt. Smidge more right there. Oh, what about your fingers? What about your fingers there? Ah, look at this. Yep. Touch of light. Oh, wait. Toes. Apparently, I don't know. Open-toed shoes in a very cold environment. Not so sure about that. Yeah, the it's been really fun getting these guys going again because based on what I see here, knowing that there's those dwarves on the way, I really think we will do this exact same basing scheme for them, do the object source lighting for them, and then we will have to make a terrain board that matches what we're doing here. Because in the War of the Ring, the board game there that we want to use as our strategic map, Moria is definitely one of the things. Well, of course, we're also going to have to make Orthanc as well. So hopefully these guys also look like the Orthanc goblins as well. I don't know. We do have 15 Warg riders headed this way. Yeah, there's 15 Warg riders headed this way. So that's going to be fun. They are not the GW figures. They are Oathmark figures, but nevertheless, I think they will serve well as Warg riders. Now, since it's 3:41 in the morning here, I will be heading out pretty soon here because, well, we've done what 14 of these guys here, and we do want to get ourselves some sleep. Oh wait, time out. We gotta get some lights over here. Now again, that little bit of a shadow cast by that thing, but not over here. Not over here. This is why we love painting multiple things with the oils at once, right? Because sometimes you get a little bit of a fresh perspective. You go away from it, you come back, and you say, whoops, how the heck did I not see that? What was I thinking there? Oh, that Blood Bowl killed. That Blood Bowl can be rough. Blood Bowl is one of those, we always called it a love-hate relationship. You love Blood Bowl, and Blood Bowl loves to hate you. That was usually how we phrased it. Oh, thanks, Stila. Thank you so much. And folks, be sure to check out Stila because he's been doing some fantastic oil experiments. Check out Drax. He's also been doing some really amazing stuff with the oils, doing a lot of busts and the kind of large scale figures. And he has a whole different approach to the oils, which is very nice. So people can just learn that much more. That's why we're just discovering so much about the oils. That's literally why we are going to be naming. Where's our asphaltum here? Where is the asphaltum? That's why this color is going to be named Draxphaltum because he is responsible for discovering that color. Now, Stila, I hope that you don't have any. Well, if they're aftershocks, they're just like those little tiny ones, the magnitude 3 ones, right? Yeah, Tammy and I, we used to try and get 3 games of Blood Bowl in, and even using the timer, you're talking still about 2.5 hours a game. and that's just the gameplay. So I do believe that. Actually, speaking of our other fellow late night streamers, I do believe that Zula is streaming right now. Let's see what Zula's. Ah, okay. Oh, is she assembling? Oh, I thought she was assembling Prinkles. For a brief second there, I thought she was assembling Prinkles. Actually, Steela, I didn't. Weren't you thinking about maybe trying some? Well, I know you have so much going on with all the 3D printing and stuff like that, but it'd be interesting to see what you do with the Prinkles. All right. Well, again, I just want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out, all the follows, all the bits and cheers. We had a bunch of hype trains going on. We did manage to reach our 3,800 follower goal. So it was a goal. Why not? And we also managed to paint 14 of these. Oh, thanks again, McHotDog. Um, I really love this. And this was just with bits. These were with fragments. This was just fragments of a sheet from the Balrog basing video. So yeah, just fragments. We save all of our because this is the frugal channel, right? Frugality is key. So thanks again, everybody, and let's thank our moderator Armored Wolf, who has been here all 10 hours 20 minutes. 10 hours 20 minutes. And he hasn't had a chance to paint all of these fun goblins. He's just been working on his own stuff the entire time. So many thanks to him. Many thanks. And I think a keeper of secrets. All right. So I'm going to get this started, folks. So I do apologize for heading out, but we have almost set a record here for the longest stream, too. So thanks again, everybody. Let's get our countdown working. And we'll get these photos up here of all 15, or sorry, 14 of our goblins that we painted again. Started out like so. And look at what we got here. Practically a whole Moria army. Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate that. And I'll catch you later, Commander Mittens and McHotDog. Here we go. Raid now.